Hello, everyone. It's hard today, isn't it? Like, as usual, we start our marathons with those words like, we're really happy, and we do. We are really happy to start this marathon today, despite everything what's happening in our country. And we are so grateful that you found time to join us and to stand with Ukraine. You know, today, this morning, I was thinking about the right way to start this marathon, like which word would be the right one today. And probably I should say that our lives, they were changed completely on the 24th of April. And everyone has his own story, but my story was that I woke up because my colleague called me, asking and begging and crying and believing that I'm still okay in Kiev. And, you know, there was that moment when I felt really strong support from our ELT community. I kept getting messages from teachers around the world like, Eva, join us. You can come to my country. I have a room for you. Just grab your son and fly. Just do whatever you can, but please be safe. And this marathon is the moment when we can support each other, no matter what. And I know that today you will see so many Ukrainian flags in the chat, because Ukrainian flag now means resistance. And we do believe, and we know, we're sure actually, that as soon as this war is over, we will have a huge marathon, which will be non-stop with teachers from all over the world, congratulating us and freedom that all of us deserve all over the world. So, you know, I was thinking, what would be the right video or the right slide for me to start with? I'm pretty sure that everyone keep watching what's happening on social media. You know, probably you saw all those scary videos, and I was thinking that I need one which can explain what's happening here. And just there's no any need to reinvent the wheel, and I decided to use that short video, 1 minute video, which was posted by our First Lady, Olena Zelenska, on her social media, on Instagram and Facebook and Telegram channels. So I'd like to ask you to watch it and to feel what's happening to Ukraine, to every single person in this country. And nevertheless, we keep going strong. So here's the video, and I do hope that as soon as it finishes, I won't be crying, but I'm pretty sure that you will understand me. So, glory to Ukraine.
On February 24th, 2022, the Russian Federation invaded Ukraine. In the past month, 1,200 missiles have been fired at Ukrainian cities. A nuclear power plant is caught on fire. Kindergartens, schools, and hospitals have been damaged and are being targeted. Residential homes are being bombed, civilians shot, and in besieged Mariupol, people are burying their relatives on the streets. More than 130 children have died. The world predicted that the surrender of Kiev would take 72 hours. But the Ukrainian armed forces, for nearly a month, have heroically fought the advance of one of the largest armies in the world. Unarmed Ukrainians bravely walk up to tanks of the occupiers and are ready to give their lives for their independence. Ukraine stands as the outpost of world democracy and a symbol of freedom against oppression. And in the 1 minute you've been watching this video, over 50 children have been forced to flee their homes. Support Ukraine.
Glory to Ukraine. And I'd like you to know that today we are doing this marathon in order to support Ukrainian army. War is expensive. It's really expensive. And if you go to the Facebook, to the Ukrainian sector of Facebook, you will see how many people asking for help, because all of a sudden, every single man turned into a soldier, whether it is military support or whether it is just territory defense. And people keep asking just, we need those bulletproof vests, those helmets, something that can save lives of our men, our brothers, our husbands, our sons, our relatives, our students, our graduates. And today, we do hope that we'll be able to collect as much money as possible, and all this money will be transferred to the Ukrainian army, because we know that ELT all over the world stands with Ukraine. So here you can see the hashtag, the QR code, and actually you can just scan the QR code and go to the page where you can donate. And that page has a special tracker, so you can see what's going on. And if you donate, whether it's $1 or $100, it doesn't matter. You will see that the tracker is going further, so you can track how much money we have on that account. Definitely, in 3 days, this account will be closed, and then we'll report everything concerning how much money we managed to collect, and also we'll send all the receipts concerning transferring funds to the Ukrainian army. So everything is transparent here. I'm pretty sure that I will keep getting messages about those transfers from you, dear colleagues, and be sure that I won't forget any single person who is going to donate today, and I will announce live my huge thank you. And this thank you is not only from me, it's from all our speakers today, as well as from all Ukrainians. Thank you so much for standing with Ukraine. And I'd like to invite the person who is the founder of SR Teaching and Learning. As you know, SR Teaching and Learning is an Azerbaijani company, but we are international company. So this is the Azerbaijani company where Ukrainian, me, Eva Tatarova, is the director. So I think I shouldn't say any words here because Samad Samadov can do it instead of me. Yes, please, Samad.
Hello everybody. Good morning, everybody. Well, first of all, to be honest, as Eva mentioned, it's a little bit hard to say something, but all in all, even though this can be difficult through these difficult days and moments, but it doesn't make being positive any less important, because being positive must be important for us, because all of the world stands with Ukraine, and everybody who joined this marathon, who is joining this marathon, who donated, everybody is a real hero, and all our hearts are beating with Ukraine, and no matter where are you based in the world, we feel that you are with Ukraine, and your support is really important. So even through this really tough days and moments, we try to be united. We try to be next to each other and support each other. Well, yes, again, I would like just welcome everybody, to thank everybody, all the speakers, brilliant, amazing professionals. That's another unique opportunity for teachers, students from different parts of the world, to get really useful tips, teaching. And we have strong belief that very soon, it's not just only about hoping, but we do believe that very soon everybody, who cares about things that are happening now in Ukraine will hear that good news, that the war came to an end, and the days of prosperity of Ukraine will definitely start. So there is no single doubt about that. Well, again, thank you very much that you decided, even especially all Ukrainian teachers, participants, even though that maybe some of them, in the situation that it's really hard to join, or basically to connect the internet, whatever. But thank you very much for being with us even today. So I just give the floor to Eva, and all the best.
Thank you so much. So
Eva.
I do hope we'll see you in the end of this marathon, just approximately in 6 hours. Thank you. So I'd like to let you know that we've got the first donation today. Thank you very much, Miss Oksana Tkachuk. Every donation matters. And I'd like you to know that we announced on our social media and our registration page, landing page, we announced that if you'd like to donate as an institution, so you can do it, and we invite you to become our official partners. So all of a sudden, I didn't expect it to happen at all, but the first donation came from Ukrainian football club Sokil. They are located next to Kiev in that tragically known area of Bucha and Irpin. So Ukrainian football club Sokil, as soon as the war started and everything happened in Bucha and Irpin next to Kiev, they donated their buses and their and all the football players from different countries. They supported people and helped to bring people out of that hell. Thank you so much, Ukrainian Football Club Sokil. Also, I'd like you to know that not only international friends supported us, but Ukrainians as well. As you can see here, the Agency of Foreign Languages, RUNA, which is run by Natalia Diachuk, they also donated some funds in order to support this marathon and Ukrainian army. You can read the text, because this agency is really amazing, delivering all the exams and preparing for Cambridge exams as well. And as soon as you are in Lviv, you can easily join this agency and visit and have a nice cup of coffee with Miss Natalia Diachuk. Also, Khmelnytsky joined us, and A+ Language Studio as well, run by Natalia Zachinska, who is going to present today as well. Thank you so much. And I want you to know that we have international partners as well, official international partners. INT, Georgian English Language and Training Center, joined us as a partner, and we are so grateful for your support. Miss Nelly, I'd like to tell you that I'm really grateful for all the messages you sent me, supporting me every minute, telling me that you feel me and that you feel all the teachers of Ukraine who all of a sudden lost their job from the very first moment of war. Also, I'd like you to know that we have this international partner from Slovenia. And what is interesting here, they have a wonderful project for English language teachers who'd like to have international experience. So if you feel like your students would like to join this international project and to collaborate or cooperate together with students from different countries, please don't hesitate. Just contact this school, Nana School, and get the information how you can do it. Also, you can go on our social media and find all the links. So you will simply click the link and go to the webpage where you can contact the authority of this school. Thank you so much. Also, we have a teacher training center from Poltava who donated and supported us. As you can see, they do the same job as we do. They develop our teachers professionally, and fingers crossed that one day we'll organize something together and we'll keep supporting our teachers in professional way. Also, we have this Ukrainian school from Svelava Choice who supported us. Thanks God, they still can deliver lessons and help our students to develop themselves. And yesterday, that was just a huge surprise for me, thanks to our speaker, one of our speakers who introduced us to this Polish school early stage, which is the biggest chain of schools in English for kids and teenagers in Poland. And I want you to know that there was such a precious moment when I read a message from the school. They say they would like to support Ukrainian teachers because they know that nowadays it's almost impossible to have lessons if you are from those hell areas of Ukraine when life stopped, where life stopped. And if you feel like you need a job, you can see email the board of the school and probably after interview get your job. So they say that they're willing to support and hire Ukrainian teachers. Thank you to early stage. Yeah, and again, I'd like to remind you that if you're ready to donate, you can just scan this QR code and do it. Also, we've got another donation from, I'm so sorry if I mispronounce your name, Jia Hui Lok. Thank you so much for your support. And here's the moment when we should start our presentation. So the first person who is going to deliver her presentation, Ms. Yana Kazachenko from Kiev. And the topic today is developing leadership skills in teenagers through task-based learning. Welcome, Yana.
Good morning. Good morning. It's a great honor for me to join our community from all around the world. And it's a big responsibility for me as well to start our marathon. So, just a second.
Just let me know when you need your screen.
Yes, I think I'm ready. If you could just have my presentation on. Yeah, thank you. Well, tough times require strong leaders. And it would be rather naive to think that big decisions and actions are made somewhere in high places. I believe that every single person is involved in shaping the future of our world. And I'm not the only one to think in this way. It's not until now, when my country is fighting for its future and for its right to live, the importance of personal leadership is reaching a new level of importance. And while the ability to communicate effectively, to negotiate, it hits the highest peak among other crucial life skills. Though the future leaders and effective communicators are not born overnight. And that's the very point when we, the language instructors, enter this mission, enter this battle for the future of our world. And today I'll share a story of how the mentorship of the language instructor combined with the desire to improve the local communities, boost growth and development in 7 cities around Ukraine. The Ukrainian Leadership Academy is a non-formal educational project for school graduates and students aged 16 to 20. The ULA training process lasts for 10 months. The students live in the closed campuses in 7 cities around Ukraine. And their program combines elements of physical, emotional, and intellectual development. The Academy doesn't award a formal diploma. This is the non-formal educational project. But it teaches young people the skills that are not normally taught in regular school. They study geopolitics. They study the world politics. They analyze social phenomena. The whole program is designed to teach them how to make changes in their country and how to build a better future and how to choose the right profession for the future. And the major disciplines studied by the students throughout the academic year are communication, philosophy, history, and of course, English. And it's been a third year of partnership between the ULA and the Ever English, which I had. If we take a helicopter view at the Ukrainian at the syllabus of at the Ukrainian Leadership Academy, it looks like a human genome. And each gene, it has got particular name. So for instance, the green one, D, it stands for decision making. And the G1 and G2 stands for result seeking. In the end, we finish with the gene L, which stands for live hermeneutics. So all these components of the genome of a leader throughout the whole academic year are supposed to grow the true leader, able to take the responsibility, able to unite people around him, and able to instill positive changes in the country. And our incredible English journey started at the point when the Academy decided to diverge from a classical approach to learning the language through more applied and practical ways of mastering the language. And they decided to fill the learning process with a purpose and impact. And that's how the course English for Leaders emerged. Alongside with various approaches we resort to, one of the most widely used is the task-based learning one. And there are several reasons for that. If we take a look at the principles, they tell us a lot why this particular approach is suitable, particularly for non-formal educational courses. We can see that one of the main principles is the relevant task. And each task we choose for our students is, it goes through the sieve of relevance. The main criteria is it must make an impact. Learning through interaction, another principle which is really appreciated by the students, because from the very beginning of their academic program, they learned that one doesn't go far alone. The activities we select normally require communication and group work, negotiation skills, and it is possible to implement them only if they work in groups, only if they interact with each other. And that makes the whole journey much more interesting. If we take a look at the principle of focus on eliciting authentic language, the authenticity itself is the core principle that we follow throughout all our activities. We diverged from the classical way of learning through the course books and resorted to on-ground interaction. Take into account that each person has a limited number of the most used words. While interacting, each member of the group bridges his personal gaps in terms of words, in terms of grammatical structure, and in the end of each task, they manage to meet their personal needs, language needs, and to bridge their personal gaps. So the authenticity and the natural mode of interaction makes the biggest difference in this approach as part of our English program. Process-oriented. That's also a very big advantage that enables us to focus on the tiniest details of this interaction. And of course, the result matters, but we do not expect the students to finish the task within one class. So if it lasts even a little bit longer, it just requires us more recycling and more going just another circle, repeating what happened at the class before. So process matters most because the various aspects that they learn in each activity, they will be revealed in the future. And we know that no activity is in vain. It's just when it gets revealed. And the result, it doesn't really require to wait for it for a long time. And the motivational tasks. The main principle of TBL approach is that the task has to instill the motivation, and it really works, again, it works great, particularly with the students of the Leadership Academy, because each task contains the sense of a mission behind it. And that's what adds extra motivation. They don't do the things just because it is in English. They don't do the things because the teacher asked them to, but they know the mission that is behind each activity. And now it's high time for us to consider the classical model of the staging of a class designed in the task-based learning approach. And the classical scheme contains 3 main stages, like I said, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you have to fit within one class. So when we start from the first stage, the pre-task, that's pretty much the time for us to engage the learners into the process. Then the task itself, when they negotiate and when they develop the procedure of implementation of the task. And the review, when the teacher's role is probably of paramount importance, because that's when actually the learning happens and when the most important cognitive processes take place. So let's take a closer look at each of the stages. And the project I chose for the case study is it emerged in one of the cities of Ukraine, in Chernivtsi, which is famous for its history, and it's a very popular travel destination in Ukraine. And one of the branches of the academy was located in this city. And when brainstorming the tasks that we would do as part of the English program, we contacted the local center of developing the tourism in the city. And they said that there was a challenge, that there were no tourist signs in the city. And the English-speaking tourists who arrived to the city found it really hard to navigate. And we decided to solve this issue with the students. So at the pre-task stage of the class, we chose the pre-task stage requires several missions to be completed by the teacher. And the first one is to introduce the task. And the introduction was the following, that what do you think about the city? How do you feel? How tourist friendly do you think it is? And it was just the discussion with the students of what they think about it. And we realized that it was not as good in these terms as we expected it to be. So the task was designed as follows, creating tourist signs in English within the city. Then the next mission at the pre-task stage is to get them excited. And the students, throughout the whole academic year, they are taught different skills. And one of them is to find the sources for your idea to be implemented. And many brilliant ideas, they require the financial support. And fundraising skill, or how to find sponsors and donors, is also one of the skills that the students learn during their course. And we thought that the idea of raising funds in the city through tourism, through conducting the tourist tours, that would be something that might possibly support the academy and support the implementation of their ideas, financially supported. So the motivation to create the tourist signs and to increase that tourist flow to the city was the ability to fundraise and to have more foreign people come into their city. And it got really excited. They got really excited about it. The example also it's important at the pre-task stage to show the example of how the task has been implemented before, or at least similar cases. And the example was presented by the other European cities where there is no problem actually with the tourist science and with the applications and stuff. It's also important to set the realistic expectations and basically the measurement of success. How we consider this project to be a success, what the indicators will be. And the expectations, the realistic expectations we set for the students was to design the travel routes with the tourist signs ready for print, because they also needed to, to locate them around the city. It's important to make sure that the expectations and the instructions related to the task are clearly communicated. And the best way for the teachers to make sure is to not give the ready-made solution, as we know, to not ask, do you understand what you have to do? Because the 99% answer would be yes, but through ICQs, through board presentation, through the dialogue with the students, through asking the questions, basically make sure that they understand what is expected and what they are to do. And scaffolding, especially when it comes to interaction with the students at the lower levels, it plays a very important role, because despite the courage and motivation to perform the task, it might be really hard for some of them to interact within the group owing to the limited vocabulary they possess. So scaffolding in our case was to present the word cloud with the signs or with the directions, and to say at least cross out those that you think do not refer to our particular context, to our particular topic. So it might be either word cloud, or cross out the odd word, or the list of the vocabulary that they might want to pick. So all sort of activities that can give them the hint of where they're supposed to be in terms of vocabulary within this particular topic, but do not give them the ready-made solution. That's the core thing. They have to overcome this challenge on their own or with the help of their group members. When we reach the stage of a task, we realized that the students faced several challenges, and they were the following. They struggled to assign the roles of the team members, because the task required different dimensions. So some of them had to communicate with the printing agency. Some of them had to communicate with the designers. And the designers were also the group members, so they had to do it all in English. So the challenge they faced was self-organizing and group management that they had to manage on their own. Also, the delegation of responsibility by the group leader, because normally in the teenage communities, we have the strong leaders who tend to dominate, and we have those who are okay to be the shady player and normally having this sharp sense of responsibility. The group leader tries to perform all of the functions by themselves. So it was the good role of a teacher who served rather as a mentor, not as an active participant of this whole process, who helped the students to assign the particular roles. Also, the students are divided only into 3 groups, and the levels of language differs within each group. And there are stronger students, and there are those who struggle to speak and who still feel unconfident. And the teacher reduces their presence in this particular stage and serves rather as a side advisor, an active participant of the process are students, and they need this particular advice from the teacher of how to arrange the whole process at the stages of task and planning. The role of a teacher is no less important, because not being an active participant in this process, the teacher still monitors and collects the vocabulary and the target language for the later stages of this task-based designed class. Also, the teacher ensures that the students follow the procedure properly, because sometimes, they can just diverge, particularly from this idea, and switch to another. So to keep them in the loop and to keep them what is their mission is, that's again the task of a teacher who is not a teacher. This teacher who teaches, but the mentor who guides, who walks behind them, but who shows the direction of their development, of their performance. And in the final stage, the presentation stage, that's where the students choose who is going to present. And again, there are leaders, to present and to report about their performance. But the tricky moment is, there are still those who dominate and who are completely okay presenting and being in the limelight, while the teacher's role is to ensure that everyone is engaged. How we arranged it? We assigned the separate task for the smaller group of students, so we paired them up, and each pair was responsible for a particular task. So one of them was spotting for the anticipating crisis. So what might possibly go wrong? Another was more involved into checking the collecting the list of the vocabulary that is useful and that they find particularly informative for them. So each of them had a particular task. So when the leader, when the chosen student was presenting the report, the rest were involved in monitoring the whole process and benefiting from it. That's what matters the most. In the final stage, like I said it before, review. That's the high time to make learning happen. And that's when the teacher comes from the back to the front stage. And the most probably productive and practical part of it is metacognitive feedback. To ask students whether the experience of performing the task was meaningful for them, whether they found it useful, how they're going to use this knowledge in the future, what in particular they learned, they personally learned during the class. What are the aspects that are still, what they are still struggling with? So there are quite a few questions that may be asked based on your awareness of the group. And what really matters is to pause for a while and to let them reflect on what happened to them and how and what they think about this whole experience, because that's again when learning happens. Also, while the monitoring stages of during the task stage, the teacher could collect some of the grammar structure, some of the common mistakes that might be taught in the end, in the review stage of the task-based learning class. We call it DEC, delayed error correction. And it's also a good way to draw the attention to the issues that might be easily ignored if we tell it during the task, during the negotiation stage, because it would just come by and would not be really paid attention to. So this is the very stage to draw the attention to the mistakes and to all of the issues that the teacher collected. And guided discovery can be easily applied in this particular stage if the grammatical issues have been detected. And in the final stage, as a result of the activity, the students learned the direction and the navigation across the city. So that was the lesson learned. Through their expertise, they developed their travel routes, their capability to be English-speaking guides in the city. They developed the ability to take responsibility for their initiatives through contacting the printing agency, the different actors in this whole task, because they were not alone in it. There were several side parties involved in this whole process. Of course, they contacted and they negotiated with the agencies in Ukrainian, but the final report was still done in English. And the messages they learned, they were all communicated in English. They made Chernivtsi and their local community tourist-friendly and enhanced tourist flow to the city. And it's one, probably, well, just a few of the many advantages that they managed to achieve through communication in the group and through the class, which united them, and they gave the sense of mutuality and the joint responsibility for what they do. And what really matters is that they do it all in English. If we take a look at the scientific method and the stages of the scientific method, we can see that it resembles the task-based learning procedure. So we make an observation of what is the problem, what we have to do, what can be possibly improved, like we did it in Chernivtsi. Also, we ask a question, okay, why, how, where, what, who can possibly do something about the problem. Also, we make a hypothesis, okay, I think that, we believe that, and they start negotiating what can be possibly done. They conduct an experiment, they start negotiating, and they see what works well, what doesn't work as they expected. And that's the highest point when they start this authentic interaction between each other. At the later stages, they draw conclusions, they see how things went, and they are working on the report. And in the final stage, they present the results, they report their results. So we can see that TBL procedure resembles a classical scientific approach. And that's what adds even more value to this whole process of mastering the language and of making it as practical as possible. Also, I wanted to show you the activity generating circle that might help you to design the tasks, to formulate the tasks properly based on the communicative need you're trying to train during the class. For instance, if your intention is to make the learners understand something, the task may start with the verbs explain, compare, discuss, predict, outline. So if we try to analyze something, the task might start with the verbs contrast, examine, identify. If our intention is to evaluate something, then rate, recommend, justify, assess. So it's it comes from more from the CLIL-based class, but this circle is really helpful when you need to design the task like really quickly and to present it to the students. So feel free to use it if you follow this approach. And my final slide goes with a phrase that I've been thinking of over the last 3 years since our collaboration with the Leadership Academy. We tend to repeat that one never goes far alone. And it's the motto which gained a new sense since the war in our country started. But alongside the sad and tragic experiences happening in Ukraine now, it also gave us the sense of mutuality and community, irrespectful of whether it's the peaceful time or wartime. We're all able to create changes and to make our world a better place. We're all able to raise the future leaders and to raise the people who are able to take the responsibility for their actions and the responsibility for their country. And having a word, which I believe is the strongest weapon in our arsenal, we're capable a lot. And we are able to fight with the word for the truth. We're able to speak the words of wisdom around the world, having the same weapon, a word. And thank you so much for being with us today. And thank you for giving us the chance to speak the word of truth around the world with the only word and having this expertise. Thank you, and let's remember that every tomorrow starts today.
Thank you, Jana. As you can see, we have these comments like, thank you, it was really nice, very interesting, informative, and positive. Then I can show you, thank you for useful presentation. We have Georgia here. Thank you, Georgia, for joining us. Yes, Batumi. Hello, Tamara. Really happy. I'm really happy to see you here with us. Thank you for supporting us. So the presentation is really amazing. And to be honest, I have some ideas what I can use even here, because I have some ideas what I can create. You know, Ukrainian teachers, actually just teachers, we always can arrange something wherever we are. So your presentation gave me some kind of special idea, which I would like to deliver here in this country.
Great.
Yeah, thank you so much. It was interesting and cool. Thank you guys for all your comments. They are really important now because, yeah, definitely we would like to be sure that everything what we are doing today matters. Yeah, thank you so much. Hello from Tbilisi. Just so many comments. And yeah, glory to Ukraine and glory to heroes. Thank you, Jana. And
thank you so much, and have a productive day ahead. And it's great to be part of our language instructor community. And thank you so much for reuniting with us and for making a difference in our country, especially today.
Thank you. So if you'd like to, you can join us on YouTube, and we'd be happy to see you in the comment box there. Thank you.
Yeah.
And I'd like to remind you that it was Yana Kazachenko from Kiev. And actually, another aim we have here during this marathon, if you feel like you would like to get more information concerning this particular topic and you can see this real professional, so please do not hesitate and contact us or contact Yana directly and arrange some kind of teacher training session where she can share with you all the details how to use this TBL in your classrooms. And to be honest, it's exactly what happened to me. You know, these days are hard. We lost some students. I mean, we did not deliver the lessons as we used to. But anyway, I got a message, for example, from my Brazilian colleagues who said, just like, you know, Eva, would you mind delivering a teacher training session? I know what they're doing. Really, I'm really thankful because this is the way how they would like to support me. And yeah, definitely it's not for free to work for the company. So if you feel that you would like to invite Ukrainian teacher, even for one session, to work with your staff, please feel free to contact our presenters, or you can contact SR Teaching and Learning, and we will connect you with the speakers. Yeah, thank you so much. And yes, I like this comment as well. So, and we keep going. So the next person who is going to deliver her presentation is Evgenia Kostenko. And as you can see here, almost every slide will contain this QR code, which you can scan and donate immediately. And I would like to tell you my huge thanks to the people who just donated. So Ms. Gulnara Gurbanova from Azerbaijan, thank you so much. I know you were the conference presenter in Kiev and Lviv, and I know how much you love Ukraine. Thank you so much for your support. And thank you, Ms. Irina Anishenko, for donating. Thank you for standing with Ukraine. And now I'd like to invite our amazing speaker. The background of this presentation is the first time when I heard about Evgenia Kostanka, the words were like, this person knows everything about technology, and it happened long time before the pandemic. So meet Evgenia Kostanka.
Hello. Thank you for
Hello.
such kind words. Yes, I'm really honored to hear such comments, and I was truly inspired by the invitation to this conference, because we truly are all professionals. We can have a lot of words there, and thank you again. Yeah.
Thank you. So let me know when you are ready, and I'll add your presentation to the screen. And here we go.
Yep. Thank you. Yep. Please. Right.
Yes, please.
So, before we start the whole presentation about all these games and all the online services that I'm personally using, I have a few comments to make. First of all, not all the games might work for every single lesson, not for all the ages. Most are like universal, but some of them are there other ones. And to kick off everything, please remember that we're not only like a sitting presenters, we're also like kind of like a little bit active and everything. So that's why, for those who are in the comments, for all the presenters to come, what I'd like you to do is actually, can you put your hands like this? Can you put your hands like this? Yep. So even though I don't see you, then put one finger like that, like both of the sides, and like that. So this is actually the sign of love in sign language. So that's why I'm sending you much love to all of you, like to enjoy the presentation.
Thank you so much. I've just done it. Yeah, I believe it. Correct.
Yeah, it's just like the rock sign, but actually this is the love sign in sign language. So yeah.
Okay, wishing you luck. So everything
Thank
will
you.
be okay.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so since we're talking today with you about a lot of tricky games for students, not only tricky, they are just interesting and everything. I totally tell you like to take maybe some screenshots of that, but by the end of the presentation, you will have the whole link out there. So like the one that you, not link, but the list of the links that I'm using, plus maybe some extra with about which we can have a talk about. So first things first, there are 7 most important principles in online lesson, and some of them Jana has already mentioned in her presentation, because basically we are building our presentation, our lessons around some tasks, around some like projects and everything. But we must remember that we must have a clear goal. We must understand how will it help our students to communicate, what there will be an impact, and how it will reward them. So, but most of that, like all 7 stages are there. So like clear goal, enhancing social interaction, storytelling, which is really crucial for especially like younger generation of students, and also atmosphere of winning. This one could be tricky because like, you know, everyone is trying right now to tell like everyone is the winner and even the participant is a winner. Not exactly. We must teach them how to lose, like with dignity, and win like with dignity as well, not to mock anyone around. So based on these particular principles, I have developed maybe some like algorithm or something. We usually start with the kids with something which is like really like a usual routine, as we just did with you with the little thing, and also like in the end of the in the end of the lesson, we also say something like goodbye, see you soon, and everything. Like we have like our special gestures for this or this. Yeah, and they really like it. For the games that we are not going to talk about today is Quizlet, Wordwall, Quizzes, and Kahoot. Why? Because these are kind of like already the regular practices. I feel that I use them in almost every lesson, and they are nothing to like too special about that. And I think that like most of you are aware of how to use the Quizlet, Kahoot, Quizzes, or Wordle. If you want another session, you should contact Eva, and she will direct you to me or something. But generally, there are loads of free trainings about those. I will tell you about some of the games which maybe are not so common, or maybe there will be another way how to use them. So first of all, there is the first one that I want to talk about is Bamboozle. This is one of my favorite ever tools to use. This is something like the Jeopardy plus the tasks plus the cards, and it can be done in pairs, in open class, in groups, and everything. They have the subscription, they have the free package. Free package is actually like more than enough for the regular teacher, but if you want to have a little bit more of the functional, so you can go and subscribe, and it's actually not that expensive. First of all, what you do, you actually find the game. There are loads already ready-made games. You can create your own, you can edit some of the games that are out there, but generally you can find whatever you need. But before that, I make sure that you must be aware that you must check the tasks, because sometimes tasks contain the mistakes, or maybe there is some Thai language included which you didn't expect or anything. So you will have a game preview with all the questions, and then you will press this little red button play, and there will be the choice how many teams you want, how many questions you would like to be shown, like 9, 10, 15, 16, 24, whatever. So like it depends on how much time do you have during the lesson. And then after you have denoted that, so you choose the team going, like they choose the card, and then they open this card, and there is the question, and they have to answer it. And if they answered correctly, you press OK, and they get the points. And if not, you press oops, and they don't get the points. So this Bamboozle part is really, really fun to use, like with the youngsters, with teenagers, and also with adults. Just make sure that you have not like simple questions out there. It's good for warm up. It's good for the little like an icebreaker, and also it's really cool for the grammar activity and everything. People are using this also, like not only in the open class. I like to use it also in pairs or in mini groups when they are in the breakout rooms. I'm mostly an online teacher, so you can use it like that. If you're using it for offline classes, they can do it from the phone, and it's actually absolutely free for them to use. They don't need to register, they don't need to do anything for it. Just go, you just send them the link to your common chat, and they are working. And while that, you of course are monitoring, and everything is looking good. So but this one is, again, bringing some competition to this part and bringing something for you. Another one that I really like for the collaborative work and for dictations, and maybe for some gaming element, is the Whiteboard FI, which was developed by the Kahoot company. Not everyone knows that about these boards. These are temporary boards that you are creating for your class, for online class. Be aware that these boards, if you're using the free version of the Whiteboard FI, you will get for only 2 hours. I think like it's about 2 hours that they are saved. So make sure to make screenshots if you want to send them as a result, or if you want to keep it like for your memory or something. Yeah. However, there are loads of things that you can do in this. So if you created a new class, you send them the link, and you can do something like the art project. Like you can see, like some of my students have done. This was actually the picture dictation. I told them like a coat, and they draw the coat, skirt, and others. Yeah. So it's just like the picture dictation. It can be the not just for the dictation. They are looking only at their boards, and they can do. Also, you can use it as a regular dictation part. So as you can see that there are some just words. This is actually from my teens. Yeah, as they were like doing some checkups and everything. Plus, you can do this for the tests, for anything basically. So Whiteboard FI, again, has free functional, and it has the subscription part. Subscription is also like around $6 a month. I'm personally using the free version. I'm more than enough with that one. And this is really cool for checking the words, and children are not stressed out about, oh my God, this is test, this is dictation or something. No, they are absolutely all right on everything. Yeah, so nevertheless, this is some part of it. Another way is half a crossword. If you just Google half a crossword, the first website that comes up to you is actually the one that you're looking for. It's also something like a dictation, but you do not tell this to your students or for the spelling activity. You're telling them, oh, right now we're going to do like the crossword in pairs. So student A, student B, and they have to fill in everything out there. So we just basically fill in your word list, make screenshots of everything, and they have to explain like, what's that? In the top part of each card, so I made the screenshot only for the first two. So first part, there will be actually the explanation what they have to do, how they have to do it. So like what questions should they ask and everything. And it can be done for any level, for any age. My adults do like crosswords a lot. Yeah, as I told you, like in the word world, there are also a lot of options for their crosswords, but here I think like it's one of the great options, not only for online class, but also for the offline class, where you have to just present and they give to you and they work and you're just listening. And it can be done in the breakout rooms, and it can be done in the open class, but really depends on like how many students you want to involve into this. Right, this was the half crossword, like kind of similar to the dictation, again, spellings and everything. Two of my favorite, absolute favorite websites to use is Jamboard and Genially. I repeat that, I'm not the fan of Miro. Absolutely, I don't know why. I just like Jamboard. It seems to be a bit simpler to me, and I, like to create a separate folder. I know that you can create separate boards there, but it's not for me. I'll be honest with you. So I will be talking to you about these two wonderful, wonderful, wonderful resources that I have found, and they have been like the greatest tool for different purposes. Well, let's start with the Jamboard. Jamboard can be used just like a board, and you can make some questions with the kids and everything with the color coding, and then you can create not only one like link out there, like slide there. You can create 3, 4, 5 slides depending on how many students you want to involve again, and send them the link. However, if there is a big issue, if students are using the phones, the tablets, or anything like that, they have to download the application, which is free. It's a Google application, and register through the Google account or Apple ID, whatever they have it there. So it's absolutely free, and then they can move different things. They can add something to it. As well, so this is just like the game part, right? So also this can be done like for the categorizing if you want to work them in groups. So this is another screenshot from my students where they had in pairs to categorize the things. So side note again to the word wall, where they also have categorization and everything. You do not follow what they are doing. In this way, you see what is moving, who is moving, how they are doing this, and everything like that. So, and afterwards you can open one of the slides and have an open class discussion, which is really cool. It can be used as well for the individual work. So this one was done for the group of adults where they were refreshing something. And I'm pretty sure that you can recognize it from, this is from the English file. People were just remembering those phrases that we had, like phrasal verbs and stuff, like dominoes. You can do this in the offline class, of course, if you cut it out. I found it easier to do it in the online version, and it is reusable. You can just change the name, and people are using it and using it and using it all over the place there. So, which is really cool. On the Jamboard, you also can do something like the assessment. Well, that little cat was added by my student. And again, there were 8 students who were doing some reading, and in that reading there were a lot of like word combinations that they had to take a look at, and as you can see, he signed it, he worked with this, and everything is fine. So like, and you can monitor all the works at the same time, and just like leave a little note, like as you can see the pinkish one, check number 6, like, because it was not that exactly what he wanted to use like in the first place, but later it was. So generally that's like that. In the Jamboard, what I also like to use is actually a lot of board games that you can take them from the ready-made solutions, like from the Busy Teacher, from the ESL, different, like there are plenty of the websites where you can take the ready-made board games. However, in this case, in the Jamboard, it's not very convenient, as you can move accidentally the game. You can, of course, create the background of the website, but it's actually it will take a little bit more time of your preparation. And you will need to use the roll die, so like online dice. I think like this one is really, really cool and free object if you're using, and you have to use it like separately. For example, I'm using it usually on the phone, or encourage my students to use them on their phone, and then they are doing these tasks out there. For the board games, I actually think that generally is much better, because as you can see in this template that I have picked, there is the dice already inserted into the board game. So it's like only one, snakes and ladders. There is also Jumanji. There is also just simple counters and everything. But what's important is that in this absolutely like free game, like this is from the free subscription in generally, you can have interactive pointers, you can have interactive roll die and some instructions and everything. This is actually the screenshot from the game that I have created for the reflection from with my students. We are reading with them The Hobbit, and this was for some chapters that we have read, just to refresh, to remember and everything. And when we were playing, there were also like little counters. If you can see, like there is like little circles, and if you point to them or if you click to them, there is also like, why won't men of the lake town stay with the dwarves and everything, and they had to answer. It's actually really interactive. You can do this in the breakout rooms, you can do this in the like open class and everything, but in the open class it wouldn't be like so children driven or something, or students driven. But again, there are loads and loads and loads of things for the board games to adapt and everything. There is one more thing to tell about generally, and unfortunately I cannot show you, but in this slide you can see that there could be a lot of escape games in English. In the QR code or in the link below, you will see this is a trial. Actually, I have found like a simple one, but you can add as many questions as you want. You can add as many questions as you want. You can make it as a quest. I did it as a quest to the younger students when we had like Christmas time lessons where we had to enter the code to unlock the toy factory and everything. So like there are a lot of escape rooms, which are actually really tricky. If you think about it, this basically the test, but you make it a little bit trickier, and you make it a little bit more fun to the students, that they play it and they go for it and everything around. As for the rest of it, we talked with you a lot about the storytelling, and Voki is one of the cases where the children could create their own avatar. Also, this is free, and there is the paid version for it. Free is enough for a lesson, and that's enough. So you can create any avatar. But what's cool about the Voki, which I like more than the others, is that you can enter the text, you can add the other voice, and children could hear what their avatar is saying. So like everything that they typed, it's good for the storytelling, it's good for different kind of things and everything. So like, but again, it's just to spice it up. It's not like 100% to use it like in every single lesson, but it's cool. Another thing that I like to use for the storytelling is Emoji Maker. This one is a little bit simpler, and I like to use it with the younger students. I mean like 7, 8, 9, 10 years old. Like the others could already go for the Voki ones. Here they use the base, eyes, brows, whatever. So like whatever, when they learning the parts of the bodies and everything, they created something like this. This is again from my students out there, and they are just creating what is up there, what's their mood and everything. It can be used actually as a warm-up, it can be like used as a filler, it can be used as a test, it can be used in any kind of way. You know your students better, so you know how you could use it in this one. Right. Another one that I wanted to share with you is actually, it's kind of like already conglomeration of everything, like the connection, ABC, ESL games, and Anglomaniacy. I'm pretty sure that you are aware of some of this, especially maybe about Anglomaniacy, but ABC is actually a really cool tool for online, where you have a lot of online games. For example, this one was Shamrock Hunt, that was the screenshot taken. And there are a lot of thematical games. However, you can also find printable versions of the games there. Also, there is the free version, there is the subscription version. They are kind of similar. In the subscription, there are a little bit more quality content. I mean, like the game could be like spread to the full screen, not like a little screen and everything. And in ABCA, you can create different cards for congratulating their parents, moms, and everything out there. So generally, that's just one of the cases. In the ESL games, it's a little bit more, ESL Games Plus, I mean, it's a little bit more academic-wise, and you can see that there is the kangaroo, and that, and that, and actually there is, you can just type in comparative adjectives, and there will be the whole bunch of games of it, and this is, as I told you, is a little bit more academic-wise than the previous one. I mean, like about this one for fun, but it's really cool and I really like it. And children already, as I told you, are used to Quizlet, Kahoot quizzes, that this could be a little bit spiced up with this, and they do not perceive it as a test. They perceive it as a game, which is actually our goal, to trick them into thinking that they are not doing the test, but they are doing something out there, so that they do not have that stress out. In the Anglomania, see, there are a lot of printed versions. There are a lot of interactive versions of different games and everything. So you have to go just there. As I understand that this website is Polish. Pretty cool one. I do recommend you to check it out at least. Right. Another thing that I want to quickly say is that about writing. Writing is actually a little bit more difficult to organize as a fun activity for the students. Natalia will be talking about writing for exams, as I remember, and it will be a great session. Stay with it. Yeah, but writing, I provide through Padlet. I really like the Padlet one because students are not thinking like, oh my God, I have to write it or something. Well, they are developing their computer skills, which is actually really important in the 21st century. And there will be right now a screenshot from one of my from the group of one. Oh my God, from one of my groups of teenagers. Yes, so where they practice and they keep all their writings down there. I made the screenshot only of this part, but there are all the rest of the writings a little bit below, and we're making comments to each other. We're doing some other error corrections and everything. This is really cool stuff, and basically for the teenagers, because when we're talking about the youngsters, I tried, but this is what happened. They started posting a lot of pictures, and instead of writing, like you can see, like in the middle, there is a map where she was traveling, this girl, and basically she was also like telling, like, I went there, I was there in the comments, but it wasn't supposed to be like that. However, well, you got the idea. So this is really cool thing, where to take some inspiration, of course, from your books, I mean, like for the writing. And there is a cool website, which is Writing Improve from Cambridge English and Writing Exercise Co. UK, for different prompts to start writing, to write in the one way or in another way. It's actually like amazing part for it. And all the links to all the websites that I have just like ran through, actually it was more like a run through or marathon, yeah, so are by this QR code or in the link below. This is DIGO, or Digo, I call it Digo usually. So there you will find all the links, plus some online stopwatches for the online dices, for some extra games, for everything around it. Please remember, when we are talking about the online games for the class and during the class which we're using, please always ask yourself a question why you're doing this. Because if you're doing it, like, oh, I need to make it more fun, and just, like you're learning about the past participle, I don't know, like upper intermediate B2, and suddenly you're giving them the game just out of the blue, like on the one of the websites that I have shown you, and it wouldn't be meaningful. So all the websites that I have shown you, like which are again on this by this QR code, like in the list and with the little comments from me, they are like they should bring something to the it's like additional tool to you. It's not like the full-time tool for you. There should be it. And if you have any questions, please feel free to ask them. If you have any questions later, you can go to my Facebook or my Instagram. I'm mostly trying to answer these days, yes. So, but that is it. That is what I have to say. Yep.
Thank you so much. And the last comment is exactly what I was going to tell you. Evgenia, you are amazing. Thank you. It's just everything what I haven't said right now. Thank you so much. And I'm not sure if you had any chance just to follow the comments on the screen, but yeah, actually,
Not really,
you can read, the feedback is here. You can read the feedback. Great session and really, really helpful and practical. And again, you can see this is the word for you now. You are amazing. Yes.
Thank you. Thank
Yes.
you so much. We all are amazing. And again, thanks again, and sending to you all again love, 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 and peace and glory to Ukraine.
Yeah. Yes, thank you so much. As you can see, yeah, and this one, look at this. Wow, it was awesome. Yeah, so practical. And yeah, look at this. Incredible. And thank you, Miss Nelly, for your comments. Thanks a lot for such wonderful options. You can see you rock. This you're going to present just in a minute. Yeah, you're really great. And again, your special word for today. You're amazing. Could you send the links? Miss Nelly is asking. So,
yeah, sure, of course. Yeah, I will send the links.
So what we are going to do after the marathon finished, we're going to collect all the presentations from our speakers, and you will get a letter from SR Teaching and Learning and all the speakers. This letter will contain first the link where you can download all the presentations. I mean, those speakers who are willing to share the presentations. And definitely we are going to issue a certificate. So what you will have to do, you will have just to print your name, and here you go, because I do wish you to have something that can remind you, you stand with Ukraine. Thank you, Evgenia, for your presentation. That was really, really amazing. And I'd like to invite you to join us on YouTube. And actually, if you wish, you can share the link in the chat box. So the teachers are waiting for you there. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day. Bye-bye. Okay, and now we are going to continue. And I'd like to remind you that every speaker on this slide, actually each slide contains this small QR code, which you can scan, and you will find yourself on the page where you can donate to Ukrainian army. This is what our marathon is about. Why you should do this? Just because, think for a moment, if we can buy something like a bulletproof vest for one single soldier who will defend hundreds of Ukrainians. So this is kind of, even if you donate $1 or 5 or 10, 100, anyway, you make this step towards our victory, and you can feel that you save Ukrainian lives. Thank you so much. So I'd like to invite our next speaker. As you can see, Miss Natalia Zachinska, who is really professional in exam preparation, and this session should be really precious. Miss Natalia, hello. How are you today? How's your mood?
Well, actually, I'm honored to be a part of it, like to be part of this, I might say, outstanding event. And thank you again to you, Eva, and to Estar, and to everyone who joined. And thank you, everyone from the comments and from all over the world. Despite time difference, you're all here. So I'm honored to be here. Well, and thank you for having the floor from Eugenia, because as she said, writing might be my part of work. So I'll be happy if you find some useful tips from it today.
Yeah, and here you can see the screen, so your presentation is on the screen, and I wish you luck. I'm pretty sure that we'll get lots of useful tips and tricks how we can prepare our students for exams, because I know that you prepare students for all kinds of Cambridge exams, as well as our national exam in Ukraine. So I wish you luck, and I'm looking forward to your presentation.
Thank you very much. So again, greetings to everyone. And to be honest, I'm proud of being part of this great event, and I hope that I'm sorry for my voice. I hope that we'll raise enough to protect our soldiers. And nevertheless, that's great opportunity to see all of our colleagues due to the circumstances we don't see quite often. So let's work. I have 25 minutes as far as I know, so I'll put my timer on because I'm bad at time management and start. Well, as for exam essentials, I love exams. And to be honest, this is my passion. The thing is that there are a lot of different types of exams in Cambridge one and IELTS ones and IELTS ones and all of the state exams. And to be honest, it's very easy to get them, like get students ready for them. The thing is that to know the structure. And today I would like to talk about writing because the problem is what our students hate writing, especially for exams, because what we think and they think this is about grammar and vocabulary. And to be honest, it's not only about that. If to talk about exams, we have to keep in our head all of the criteria of assessment. And the thing is that for students, they are boring. Really, they feel like, why should I keep in my head everything? It's writing, it's already doomed. As for criteria, that's awful. And with years, to be honest, with trials and failures and with successes and again failures, I came across some of the emotions like which might help. So I hope that this session will be very practical for you. So let's start. First of all, I like taking different kind of materials from various course books, and I cannot say that some of us say like, oh, this course book is strictly designed only for this type of exam. This course book is an exam trainer. This one is just a general course. To be honest, everything can be turned into exam prep. So why to load yourself with dozens of different activities with like hours of looking for a perfect exercise? You can adjust anything to your exam-like prep. So this activity is taken from Oxford Exam Trainer B1. So obviously this is B1 level. It's for B1 preliminary, suitable as well, but also this is designed for our state exam, which is like, this is this freaking combination of A2 keys, B1 preliminary and sort of B2. But nevertheless, let's turn it into speaking. Imagine, I'm sorry, so that we are going to talk. Yes, that's a speaking speaking lesson aimed on writing. So the thing is that if you look at this activity, well, that's a quiz, right? And an interesting quiz, to be honest. And well, in fact, that's B1, but I was thinking myself like, oh gosh, what should be here? And while the students are giving answers to the questions in their pairs, imagine that's a great warm-up and lead-in activity. Are they focused that they are about to write something? No, because you don't say like, hey, at the end of the lesson, you're going to do this, this, and this. No, you say like, okay, let's come on, let's have a quiz. And what they do, they think of years, look at the vocabulary which they have there, look at language. That's our target language, right? The thing which is wanted during the exam, one of the criteria which is assessed language. Well, then they have a collaborative task and they do what? They discuss it. Again, they're discussing it. And again, as Yana said and Eugenia said, for those lazy students, well, in fact, it's not a big deal because a stronger student will answer that. On the other hand, still they are already involved into the process, right? One more thing, when they give the answers to the questions, they would like to check it. So you do the feedback and you check it and they're like, hey, I wasn't right about this. Oh, and that's great information about like a plastic bag and like what they know about the decomposing of it. Who knows? But still, you ask your students nevertheless to do the following, right? You ask them, okay, so to write out several things which were really interesting about you, or just ask from your friend, whatever. It's up to you how you're going to do that. Well, the other thing is that then you have questions, right? And these questions, again, first of all, they are discussed. And why after doing this activity, right, it might be a bit easier for those students who are low in language, though they are B1, but they are out of ideas maybe, to discuss it, right? And this is what student-based, as we all love. It's not about some kind of imaginary Bill who lives some kind in Hungary. It's about him, about the neighborhood they live in. And in Ukraine, as all over the world, the topic of being eco-friendly, yes, it's very widespread now. So they might talk about this. But after that, as to note down some of the ideas, like with the bullet points, but not with the long sentences. After that, take a look again at these questions. Yeah, how much of rubbish do you recycle? And even be ready that the answer will be like none of those. Then you may come up with another one. Could you recycle more? Or be ready to select, would you like to? And then why and why not? So I like Eugenia's approach of saying why, because while I at my lessons, all of my students ask me why. Every time why question gives a justification, because if we go to writing, the first step is our statement. The second one are our arguments, right? And arguments usually are why questions, why this statement is true, false, or is appropriate or not. So imagine the beginning of the lesson, they made a quiz. After that, they gave answers to the questions. They are already involved into the topic and they are still talking and they have already made some of the notes. Great, let's move on. What they have, you give them the blog post. A regular blog post on the topic taken from the book, but I like again Jamboard, as Eugenia said, right? And I put it on the Jamboard. So they have their book, but since we work online and even offline, I just project it to the wall or to the whiteboard, whatever I have, and we go further. So this is our classical way. We show them the text, right? And what we ask them to do, to answer the questions again. And if you see the questions again, these are 4 questions based on the specific information from the text. And what we do, why did people start dumping rubbish in the park? That's the first thing, the reasoning. The second, what did the local council do about it? Again, that's a situation, that's a block post. So they are creating a situation when our students will eventually need to answer it. What did the students do, and what happened as a result? So these are regular questions, but if you look attentively into the way how they are organized, they are logical and the information goes in the same logical order. So it means that this might help students to develop their thoughts in a logical way. That's important. Again, so what students do, I like this, multimodal tasks that when they read, they have to talk, they have to think, they have to develop their critical thinking, and after that, they have to produce something. And again, that's a writing lesson, but still, are they actually writing? No. And what we do next, right? I'm sorry for my low voice. So what are we doing next? We are asking them to come up with some of the ideas. For example, why did people start dumping rubbish in the park? They have this, they need to find it. And again, they are working on language, though there's also structure. What did the local council do about this? Again, they go further and look for this. So again, when they discuss it with each other, they are looking for the answers. Tell me, please, okay, we cannot do that now here, but comment it, please, right? So are they already working with the language and with the future structure of what they are supposed to write? Yes or no? Just from your perspective of great teachers. Just yes, no, not. I wasn't listening to you. Repeat the question. So anything. Hey. Okay. So they might be, right? And let's move on. Let's move further. Right? They are there. Yes, thank you, Jen. Because I thought maybe I'm wrong and that there is no streaming. Yay, they are already working on it. Yes, so they are logically thinking of what is going on there, and then you may pay attention to grammar structures, to some of the language structures that they need to see there. So then we move further, right? And we go. Yay, and there was supposed to be some one thing. So in fact, because this is the presentation in here, usually they don't see this orange thing first, right? I asked them to do the following. I asked them to work, yes, on the text. It's very important because again, for low-level students or for those who are very bad at writing, hate this, or whatever reasons are, they are doing the next thing. They are actually getting the language, the useful one, which they need. So imagine you don't see this orange thing. That's the first thing. The second thing, they see a text again, and again, go back to questions. They already read it. Yes, they have this first meeting with the text, and they understand what is it about, and then we go further. We ask them to write out phrases and verbs connected to the topic. And the thing is that when they write out verbs and phrases connected to the topic, they work again with the language point, which is very important, right? But again, they are taking out ideas. So even the laziest student will write out obviously something. Then they do pair check, and then you show them in on the whiteboard or any other device you're using to conduct the lesson. What words are there, right? What phrases are there? And they are topic based, right? So that these are lexical sets, and you may introduce them to lexical fields, which are really wider, right? But again, students don't need to know all of those answers, right? And names and notions. They need to have the vocab, and it's important. One more thing is that they write out usually it in yes in logical order from the very beginning to the very end. Yeah. So imagine now you take out the text or take away the text from them. They have these phrases, yeah, bullet points or or target language, and they did and blocking vocabulary. I'm sorry. And what they do the following: you ask them to retell it. That's great. Believe me. Again, that's writing lesson, but this is what? That's again, that's your speaking. Because again, both of those are production skills. Then go further. Imagine they are talking to each other and retelling the text again and again, again and again. And unless they revise that language, they recycle it. And it doesn't take much time because, in fact, it's not that much information there. And it's beautiful because, as Nelly said, they're picking up the language and even from each other, even if someone, the student doesn't use that phrase, another one will use it. And again, they're going again and again, working on that topic again and again, and still they're doing writing actually, subconsciously but unconsciously, but they're doing it. So let's move on. We solved the issue with ideas, and we solve the issue with language because these are two main ones. Then we go further. Actually, where writing starts, and it's important because here where your work starts actually. The students need to decide on the style. And if we talk about B1 preliminary, usually this is what they have: two tasks to write. The first one is an email, which is like obligatory, and the second one is either a story or an article. But article is very important. Everything connected to articles and blogs can be there as well, or response to the blog. Because as for blogging, we may have two types of blogs answered. The first one, oh, thank you. So the first one, that's a short note, but B1 preliminary for schools and for adults doesn't use it. And the second one, that's the open one, the open blog answer. So this is what we're about to talk about. So now we go to the style. And this is our students usually not main but minor concern, because they don't care about the style, and this is where we have to clarify it. That's why my students, they are always familiarized with the old criteria which they are supposed to face, and they take their notebooks and glue it to the very front page, because they need to know when they might be penalized. It's important because we cannot teach anything if they don't know why they are doing that. If I go back to Eugenia's words, right? Because why? So they go back to the style, and style usually it's semi-formal, to be honest. It's not informal and formal because that's blog. And they need to know that they might have some contractions, they might have some phrasal verbs, but nevertheless, it shouldn't be that emotional as informal one, and it shouldn't be too formal as official writing. Then we go to questions, and this is one more important thing. They fail understanding what they should write. Yes, for us, obviously, for us teachers, right? We are not in our learners' shoes. We say, okay, so here are three questions, go right. And some of us said, like, how can they not understand that? And they omit all the points. And this is, again, we have to teach them to be detectives. I tell them, okay, so let's seek for answers and 4 questions. So again, they do the following, right? They say that, say what you think about the action. And usually what they say, oh, I like it. That's great to sort the rubbish. I don't know, like recycling is important, whatever. And that's not enough, right? Because this is writing. And I ask them, okay, be a teacher, an examiner, and think, would you like to have this short phrase, or you would like to have 2 good sentences? Like, I ask them, think what they expect from you. And believe me, for the third or fourth lesson, they start understanding that that's important. And I show them that you lose dance if you are not appropriate in your style. And then I say, is it fail, not fair? And they say no. And I say, and ask for questions. Actually, I ask them to assess as well. So when they see that there are questions and a great text, but questions and text do not correspond to each other, and they say like, "Hey, but the language was great." I said like, "Yes, that's 1/4 of the mark. So please, language is great. You're gonna get 25%, and that's beautiful." So questions. And the second thing is that describe a similar experience you've had or heard about, right? And I ask them, so is one sentence enough? And they're like, well, no. I said, like, what should be the first sentence? I might say where I went. I said, like, okay, but that should be some kind of a statement phrase. So you need to say something general in the first sentence so they could understand what is going on there in 3 more sentences after that. So paragraph should be also logically organized. And again, that's the boom, because I say, oh, I never thought about that before. And I say, yes, it matters. And when they start designing with the first tiny little paragraph and then go to the text, that's beautiful. They say, explain. And I say, okay, do we have some special words for explaining? Do we have some certain types of sentences which really go to explanation? I say, do we have some special linkers for explanation? And this is what we deal through many lessons, right? Because they need to know why they are learning each specific term, each specific language, where they use it. And here, as writing, yes, logically at the very end of the unit or any last activity of the lesson or pre-last ones, unless it is a writing lesson, that works great. And one more thing, word count. That's important that they need to know what is the word count. Because what happens usually? Like, just tell me that you never had it. I won't believe you. They say, oh, you need to write at least 150 words. And some of our students write 75, others go up to 200, and it's not over. And they're like, hey, but I'm writing. And I say, yay, but again, there are strict limitations, and you have to follow that. So, as for theory and the boring part, this is the most boring part of the lesson, because then you give them this. I like it. To be honest, I was thinking of how many things we have to show to our students, how much time they lose while they are brainstorming, and how much time they lose when they start writing. Because usually they pay attention to the reaction, maybe to the first paragraph, they write a lot, dozens of sentences, beautifully formed with nice language, but when it comes to the second paragraph, or even to the closing paragraph, or any other type of writing, they're out of ideas, they're out of language, and they start repeating themselves. They have disorganized ideas, and also they start repeating ideas, or something which they stated, for example, in our case, as the blog post, into their reaction, doesn't correspond at all to what they are writing in the paragraph. And after that closing paragraph, or when we write letter or whatever, closing remarks, they're like completely out of the topic, and that's the problem. So I came up with this table. I use it for our ZNO. This is our external independent assessment language test in English. I hate it with all of my heart, but I am even a co-author of one of the books for this, because it's not logical. And the thing is that I came up with that kind of table. It's already adjusted for my students. And then I saw that, okay, why not to use it to any other task? And it works. So remember, we are about to write a blog post. Answer, it's very important, that's an answer. And the first thing is our reaction. So I go back. That's their reaction and what they think about the action. So adjectives are here. And the student needs to decide. That's idea. Like, you may call it whatever is suitable for your students. I call it an idea. I say, like, you have to state clearly at the very first point whether you agree, disagree, or in two minds, because it's also possible. The second, they need to tell me the second. I tell them, okay, look up. If you agree, write several of 2 or 3 words to say how you can agree. You may write some intensifiers. You may write anything else, but do not write as we used to write the brainstorming, all of the words they know how to agree. No, they need two or sentences and that's it. Then they go to grammar. I say, if you say I agree, so you're going to say it in present, in past, in future. Yes, as simple as that. CCQ, easy. Says, oh, you are about to say it in a conditional way, or maybe you're going to say it in a passive voice, whatever. Just decide on one. Then link us. And I say, remember, cohesion and cohesive elements are the most important part of writing. They don't know, to be honest, the difference between cohesion and coherence, but I tell them always, so how you link the words and ideas in the sentence. And I say you have to make it logical through the whole text. So paragraph 1 shouldn't be about pumpkins. The second one about nuclear power. And after that, you say that you love dogs. It's not logical. And I say, this is about this. So use one or two. Then I go say, okay, let's go back to paragraph 1. And I even write them the number of sentences. I say, you may adjust +1 or just say, keep to the lowest point, but please, yeah, do not do like 10 sentences into paragraph 1, 2 sentences in paragraph 2, and like, oh, okay, that's nice, to paragraph 3 as a closing remark. No. So if we go back to paragraph 1, we see the following: describe a similar experience you've had or heard. And I say like, okay, so the question is in present or past, because again, that's important. They say past, so I say here as your vocab. So will you use anything of future? Roughly, no. Maybe some predictions for future, yes, but it depends on the level of the student. I say no, so here you write past tenses and everything you know about past. Here, again, you decide on the idea. You need to choose one or two. For example, the neighborhood was, what we say, was absolutely, I don't know, polluted with everything around. Or the second one, again, you said like, oh, the city mayor was or used to be a fan of, I don't know, sorting. So one idea is great, and then write several sentences of this. When they decide with the idea, then vocabulary will come up with that, like on its own, and go back to the lesson. They have vocabulary for this, so they just choose several phrases of words to describe the idea. Again, some of the linkers, and it's very important. Linkers can be official, can be semi-official, neutral, and can be informal. So this is us as teachers, where we need to be very careful about this and really distinguish between official, semi-official, and not official linkers, because students take it from us. And if we say, to my deepest concern is informal, students will use it and they'll lose the events. That's the problem. The same you do with paragraph 2. The same you do with closing paragraph. Again, they decide what's the idea. They narrow down the vocab. They narrow down the grammar. And for them, the only thing which is left to put those words using that grammar into sentences. And it's clear. And it's very, very easy for them to do. And believe me, my students have the highest scores at writing. And I used the same approach when I was taking my CPE and have C2 in writing. That's true. And the last thing, how to have a feedback. Many of activities, but the first thing is, if you have that stage as the last one at the end of the lesson, you can have a homework. Why not? You ask students to write the blog post, answer, and design questions on the writing assignment. So just several of the questions, but they should be specific questions, WH questions. And when the students go back next time to the lesson, you may ask them to do the following. Remember, we were working on vocab. You may just make it as a vocabulary for them to learn or revise next time. And while they are reading, very important, these like blog post answers to each other, pair work, they are listening and noting down only the phrases connected to the topic. Again, they are revising and recycling some of the good bad ideas, many of the activities. Also, I like this rephrasing stuff, like, because I like rephrasing, that is my passion. So you can do that, and you can have this at the end of the lesson, like at the end of the presentation, you can download it, and this is already, like, the whole ready plan for your lesson. You can rephrase it, you can work on delayed error correction, you can work on using many other vocabulary language ideas, grammar ideas, or even style ideas. So that's easy. Just the thing you can adapt now everything you want. And positive feedback criteria check. That's important. When you get your students ready for the exam, you need to show them the criteria and you need to show them how they are assessed. And they, with your help, can assess each other. It won't be like, an accurate band, but that would be something they are aware of. And thank you very much. I do appreciate your attention. Timing was good. And Slava Ukraini, glory to my country and glory to you for your support. And thank you again.
Thank you so much for this wonderful presentation, Natalia. And as you can see, just I always try to pick a comment which can represent my state of mind. So here we have, that's genius. I can't add the word, but I would like to tell, yeah, that's really genius, simple, easy, and genius. Thank you so much for this presentation. Yeah. Natalia, thanks a million. As always, it was super informative, cool, and inspiring. Yes, thank you so much for it, because the topic is not that easy, and we know that as usual our students are not the fans of writing, just because they have different kind of excuses why they are not. But anyway, it's in our power to make it easier, simpler, and even to give them the chance to enjoy writing, because what I know from my own experience, as soon as they're into writing, they can't stop actually. They want to write, they want to blog post, they would like to share their ideas in English language. And nowadays, for us, in this information war, is also really important for our students to spread the word. Oh, I can see that Mr. Adriano Zanetti is here from
thank you.
Brazil. Thank you for joining us. I know that the time difference is really huge, but you are here. Thank you for your support. Yeah. Thank you so much, Rimas. Thank you. Thank you, Miss Nelly. Yeah, Brazil is here. I know. Thank you. Thank you, Miss Inna.
Thank you.
Yeah. And again, thank you so much. Thank you for being with us. And during your presentation, we got one more donation. Yeah, and I'd like to announce the name for sure. So the person who helped us, Miss Irina Didenka, thank you so much for standing with Ukraine. Yeah, Natalia, thank you, Natalia. Yeah, as usual, you see, today, despite of this war, you are the rock stars today. Thank you, educational rock stars, let's say. Thank you so much.
Everyone, thank you.
Yeah. So I'd like to invite you to join us on YouTube, and you can mingle with teachers online on YouTube. Who knows, maybe someone will have some kind of questions. And what I'd like to do now is to share a short video with you, because as soon as our students got to know about this marathon and the main idea behind it, that we are going to raise funds for our army, they couldn't stay indifferent in this case. And they asked us to share this short video. And while watching, you will see that our students are also involved into this, let's say, support and into this standing with Ukraine.
Hello, my name is Artur. I am Plastun. I belong to Ukrainian National Scout Organization.
Right now, we are in the supermarket collecting goods for our refugees that are currently in our city.
Hello, my name is Maxim. I'm Plastun from Ukrainian Scout Organization. Right now, we are in a Plast Center preparing a parcel for prematurely born kids.
In our Plast Center, we are collecting, sorting and delivering different goods to refugees and people who need.
We are helping refugees from different cities of Ukraine. They are from Odessa, Kharkiv, Mariupol. Nearly 5,000 people have already been helped.
For the safety of our citizens, we also renovated the bunker.
We are also creating camouflage nets to our soldiers.
Hello, my name is Ludmila. I am a teacher and mother of +2. This is a Ukrainian national scout organization. This organization is widely spread all around the world. And in these hard times, Belgian scouts have met Belgian Queen. They taught her different plus games and songs, and together they have collected 18 million euros to support military forces of Ukraine.
We believe in our country. Glory to Ukraine! Slava Ukraini!
Героям слава!
Thank you.
Okay, so as you can see, our kids are trying to support military forces of Ukraine, as well as they're doing lots of things in order to support refugees who had to flee. And, you know, that's not easy thing to be even around the people who lost their houses and actually who had to go through all those heartbreaking moments. And I'd like to invite a teacher who you've just seen on the screen and who's dealing with these youngsters who shared the video, and it will be some kind of short interview for a couple of minutes for you to get to know more about what teachers of Ukraine are doing now. It's not only about teaching, believe me. So let me introduce Miss Lyudmila Karmazina from Ukraine, the city Mukachevo. How are you, Lyudmila? Thank you so much for this video, and thank you for these kids who are willing to share with teachers and to tell teachers that we are next to you and we are doing great because of you. So how are you today? How's everything?
Hello, everyone. Thank you for asking. Our night was great without air alerts. It didn't used to be like that before. So thank you. We are okay.
Okay, Lina, I know, because while fleeing from Kiev, I had to visit my colleagues. Thanks for having me there. So I visited Lviv and stayed with my colleague and my friend Olga Zhdan, and then I had to flee to Mukachevo, and I stayed at Lyudmila's parents' place, and I witnessed actually what teachers are doing there. So could you tell me could you tell us the tiny schedule of your day? Because I know it's not only about teaching. What are teachers doing now?
Actually, teachers are at this frontier and they are trying to do anything they can. They are at the collecting sites, they sort humanitarian help, they create these camouflage nets, they work with kids. So they try to apply themselves whenever they can.
Yeah, and what about you? Just you know, I do like those general stories when we can say just everyone is doing that, but there is the hero of the story. You are my hero. So what exactly you are doing there in Mukachevo?
Thank you for that. Actually, I can't name myself a hero. Our heroes right now are ZSU, our military forces, and people who are in these hot points. So I personally worked in call center. My friend has created this call center during 2 days, and there are only volunteers who work there. So people who fled from Kyiv, IT specialists, other lawyers, teachers, I don't know, other people. So they are all in this call center, and I worked there. Now I had to give it up as I have to continue my teaching.
Yeah, and that's really great. It was so inspiring for us to get to know that that part of Ukraine, like western part of Ukraine, finally could come back to that educational process, even if it's online. But anyway, our kids, they are still with their teachers. And for those who think just what the call center is doing, because I had the chance to visit that call center where Lyudmila was working. So what the call center is doing, it's like a calling help when people who are fleeing from different parts of Ukraine. They call all the time asking where I can get the support, where I can get some kind of shelter, where I can spend my nights, where I can find any kind of clothes, because you never know, what should I do if I don't have any documents, how I can get actually, do I have the chance to flee somewhere else, what should I do with my kid, how I can find the place where my kids can continue their education, and all that stuff. And those people, they're so multitasking, answering all the questions and connecting people with other people, and also they get support from what I witnessed exactly. So there was someone who called from Poland and offered support, humanitarian aid. So this call center found people who could deal with that humanitarian aid and to deliver this aid to particular refugees who really need that. So Ludmila, I really wished people to see you, and I really wish teachers to see that being a teacher is like having that huge heart, and when your country is in need, you are ready to do whatever you can in order to support your country. Thank you so much, Ludem.
Thank you, Eva.
And thank you for that wonderful video. And I hope you will join us on YouTube in the comments. And I know, can you send a link to that video with Scouts to show my students, if Ludmila allows?
Yeah, definitely. Sure. Definitely.
Yeah, sure. So we will send the link. I will send the link later on in our email with all the presentations as well as with your certificate. Say hello to your mom and your son.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. See you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
And we have to go further. So I can see basically, if only you could see my panel, you would be surprised, because this is some kind of a spaceship for me, and I can see the next speaker, and I really look forward to this presentation. So the next speaker is Maria Verebets, and as you can see, the topic, Alternatives to Classroom Teaching, Rewarding Jobs in Education. This topic is really important, and probably after this presentation, you will get the idea why it's so important, especially nowadays. Hello, Maria.
Hello. Hello, my dear colleagues.
How are you today? I do hope that your night was okay without any alerts.
Yeah, that's true. We didn't have any air alerts, so it was a great night. I'm ready to deliver my speech, and I want to start.
Okay, thank you for joining us. Thank you for agreeing to be part of this marathon. And I'm adding your presentation so you can see it now.
Thank you.
So wishing you luck. See you after your presentation.
See you. All right. Hello, everyone. Of course, I want to start with a big thank you to those who came here to support Ukrainian ELT community, to those who donated their money, and to those who wanted to spend this Sunday with us. I have to warn you that, unlike my colleagues, I'm not going to talk about methodology today. I want to share my experience, but you need some story before I start. When I first conducted this speech about alternatives to classroom teaching, it was mostly related to the topic of burnout, because I had many colleagues who asked me how to deal with their burnout, and was the point that at some moment of their lives, they realized that they don't want to be teachers anymore, or they didn't want to teach in a classroom. But today, I hope this topic might also be a ray of hope for those who lost their jobs because of the war. So let me show you a brief story of my teaching path. It all started when I became a university graduate and I got my first job. Of course, the first money were not that big. I earned like $3 per hour, and it wasn't sufficient for my life. I couldn't afford even food for myself, but we all start with something. Let's take a quick look at the path, and then I'm going to continue in detail. So the next point was when I became working at a part-time, combining 3 jobs at once. Then I did tutoring, and then I came to the additional education. These led me to edupreneurship, the educational entrepreneurship, and to my first info products and mentorship. And now I am at the point of ESL learning architect and instructional designer. We are going to talk about it a little bit deeper later. And of course, I'm trying to do my best as a teacher trainer. So let's start. I don't think it is a secret that if we have not enough money, we are really close to no motivation and burnout. And at the point when you are at the lower stages of Maslow's pyramid, you cannot think about more sophisticated topics like career development or some achievements. So as I've already mentioned, the start of my career was not that brilliant. I couldn't afford basic things. So at some point, I found myself realizing that I'm not proud to be a teacher, that I felt deceived. Why should I have spent that much time on becoming a teacher if I cannot afford the basic things? So I started looking for some prospects, and it wasn't that easy for me at that time. So I decided to change my job and to stop being a teacher. A year later, I realized I didn't want to leave teaching. So I had to find some solution, and I started investing some money, some additional money in my education, and started Googling. Googling generally is one of my best recommendations for my all colleagues. It is related not only to the methodology knowledge, but to any questions you have. If you Google thoroughly, you might find some interesting points. When I started Googling, Google said that I can do tutoring, create learning materials, become an HR specialist, become a private school admin or owner, or become an interpreter or translator. I'll go from the lower part. I have never wanted to be an interpreter or translator. I am a philologist. It's a different set of skills, and I didn't want to develop my skills in that way. So this point wasn't that useful for me. Becoming a private school admin or owner is not that possible when you don't have years and years of experience, or when you don't see yourself as an owner of one school. So this point was also not that useful for me. Becoming an HR specialist, it wasn't that popular at that time when I was looking for some additional job or job related to education or somehow utilizing the skills I have as a teacher. So I was afraid to try, and this point wasn't that useful for me too. Then I came to the point of creating learning materials. Again, I didn't feel that confident that I am the one who can do that. Hello to the imposter syndrome. So the only point that was left for me was to start tutoring. And that's what I did. If you had such a similar experience and you understand what I'm talking about, when you feel lost, you want to change something, but there are not many options for you to choose from, please put a plus or a yes to our comments chart. Okay, so I decided to become a tutor. It was quite easy for me. I found many students. I've got more than 40 hours of lessons a week. And at some point, I realized that, again, I want more. I want to develop, and I want to improve my skills. And a friend of mine suggested me putting my CV to the IT company where they were looking for the corporate teacher to conduct lessons for their employees. So I gave it a try. I wasn't confident at all, but the only thought that gave me power was that even if they say no, I will ask some feedback and then build my further development based on this feedback. So if they say I have not enough experience, I'll get more experience. If they say my English is not that good, I'll improve my English. So I sent my CV. I had a demo lesson and I got my first job as a corporate teacher. A year later, some other IT companies found me and asked to conduct lessons in their companies too. So at some point, I found myself conducting more than 40 lessons a week, which was a huge number. And of course, I got to the burnout again. So lessons learned. Again, I started looking for some opportunities, and thanks to my job in IT, I learned what transferable skills were. Some of you may know that there are hard skills like your knowledge of methodology, your knowledge of the subject, but there are also some transferable skills. We sometimes call them soft skills, those that you can take from one profession and move to another one, or from one job and move to another one. You acquire that, you acquire these skills, and then you can use them in another context. If you have never thought about it before, take a quick look of what the transferable teaching skills are. I believe that not all of you realize how cool you are and how many transferable skills you have. Because first of all, it's hard for us sometimes to realize and to be honest with ourselves that maybe teaching in the classroom is not the thing I really want to proceed doing, or I want to reduce the number of hours I spent in the classroom. So what can I do? What else can I do? So here you can see the list of very important skills that might be useful in many professions. You can take a screenshot or put some ticks in your mind, which of them you are good at. I did it before I chose another approach. And I realized that my analytical skills are very good. I really like communication, and I know how to manage people because I had some experience before that. And problem solving is also one of my strongest points. So I came to another point. I wanted to develop my soft skills and hard skills, and I started studying a lot. I did my CELTA course. I passed the TKT certification. I did many courses in management and marketing. I wanted to develop in different areas, and then, like a Frankenstein, build something that can satisfy my career wishes or needs. So I studied a lot and I wanted to share. This is how my blog appeared on Instagram, and I started sharing everything I learned. This brought two very important points to my life: my teaching community, the community of people who helped me, supported me, who were thankful, who were giving me feedback. And this also brought me some amount of subscribers with whom I could continue creating new approaches and thoughts. At some point, I realized that, oh, by the way, it was the beginning of the pandemic. I realized that I can help my colleagues to develop their tutoring business. So I consolidated all my knowledge, everything I acquired, into an online course for ESL teachers. It unified all my knowledge in marketing, in personal branding, in methodology, and so on. And it was really scary for me, so I decided to do some baby steps, and I did some research on my Instagram stories where I asked my colleagues, do they want such a course? In first 48 hours of registration, I've got first 50 registrations. I have conducted this course 3 times later, and there were more than 150 people who did this course. I've got really, really nice feedbacks. They were inspiring. They helped me to believe in myself. And this is how I came to the mentorship, because many teachers, many colleagues wanted to proceed working in the context of mentorship, and I started consulting in 2 areas, the methodology and the area of marketing. But in parallel, I also had my job as a corporate teacher in an IT company, and there was the opportunity for me to become the curricular writer, which I tried, and I was successful in that. Remember, I was talking about the analytical skills. Yeah? And after some years of experience in curricular writing, and again, education and more, I came to the position of an ESL learning architect, and started learning the instructional design. Let's start with these 2 points and then proceed to other jobs that I'm doing now. So ESL Learning Architect, what is that? When I first posted it on my Instagram stories, there were many of my colleagues who haven't heard about it before. To be honest, I haven't heard about it before too. So what do learning architects do? First of all, they are members of a bigger department, which is called either learning and development or training and development. Usually big international companies have such a department to address the needs for learning for their employees. And they develop different trainings and courses and learning agendas and other educational experiences. But in my case, I am responsible only for one branch of learning architecture, which is ESL. What am I doing? So generally, I think about anything related to English language learning in the company. As far as the company is the company's internal language is English, but the majority of employees are not native English speakers. They really need some training in English. 2 times per year, each of the employees has to pass some English assessment test to prove their level, or to prove that they have improved their level of English. So I am developing this test. I am developing the criteria for speaking assessment. I'm also writing the curricular, and I'm organizing this process. I'm also organizing different initiatives related to English language teaching inside the company. Why is it cool for me? Because despite the fact that I'm a private entrepreneur, with this job I've also got a social package and some benefits, which is not that usual for tutors, because when you are the tutor, you have to provide it for yourself, and it's not that easy, especially if you depend on the number of hours you teach. And this also gives me the opportunity to develop in different areas, for example, instructional design. Is there anyone who knows what instructional design is? Please put a plus or explain in a few words in the comments. I will proceed with that. So instructional design is generally a study on how to create efficient courses in any of the topics. It's not only related to language teaching. And it combines different areas, the synchronous, asynchronous learning, e-learning, which is very popular now. So if you are looking for some new areas, I highly recommend you to pay attention to the e-learning development. And as an English teacher, it is easier for you to jump into this instructional design because it is generally based on the principles you have already learned, the Bloom's taxonomy, different learning styles, andragogy, and many other things. So this is the area that is not well developed in Ukraine, or we call it a bit different. But if you're looking for the cooperation with some international companies, it might be very useful, and you might be a really valuable employee. So these are the 2 points I'm focusing on now. I'm doing a course in instructional design, and it really inspires me. I want to develop in that area. Below the instructional design, you can see 2 other areas I'm at. They are educational consulting and school management. Well, the educational consulting is something that is rooted in my blogging. Many people are looking for the trainings in methodology or marketing, and I'm delivering these trainings for teachers of private linguistic schools. Now I'm not doing that alone because I'm also a founder of an online school, Ordinary Teacher, Ordinary School, sorry. And I have a methodologist who helps me with the trainings. So this is my area of teacher training. And school management is what I'm doing with my school, finding the students, doing all the organizational stuff. This was not my dream job. I never wanted to be a school owner, but at some point of my life, there were so many inquiries on being my student that I was tired of saying no. So I hired other teachers to help me, those that I am sure are great professionals. And let's move to very important points. These are your guidelines maybe on how to develop your career without looking to the classroom teaching. So first of all, it might seem quite obvious, be ambitious. Don't think that you are just a teacher. Every teacher is more than a teacher. And if you pay attention to this slide, there are 2 sentences below at the bottom. And they are: ordinary people make big difference, and ordinary teachers can achieve big goals. This is generally my motto. My nickname on Instagram comes from this thought. My nickname is Ordinary, which is the combination of ordinary and Mary, my name. And I really believe that any teacher, whatever he is thinking about or she is thinking about himself or herself, can achieve really big goals, nice things, and many, many other points. So be ambitious. Don't be afraid to dream. Don't be afraid to say you are eligible for nice things. And then the second point, be honest with yourself. I see a comment, how can I find you? At the end of my presentation, I'll show you the nickname to Instagram. So be honest with yourself is, please don't be afraid to tell yourself that maybe being a traditional teacher, the one who teaches in the classroom, is not something you want. And you can look at the fourth point, don't be afraid to try and then leave. Because sometimes you don't know what you want and you need to try first. For example, you say, okay, hello ladies, today I'm not going to be a tutor, I want to be an instructional designer. You try being an instructional designer and then you realize it's not the thing, you want to return. So you just return. Leave the instructional design and return. The third one, don't be afraid to invest in your education. And here we are talking about time and money. When I started teaching, I thought that I will never do the CELTA course because it's so expensive and I see no point in that. But when I came to the CELTA course, I saw clearly why should I do that. And of course, I spent a lot of time on my education. That was really useful and I'm still doing that. And I'm not afraid to learn new things. One of my last points that I've learned was to develop websites. I mean, some simple websites with a constructor, but it was very useful and I felt proud of myself. Okay, and then the fifth point, baby steps. Remember, I told you that I created a course, and this course, it was scary for me to start the course. So I asked people who were already loyal to me, do they want it or not? It was my baby step. And when they said yes, I could proceed. So maybe creating that environment for yourself when you feel safe, where you feel safe, is that baby step that you need. Don't forget to network and build your teaching community. Yeah, this is one of the points that will support you at the darkest times. You can see now that we are here because we were the part of some teaching community. By the way, this is my first time conducting a speech for SR teaching and learning, but I'm very proud to be here. And the last one, create, clarify, and articulate or communicate better. It's very often that nobody will search for you and ask you to do something. It's more often when you want something, you clarify what you want, then you make a pack of for your idea, a package for your idea, you create some set of points that you want to share, and then you come and you propose. You say what you want, and maybe for the person you're talking, this is the best solution, and they don't even need to look for someone. So try to use all the tools of marketing, try to use all your ideas in a correct way. Create, clarify, and then articulate with your mouth. Okay. And here is my link to the Instagram, or you can send me a message, an email. Thank you for listening. We have like 2 minutes for additional questions if you have some. Thank you everyone who stand with Ukraine. Thank you for your donates. And I was really happy to deliver this speech today.
Thank you so much, Mary. It was really insightful. And, you know, sometimes we don't talk or discuss such kind of points. Like, as you mentioned, that's right. Sometimes we're even scared to ask ourselves, is this what I really want to do? Or maybe it's worth trying something new. And then, as you said, and you can leave and come back to your previous ideas, maybe just to try something else and realize that, yeah, I do miss teaching in a classroom, or I would like again just to turn into something else. Yeah, and yes, thank you so much for your comments. As you can see here, thank you for useful and valuable advice and tips. Thank you, Maria. Thank you, Ms. Antonina, exactly nobody is going to give things on a silver platter.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, as we have just that, if you translate that saying, yeah, like money doesn't grow on trees, this is like the same wish. You should do something if you'd like to achieve what you want to achieve. Yeah, and that's it. I can't believe it's your first speech here. You're so practical and constructive. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. Yeah, and thanks for inspiration, because really it was so much inspiring. Thank you, Adriana. Yeah, it was fantastic.
Oh, wow.
And teachers are amazing and great job. And hello, Pema. Yeah, thank you so much. I admire you. Thank you, Sylvia. Yeah, and we have even some kind of confession here. It took me 4 years to come back to school and understand that that is my destiny. Yeah, we all have our best. Yeah, thank you, Mary. You're amazing.
Oh,
It's
thank
like
you.
amazing is the second word for this marathon, and your speech is fantastic. And here are people who love teaching and get pleasure from
By the
it.
way, I want to leave my last comment. I hope that with that speech, you're going to realize that you have to be proud. You are teachers.
Yeah, that's true. As we always say, every teacher matters. So here it is. As you can see, even this marathon can prove this idea. Whatever happens in our lives, we are here doing our job, sharing our knowledge and supporting each other. And you can see how many teachers we have in our chat box watching this conference from different parts of the world and donating and supporting our Ukrainian army. And I'd like to say thank you to Miss Tanya Tkach, who has just donated some of money. And ladies and gentlemen, I send in the chat box, I send the link, so you can copy the link and donate. Yeah, also you can track our progress there, because everything is transparent and you can see the amount of money we've already collected. Yeah. Thank you, Maria. And I'd like to invite you to join our chat on YouTube.
Thank you.
And if you guys have any questions, or if you'd like your school, or maybe you have your ELT community to work on this topic more, so please contact Mary and invite her as a teacher trainer or a consultant, and she will share her ideas with you in more details. Okay. Again, I'd like you to know that the next presentation will be delivered. It will be a pre-recorded video, because we had that options, because you never know what's happening in your city and you can't predict what to expect, to be honest. And all of us speakers being in that chat group we keep our fingers crossed that you, our participants, you won't hear that alert messages together with us live. So Arima is helping and volunteering, and as well as delivering her classes. And she decided to record this video. And again, fingers crossed that technology is not preparing any surprises for us. But anyway, I want you to know that this recording will be uploaded to our YouTube channel. And again, I will include the link for you to watch it again, if you'd like to, into the email, which will be sent after this presentation, together with your certificate, together with the link for this recording, and together with the presentation from the speakers. So fingers crossed. I'm trying to share this video now. And hopefully everything will be okay. And another thing is, I do believe that everything will be okay, and you will see the real process, how teaching is happening now during the wartime. Yes, sir.
My name is Rima, and I'm so glad today to be with you. When we previously spoke with Eva, she told me that I might share anything what's on my heart, and that's so precious. I just wanted to say that I keep staying here in Ukraine, and I keep finding ways to teach my students and to volunteer. In the summertime, when we were about to start the new school year, I thought, what would be a good theme for this year? And I thought about a theme, you are a hero. So before starting the new school year, I had a meeting with my teachers, and I reminded to them that they are heroes, that they have power, that they can make change in the lives of their students, that they can build relationship with parents. I spoke also to the parents and encouraged them to be heroes in the lives of their students. We also spoke to the students and told them that they are young heroes, that they can make a lot of changes in their lives. But morning of February 24th has changed a lot in our lives. And we never thought what kind of heroes we would need to be. You know, when you hear about the war, that's one thing. But when your country is having it, it's completely different. No kind of media can show you the real situation and what is here going on. What are Ukrainian people facing daily? The children who are being killed, the families who need to leave their homes, innocent people who have no way out. But we know that we will go through all that. And we as educators and teachers would try to find the ways how we can continue teaching and continue doing what are we heroes in. And you know, during this month, there were some things which I notice are very, very important in our teaching. Today, I would like to share just 5 of them. 5 things which will be not new for you, but which are so important for the kids. So the first thing I would like to talk is about communication. Communication has been lost between a lot of relatives, friends, children, and their parents, because a lot of people, they were without connection or they had to leave to the other country. To restore the communication, you have to build this relationship, to build the connections. So now, when you have chance to have your lessons, involve some activities where children would find out about each other, where they could speak to each other, where you could also have some personal time with each student. And when there would be hard times, the students could communicate with you. Also, a lot of Ukrainian children, they spoke on chats to each other. The teachers kept chatting with the parents, and this was how the communication was still going on, and some of them had to reconnect. And the first thing I did for the parents of our school in the first days, I think on the second day, I recorded the video and I told them that wherever they go around the world, they could still get in touch with us. I am still their teacher. I'm still concerned about how are they doing. Also, we could communicate and become stronger with the teacher colleagues. And because of this, even this marathon is here going on. The other thing how communication has helped us is that we could communicate to a lot of parents and colleagues, partners and colleagues around the world. We got in touch, we supported each other, and it was a great help for us in the beginning. The second thing I would like to talk about is relationship. So communication and relationship. Relationships are just crucial during the war. The worst thing is to be left alone. So students, they need their parents. Parents, they need teachers. But teachers, they also need someone who would support them. Psychologists call it like an umbrella principle. We need someone. We as human beings need each other. And so we as teachers, we have to create close relationship with our students. So when they would have a need, when they will be under the stress, or like now our kids, they got a trauma, we could help them. We could be near and show that they are not left alone. What did we do in our school? For that, before switching to offline, we let the kids one day come here to our school. Our school was open all day long, and they could just come here and spend their time here in the classroom where they used to come. And you know what? This was so important. Kids could just come, hug their teachers, and do in the classroom whatever they wanted. I mean, like they could express themselves. Some of them were drawing, some of them were doing some crafts, some of them enjoyed playing some games they played previously. Some sang some familiar songs, which they usually sang here in the classrooms, but they felt that somebody takes care of them. They are needed. And this step was very, very important before switching to education, coming back to it. And the third thing I would like to talk about is routines. War causes chaos in our life. First days of the war, I could not even sleep, I didn't want to eat, and I did not have a schedule like I usually have in my life. And the faster you turn back to the routines you have, the faster you could see that the life is going on, that there is still so many things that could be done. And that's why it's so important to develop routines in your daily classroom life. Just now, scan your class, see what can be done about that. Maybe there are some classroom management issues which could be done better. Maybe you could do some practical strategies in another way, and which would work better with your kids. Just practice that daily. Improve your daily routines with your students step by step. And you know what it helps? It helps to feel the power. It helps to feel that you are on the same page with your students. And mostly students, they want fun and some rest, but make this fun ordered. And what is a good help for me, and what helped us when we got back to our lessons after the war has started, it was whole brain teaching activities. You can Google and find a lot about whole brain teaching. When the kids came here back to the class, it was hard for them to concentrate. And when I just rose my hands and said, class, they said, yes. They remembered the routine they previously had. Or when I showed the mirror, and they turned mirrors on, and they were just repeating the key phrases we were learning like we did it previously. These routines, establishing these routines and practicing them daily helps to children to see that they are in school, that the lesson is going. And what else we did that we had, because it's the wartime, we had to add few more classroom rules and some safety rules. We practiced them first few lessons, and later the kids were confident in that. But also the other thing that we as teachers had to keep in mind, now the focus of the lesson was not only on education, it was also about their social and emotional feelings, and even when they had to have a lesson in a shelter, we have developed routines, and it has not been that big problem for them to get concentrated and know what's going to happen there. Yeah, you might have some routines even in a bomb shelter, but to provide kids with that kind of routines, you have to practice daily at your lessons having routines. So communication, relation, routines, and emotions. we had to contact some specialists like trauma specialists, children's trauma specialists, and play therapists. And we are so glad that experts from all around the world help us to find out what would be so important to know for to us as teachers before starting the lessons and teaching our students. And you know, before we turned to the lesson, I felt more confident because now I understood more about the children in Ukraine. What are they feeling and how can I build my lesson? And teaching about emotions is very important. It's important to teach kids what kind of emotions they are feeling, how can they cope with them, and telling them that they are not alone. These things help kids to open and go through. And now when we plan our lessons, we include some free play time activities, we include some crafts, we do a lot of singing, we do breathing activities for their muscles to relax. We do some exercises, and these things help them to concentrate for some time on their learning, switching from one thing to another, like concentrating, relaxing, and helping coping with the stress they have, helps children to overcome all that circumstances and turn back to education. And the fifth thing I would like to talk about is your inner person. Just imagine everything you had in your life is ruined. You lose it. What's left? Just you. And if you have something inside, you can share it with others. It's so hard to help and manage the kids, manage their emotions, their feelings, if you cannot cope with yourself. That's why your inner person is so important. Think about your inner person. And my hope, and that which helps me keep confidence, and especially in these days, is God and prayer. God showed me through the Bible in the hard times when I heard air raid sirens, when I could not feel asleep, when I felt some fear in my heart. He showed me through his words that I am not alone. He's taking care of me. And it was so encouraging. And you know what? Now, instead of wasting my time on fear, I can spend this time helping others and showing love to them. I don't know what kinds of situations you are facing now in your life, but know that you have power. You are not alone. Think of your inner person. And I hope you never know what is a war. May God bless you.
Okay, here the video you watched from Rima. Unfortunately, we are having some troubles, and the final part of the video you'll be able to watch a bit later, because as I promised, what we'll do, I will upload the video on our YouTube channel and you'll be able to watch it till the end. Anyway, you've had the chance to watch how everything is now in Ukraine, and such amazing teachers are doing their great job in order to support students and give them the chance to continue education. Yeah, thank you, Miss Nelly, for these words. You said that teachers inspire the whole peace-loving world now. Yeah, they do. Thank you so much for your support. Yeah, and this presentation was delivered by Ms. Rima Buchek from Chernivtsi, Ukraine. So as you can see, the presentation is education during wartime. Is it different? She wasn't going to share with you is it different, whether it's different or not. I do believe that you can see the difference nowadays. But the main message which Rima was trying to deliver, you are heroes and you can rely on yourselves, and you know you are really heroes, and please keep caring about your inner self and be strong. And since we have such huge ELT community here where we can support each other, I will keep asking you to support us. As you can see, there's QR code. You can scan this QR code and you will find yourself on a page where you can donate. It doesn't matter how much you can donate, because these are hard times for everyone. And I'd like to thank you, to thank these people now who just donated. Miss Svetlana Habrin, thank you so much for your donation. And Miss Lilian Nichiporuk, thank you so much for standing with Ukraine. And I want you to know that so far, our account shows that we've already collected, and I'm really thankful to everyone here. We've already collected $3,916 US. Thank you so much for your support. And we should keep going. So the next presentation will be delivered by such an amazing teacher and tutor and blogger, Miss Inna Piankowska. And you can see the topic, 5 tips for a freelance teacher that will pay off no matter what. I definitely understand the reason why this topic is really important nowadays for us, because after this war started, lots of teachers lost their jobs. Nowadays, we are trying to recover, finding all the connections, and we are trying to search for some kind of additional lessons. We support each other definitely, and again, if you feel that some kind of the topic here is really interesting for you or for your school, you can invite the teacher, and this teacher can share with you more ideas on this particular topic. Or, as you've heard before, like that early stage Polish school, they said that they're willing to hire Ukrainian teachers. So the same, you can do the same. If you are ready to do that, just please contact us and we'll post it on our social media, and then you will go that recruitment process, like interviewing teachers and all that stuff. Definitely, it's not about just I hire and then you have someone. Yeah. Anyway, so you can see this QR code, magic one. So you scan it and you go to the page where you can donate and support Ukrainians. So this is the moment when I'd like to invite Miss Inna Piankowska. Hello.
Hello.
How are you today?
Good. Actually, when Rima was presenting, I was honestly on the verge of tears. So it took a few minutes to pull myself together, because looking at all those kids, and like teachers trying to do their best is definitely inspiring. But when you realize, the story behind it, so it's heartbreaking too. And I'm also very happy to be among these amazing teachers today who have delivered their presentation already and who are to deliver them later today. It's such an honor to be part of this amazing event. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'd like to ask you to share your screen because I can't see it yet. Probably it can take like a couple of seconds. And while you're doing that, I can see those wonderful comments. And thank you so much. You have a power as a nation. I do believe that every nation has this power. Just the thing is, you should be true and real you, and you can spread that love all over the world, no matter what. Thank you so much. These words are for Rima. Rima, I'm pretty sure you'll be watching it a bit later and enjoying these comments. Having a lesson in a bomb shelter, yeah, that's just our reality. And
is it working?
No, I can't see it yet, but if you'd like to, I can share it from my computer. So
oh, sorry. One moment. Okay. So here we go.
Yeah, is it processing, like uploading? Yeah, I can see it. That's super.
Okay. Okay, great.
So, can you make it in the presentation mode, please?
Sure.
Okay, here we go. Everything is perfect. So wonderful speech, and I know that it'll be something really amazing. So see you after presentation.
Thank you. Thank you. First off, I'd like to thank everybody who's joining, who's donating today, and those who stand with Ukraine. Whenever I have to speak at the events like this, I always try to base whatever I have to say on my experience, my reflections, and the insights I get from what I do, from my professional activity. And I'd like to share a little story behind the choice of today's topic. The thing is that this February, the beginning of February this year marked 3 years of my journey as a teacher blogger. I started teacher blogging back in 2019, and it was an important decision in my life. And it was important because it led to another important decision, which was to make a huge shift in my career. In 2019, I had been working at university as a university teacher of English for around 15 years. But then I decided to become a freelance or a self-employed tutor. And this was obviously a huge shift and change in my career and in my life. And blogging was a great part of it because it helped me to realize a lot of important things about my profession. It helped me to get to know a lot of amazing people who inspired me to take this important step. So as long as one of my principles is practice what you preach, actually the choice of the topic for today's presentation is based on everything I had to go through myself. So when I was 6 months into my teacher blogging, I decided to make another step outside my comfort zone and do something for my audience. And I decided to do a live stream on Instagram, which would concentrate on my insights and reflections that I could share at that point of my teaching and teacher blogging journey. So when I was thinking and deciding, making my mind about the topic for my today's speech, I decided to revisit my notes that I made for this Instagram Live back in 2019. And when I did so, I made a decision to remaster all those points because I found out that they still retained their relevance. They are still worth sharing. And even more than that, I understood that all of these points have become an integral part of my professional self. So without further ado, I'm giving you the first tip, and that is embrace your experience. By the way, I'm going to accompany each tip by a nice quote that reflects its essence and that I constantly draw inspiration from. So embrace your experience. If you only do what you can do, you never have to worry that someone else is doing it. It keeps you from competing. It keeps you looking inside for what's true rather than outside for what's popular. So when you find yourself in a situation when you need to change the context of work, perhaps you, just like me, you were part of a state, like you were the employee of a state educational institution like school, university, and you decided to go freelance. Or perhaps you used to work with kids and decided to start working with other age groups, or to stop working with kids all alone and only focus on adults. So it depends. So the thing is that when you find yourself in a changing context, you might fall into the trap I did when I was facing the same situation. So the thing that happened was that I decided, as long as I start a new type of career, it means I need to do everything from scratch. I took a bunch of courses to prepare myself to working online, working with adults, things like that. I decided I knew nothing because everything I was going to do was something else. But the thing is that it was a trap. Once I started working on all those courses, I took, workshops, webinars, I understood that a lot of the facts I got to learn was something that I already knew or maybe had a different perspective on. So so when I realized that, I decided to adopt a different strategy. Instead of thinking that I need to start learning about everything from scratch, I decided to actually reflect on my skills and knowledge and strengths that I already had, and make sense of how I can use it as my asset, right? So instead of thinking that turning over a new leaf requires from you doing everything from scratch, try this approach instead. Reflect on your strengths and understand how you can use them to build on them. So you obviously keep learning, you keep developing, but it's much easier and much more rewarding to do if you have something to build on. And it's only after this then you can cut off something that you think doesn't serve your goals any longer. You can leave behind certain beliefs or replace skills that no longer feel as a part of your new professional self. So these are a few ways you can do this. So you can list, as easy as that, list your qualifications, skills, and experience that you have gained throughout your professional life, throughout your career. But even more than that, think about all the ways you can build on them and how all these skills and experiences can come in handy for you in the new learning, I'd rather say working context. Another thing to consider is asking your former and current clients or students what they appreciate about your work. Obviously, when we understand something about ourselves, it's really precious. But when we get another perspective upon what we can do for others, how can we help them achieve their goals, it's no less precious. And finally, analyze the requests you get from your potential clients. I guess this point resonates a lot with something Mary or the Mary teacher mentioned an hour ago, I guess. So people keep asking you whether you can help them this way, but you feel that maybe there's something else you need to do in order to respond to this request. So understand what you have already, understand what you need to add to what you already have, the way you need to develop in order to cater for the needs of your potential clients. So, and if we perceive our journey in such a way, like if we embrace our experiences, like professional skills, and the knowledge we have gained to the fullest, and use it as a stepping stone to our next goal, to our like better version of our professional selves. So this is how we learn to view our professional story as a coherent narrative that unfolds and evolves with time. And I guess it's much more rewarding than just to perceive our professional experience as random quotes that could be meaningful on their own, but are hardly compatible once put together. So next point is the tip mainly, let your personality shine. The idea is not to be radically original. The idea is to differentiate yourself. Rima was talking about this inner personality, and I guess my point and what I want to like tell about this tip resonates a lot what she mentioned about it. So very often we think that our value as professionals lies in our ability to deliver great lesson plans to our students. Which is true, but there's more to it than just it. So teacher is not a function. So as like teachers and students are part of learning process, and in this process, the personality of a teacher interacts with the personality of a student. And as long as I work with adults, so I'm talking from this perspective, but I believe you can make parallels with any age group here. So we can have like today we see so many like brilliant teachers, like each of them has their own professional strengths or a number of strengths, but what sets each of us apart is our personality. This is something that makes us tick, and we should never forget about it. And especially it's true when we deal with adults, because principle of partnership, which is prevalent in teaching adults, that is andragogy and language coaching, another popular method these days, actually calls for us to understand our personalities to the fullest, so that we can exploit all the peculiarities of our personality, to the benefit of the learning process and to the benefit of our students and clients. Even more than that, your personality is part of your niche, right? So as I said, there could be lots of great teachers, but the personality is something that makes us tick. So I've seen so many wonderful examples where like teachers used the peculiarities of their personality as the way to narrow down their niche, or just to like niche down and like stand out as a brand. So it could be their passion for literature or poetry, for walking, for analyzing films, and so on. So we should never underestimate how much our personality can contribute to the success of the learning process. And another great point I got to know a few years ago as I was taking another course on andragogy is that students don't learn some abstract English. Students learn your English. So the way you speak English reflects your personality as well. And this is what you deliver to your students during your lessons. You show them your English, so your temperament, perhaps your special types of aesthetic, it all shines through the way you speak. So your sense of humor, definitely, right? So it's always like it's never too late to start incorporating more and more facets of your personality in this process. So here are a few tips that could actually help you like to understand how you can do this. Just for the sake of saving time, I'm not going to focus on these, but as long as you're getting these presentations after the marathon, you can actually explore these tips. Another point is connect with colleagues. The most valuable resource that all educators have is each other. Without collaboration, our growth is limited to our own perspectives. I guess like this quote 100% reflects, my idea about the significance of connecting with colleagues these days. These 4 ways how we can do this they exclude actually offline events, just because recently it's been only about online experiences. So I decided to focus only on these. So the first way to connect with colleagues is professional communities. So these days we have loads and loads of them. They're like free of charge, like Facebook groups or closed communities with like paid membership. Today, I'd like to actually mention two of them, and it's a way of actually shout out to my colleagues that are also trying their best to help teachers today. One of them is Yelena Mitunano. Like, she's a Ukrainian teacher who nowadays is based in the US, and she works internationally and runs the community called Smart Teachers Library. And today she's raising money to support financially her colleagues in Ukraine. Mariana Lisovska is the founder of Tutor Secret Club. It's the Facebook community for Ukrainian teachers of English. And like, she made another great step. She made her a community free of charge during the spring. So these two communities, I mean, are great places for teachers of English, and not only, because you gain access to a lot of wonderful educational materials that help you grow professionally as a teacher, that open access to number of workshops, and also you have the opportunity to ask for advice and consult your colleagues at all times. Another way you can connect with colleagues is through social media. So even if you don't run your own blog, you can start, maybe you're still not ready for the step, right? So you can start by connecting with your colleagues online. You can comment the post that resonates with you. You can reach out to people and say how much you appreciate their work, right? And by doing so, you can find colleagues with whom you're on the same page. And by doing this way, you can also present your points of view, and you can attract potential partners or potential clients as well. When it comes to setting up your own blog, I mean, it could be another logical step for you, because then you will be in the center of the community you are creating. As I said, like, for me, it was a huge leap that brought about a lot of wonderful changes in my life. And one more point here that I benefited from a lot, mentoring courses. So normally, mentoring courses are concentrated around questions that deal with, or that have to do with teachers' professional and personal well-being. And by coming together, during some online sessions or online discussions, the major lesson you draw from such courses or projects is that you are not alone. Whatever concerns you might have, whatever fears you might suffer from as a professional, they are shared by others as well. And this is a huge lesson. And when you learn this lesson through this meaningful interaction during a mentoring course, this can go a long way. So, important points for this tip. As you connect with colleagues, don't be afraid to ask for help if you need it. And later, obviously, it's a good way to it's a good thing to say thank you. Don't be too shy to express your appreciation and admiration, but you need to do this genuinely, right? So it's not about flattery, but it's more about being honest with yourself. If you see somebody do a great job and you're like, oh my God, I wish I could do this myself. I mean, now the moment you feel it, it's a great way to step out of your comfort zone and write this person, I liked your post so much, or I liked your, Instagram live so much. I like this point you raised. So like it never fails actually to contribute to this great connection you are making with another person and another colleague. And so be brave enough to see a potential partner, right? So by getting involved in all these discussions and sharing your genuine opinion, there's a good chance that you might find somebody to cooperate with for the benefit of both of you. Point number 4, silence your inner critic. Imperfections are not inadequacies. They are reminders that we're all in this together. So I really like this point because I can't speak for teachers from other countries, but it is definitely true for the teachers from Ukraine. They're great professionals, but they're very, they tend to be too perfectionist. They tend to be really hard on themselves and focus on little things they think they are not good enough at rather than big things they are good at. So in order to steer clear of this trap, a few tips that work for me and other teachers I know as well. So first, keep track of your achievements and small victories. So focusing even on smaller things, but things that actually positive changes, maybe something that you managed to do finally, even if it's a small thing. So it's quite rewarding. Work on the positive self-talk. So, self-talk is things we tell ourselves. And if we are overly critical, so it's a vicious circle that is difficult to break from. That is why talk to yourself the way you talk to a good friend you want to support and encourage. Another great way to divert attention from things you cannot do well as you think is to focus on the ways you can help your clients. And in this respect, I'd like to mention another quote by Elena Mutanana, which reads, people who come to you aren't looking for your demons, they're looking for help. And they want to be assured that they found the right person. So by focusing on how you can cater for the requests and needs of your clients or students, you stop thinking about how imperfect you still are. And another nice technique is developing an inner ally, which is taken from the book by Shella Richardson called Stand Up for Your Life. I'm not going to describe it in detail, but everything is presented on this slide. And once you get it as a follow-up to this marathon, you'll be able to study and use it if you like it. And finally, point number 5, make sure your cup is full. And this point is about taking care of yourself, practicing mindfulness, and make sure you have enough energy to cope with all the challenges you need to face. In this respect, I'd like to quote one of the most outstanding Ukrainian pedagogues, Vasily Sukhomlinsky. Teacher's free time is the root that nourishes all the sources of pedagogic creativity. So unless we have enough time off work, we can't deliver the best during work, right? So that is why it is important to take care of our energy levels and find the best ways that work for us the best. Because teachers' energy is not something to be taken for granted. It's not something that, let's say, is there at all times, but it is something that has to be taken care of and sustained and preserved. Teachers' energy is a magic substance that holds together all the elements of the lesson. It is also our tool of interaction with students. And as a final remark of this presentation and of this point, I'd like to tell you about these two wonderful ladies. One of them is Amber Harper, who is the author of the book called Hacking Teacher Burnout. And she runs the blog and podcast devoted to the problem of teacher burnout and how to avoid it and how to maintain the levels of energy needed to thrive as a professional. And another lady is my dear colleague, Maria Glazunova. Okay, sorry. In summer of 2021, she wrote and published her book, How to Reduce Your Time Preparing for Online Classes and Prevent Emotional Burnout. sorry, Marie is fine, but the thing is that she is based in Kiev. But after all the bombing started, she had to flee the capital. So now she's in a different country. But if you want to support Maria, I strongly encourage to buy her book on Amazon. So I'm lucky to have my own copy too. And by doing so, you have the opportunity to support her on the one hand, but also to open the whole new world where, you know, the most interesting teaching styles, like Dogme, for example, are connected with Maria's unique perspective on mindfulness and teacher well-being. And this is something she put together in her book. So yeah, so this is what I wanted to say. Thank you very much for being here, for listening to me Stand with Ukraine.
Thank you so much for this wonderful presentation. And I can see that people are saying, like, I like that quote. Let me find it. Yeah, definitely the presentation is bright and beautiful. Yeah, as you can see, this one. Your presentation is a total screenshot on my phone. Thank you so much. Yeah, really. And we had the comment from Miss Nelly from Georgia. These tips are really valuable, and I do like that one. Like, keep your cup full, which is sometimes really difficult sometimes for us to do it, because we are trying to care about all the people around us, but in the end we forget about ourselves. Yeah, and you can see, thanks a lot. You've been an inspiring speaker.
Thank you. Thank you so
And I
much.
can see that we have Mariana Lisovska. She's watching us
great to
as
see
well.
you.
So yeah, she could hear you and everything you've said about her community. And I can see that there was a comment that someone would like to join Mariana's community. Please do. It's always like inspirational thing to have someone next to you who can support you. Yeah, that's great. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
And here's the question. I'm sure you haven't expected to get this correctly.
The author of watercolors. Well, actually, some paintings like have the signature of the author on them, but unfortunately, what I was doing is just Googling sunflowers, watercolors, illustrations. That's it. Like, if there's a need, well, I'll do my best to do a little research and find.
Yeah. If it's really crucial for you, just we will do it and send and include into the pile of those important links. Yeah, thank you so much. Awesome tips. Great. Thanks, Czech Republic. Thanks for joining us. As I can see, I've just already counted, like, we have about 15 countries here, which is great. Thank you so much for standing with
Thank
Ukraine.
you, for having me. Have a great day.
Thank you. So, and we news. It's again and again, we had Miss Ina Pinkowska, and now we are going to have another wonderful, amazing speaker, Miss Marina Mironjuk. And I'd like to remind you that, hey, you can see this nice and tiny QR code. What you should do with that, you just scan this QR code and you will see the page where you can donate as much as you wish, as much as you can. Every single action matters. Any donation can save our fathers, our sons, our brothers, friends, relatives, colleagues who keep fighting for our freedom. And I'd like to announce that during the presentation, we've got several donations, and definitely I'd like to mention the names of these people. So thank you so much, Miss Elena Bashak. Thank you. What I can see here, unfortunately, just only your last name, Miss Alexandrova. But anyway, thank you so much. Thank you, Alex Kuchera. Thank you for your donation. And I have the name Olga, and then after, in your email, after dot, you have SEKLM. So unfortunately, I don't have your last name, but thank you so much for standing with Ukraine. And since we keep collecting money, raising money for our Ukrainian army, I should inform you that So far, we have 3,971.5 US dollars. So it means in $30, we will cross that point of $4,000, which will be sent to our Ukrainian army to buy all the equipment they need in order to protect their lives. So it means that your donation saves not only lives of our soldiers, but our lives as well, as they keep defending our lives and our freedom. And I'd like to invite you, this amazing speaker, which you're waiting, looking forward to listening this amazing speech. Here she is, Miss Marina Miranuk. Hello.
Hello.
How are you today?
Most everything will be fine because, everything is against me. The last thing was that my computer didn't want to work. So, fingers crossed, and everything will be fine.
Yeah, it will be for sure. And there is such kind of superstition that when your computer, something like that, is saying no to you, it means that this is the moment where you are growing to the next level. So thanks God it happened to you. It means that everything will be better than even you expect it to be.
I hope so. I do hope so.
So I do have a presentation. Yeah.
Yeah, can I somehow operate that, right?
Yeah, you can click the slides, whatever you want.
Okay, so actually why I have chosen this topic, because I would like, on the one hand, to bring us back to our normal life. On the other hand, that is connected to materials, the use of materials, and those teachers who are not now in their homes or in their schools, they have to come up with something to have good lessons and to make sure that students learn just everything needed. So a few words about me. Actually, that is me. And what is important, I have quite a lot of experience, and I hope it will help me to show and to share what I know, and to give you as many tips as possible, because actually I like putting quite a lot of information into my presentations. Well, if you look at the picture, this picture somehow resembles me in my past life, I would say. A lot of copies, a lot of handouts bring into the class. Because why? Why did I need all these handouts, all these copies? That gave me the feeling of security. I knew if I have a pause, I have a new handout, and my students will be working and working and working and doing everything. But now I don't think it's quite a good idea. And why is it so? So why do I need to bother and change anything? First of all, students, they need to focus on different skills. And a lot of different, not a lot, all skills have to be involved in the lesson, ideally, right? Moreover, if we give different handouts, we do not recycle necessary material, we do not recycle vocabulary or grammar enough. Then, if we again take handouts from different course books, let's say present continuous, we take from this course book, then from that course book, from another course book, bring it all together. But unfortunately, in different course books, one and the same grammar is presented through different context. And again, ideally, at the lesson, we need to have one context. And students have to see real-life application of material they're using. As for teachers, you spend quite a lot of time searching. You look at different additional books, you search the internet, it takes your time. Again, as I mentioned, context is different. And it's not kind of valid for online teachers, but if you teach offline, bringing a lot of handouts needs a lot of paper. But if you can exploit one material to just quite a lot, yeah, you save paper, you save trees, and you are green, let's say this way. So how can we do that? First, we are going to look at exploiting existing materials, the ones that we can find in the course book. And we will start with the reading. What can be done? Okay, if you know, lesson of reading consists of 3 parts. We have a pre-reading section, while reading section, and post-reading section. Let's see how much we can do at each stage. So, pre-reading. First, you can ask your students to share the knowledge on the topic. Let's imagine here is the course book text. The heading is Breakfast Around the World. So the first thing you can ask your students to do is to share their ideas, share knowledge, what they know about breakfast in different countries. It will help to prepare them for further reading. And they will speak a bit. Yeah. Also, you can ask the learners to predict, to make predictions based on what they see in the course book. So it can be prediction based on the pictures. It can be prediction based on the title, on keywords, or even key sentences. So here you can see that we have do something funny for money. Red Nose Day, we see some people with red noses, and we have some keywords. Raise money, a unique day, donate money, so on and so forth. So students, you can ask your students to make some conclusions based on that. And then, while reading, they will check if they were correct or not. Also, you can ask them to look at the questions to the text, or sometimes you can even start with true, false statements to the text. First, students look at them, discuss them, try to come up with the answers, and on the then they read the text and check their predictions. But it works only with the text with some kind of general information, because if it's a kind of story about people or imaginary story, it's not actually possible to guess if the statements are true or false, or to share what kind of your knowledge or experience, right? What else can be done? You have a text. In this case, it is text. So you see the title, Who Murdered Dildon Devdon? You can start with brainstorming lexemes. So you ask your students to think of the words which might appear in the text. So you write them on the whiteboard, on the board in the classroom. So as many as the students produce. After that, you might ask them to discuss this list of words in pairs and come up only with 5 most possible. And when they are done, they read the text and check if their thoughts, ideas were correct. Also, you can work with the text and ask them to read the beginning, predict the ending, read the ending, predict the beginning, and reading the middle of this text and predicting the beginning and the ending. And actually, in all the cases, ask your students to work at it either in pairs or in small groups so that they speak and share their thoughts and ideas. One of the options is in my case, you have to highlight or to shade every second line in the text. And again, the students work in pairs or in groups. They think what information is hidden. They try to guess what is included there, what is behind that line. right? Talking to each other, making probably some notes. And only then they read the text and see how their predictions were correct or not. So here you see the answer. Yeah? First, they looked at the text with only every second line visible, and then they check. And obviously, a lot of speaking can be done after reading the text. First, you can take the questions provided by the course book. Students reflect on what they've read, if they liked it or not. So there are the questions, right? But what else can be done? You can ask the learners to share their attitude to the text, if they like it or if they don't like it. Why not? The students may work on summarizing the text. So just the task can be, please, summarize using 1 or 2 sentences. So summarize using 6 words only. There can be some kind of class survey based on what they've read about. For example, if you again, breakfast around the world. First, you read the text, then you decide. Read the text about breakfast, and then there can be some kind of survey which breakfasts students in your class like the most. There can be some kind of role play. For example, if there is a text about a story about some story happening to some people, right? After that, you can ask the students to take roles and play these roles and just make short plays, short acting, yes. You can ask the learners to change the ending, to make it more positive, to make it more hopeful, or so on and so forth. And you can ask students to kind of retell the same story, but from different perspective. Again, if it's a story about, let it be a king and a knight, in the text, the story is from the king's perspective. Please tell the story from the knight's perspective. Yeah, fine. Thank you, Ned. Okay. Also, you can use something like comprehension dice. So there are questions on different sides of a die. The students toss the die and do what is given there, what is asked there. You can find a lot of them online, different, so you choose the questions you like more. If you're talking about grammar, because actually with reading you may say, come on, it's easy. What can we do with grammar exercises, with grammar tasks? And let's have a look at that. Unfortunately, I cannot, I don't know why I cannot animate so that you see only one line at once. So there will be quite a lot of text, but I will try my best to explain what I mean here. So let's look at this type of exercise. So what we have here, we have 2 similar texts about sport, about cheating. It's intermediate level course book, English file intermediate. And in each text, you have gaps. So originally, the students simply fill in the gaps, then retell the story to the partner, and make some conclusion. Well, let's see what we can do with that. First, yes, student A and student B, they fill in the gaps. Then students A together, students B together, they compare the answers, so check the answers, and you as a teacher give them the answer key so that to make sure that their answers are correct. After that, students learn their texts by heart. It's not necessary to learn every single word, but they have to remember the forms of the verbs, those that they put in the gaps. So they are learning. After that, you put them in pairs. Student A works with student B. Student A retells the story, the one that he or she learned. Student B is listening and taking notes of verbs. If student B wants to make notes of, to take notes of any other information, that's fine. But what is important is to remember verbs and their forms. And vice versa, student B tells their story, their text, and student A takes notes. After that, students A come back together, students B come back together, and they try to reconstruct the text. They're reconstructing, and one volunteer or one who is responsible just takes notes, they reconstruct it, look at the verbs, yeah? And the next part, actually, you give text B to students A with the gaps, and they do this task, fill in the gaps task, but in this case, they somehow can rely on their memory. So that is a kind of jigsaw reading technique, yeah, but with some issues here. Well, so as you see, with one grammar exercise, we are playing, I don't know, more, I believe 20 minutes or even more. What else can be done after that? You can ask students to write 3 questions to the text and ask their partner. Then you can ask them to add something into the text. It can be to add some adjectives, for example, to add 2 more sentences, to add a conditional sentence, and so forth, anything you like. With the same text, you can ask the learners to delete something from it. It can be prepositions, auxiliary verbs, pronouns, conjunctions, and those who teach exam classes, they just kind of, I believe, see that that is something that you can do to prepare them for use of English part, right? So students delete some words, then they give them these handouts to their partner, and the partner tries to reconstruct, to fill in the words deleted. Also, kind of exam, you take one sentence from the text and you ask your students to reformulate it using different words. Then, as homework, probably, your students can write a similar story to the one they were working with. And again, you might use it during the next lesson the way you want. And what else can be done next lesson? You dictate the learners the verbs from the text they were working with, and students again try to reconstruct the text. So quite a lot of activities, right? The only issue is, please do not do everything at once. Choose the activities that you like more, and just practice during the lesson, because too much work with one and the same text might be, just boring. Well, that is something that you can do with the tasks you have. Sometimes materials in the books are not enough, or they do not just satisfy you, I would say. In that case, you might think of creating your own materials. And those who follow me on Instagram, probably you remember that story. If not, that's nice. So here is the handout I created for one of my groups and for the students I had, I would say, unfortunately. But yeah, can you enlarge it a bit? Yeah, okay. So this is thank you. That is the handout I created. And just for you, for 1 second, to think how many tasks I did actually with my students using this handout. Just think about that. Just no need to write, but yeah. So actually, let's think. Let's look at that together, because actually I don't remember. So first of all, we had a vocabulary connected to some activities. So first, I asked the students to look at the pictures and to write the phrases. So I checked their vocabulary if they remember them. So when they wrote the phrases, I asked them to make sentences with the phrases using pronouns and using adverbs of frequency given in the second column. Then, when they did that, I asked them to write sentences which are true about them. So they looked at the pictures, thought of adverbs of frequency, wrote sentences true for them. After that, they had to ask each other, so they worked in pairs, and they asked each other using the phrase, how often do you blah, 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 and made notes about their partner. And after that, I regrouped my students, and they had to report to a new partner about their previous partner. So I haven't calculated, but actually that is what I did. I saved paper. I just revised with my students both vocabulary and grammar, and they spoke at the lesson. So that is kind of some of the ideas for you when you prepare materials, prepare handouts. Well, I'm not sure how long it took me. I tried my best to be quite fast. I do hope that you find these ideas useful and you can practice them at the lesson. If you have any questions about, or if you want me to share some ideas, I don't know how it works here. Yes, I don't think we have some time for questions, but still, there are some there is some information about me. Yes, my Facebook page and my Instagram page. So if you want, you can ask me there, and I will be happy to answer and to share with you all my knowledge.
Thank you so much, Marina, for this wonderful presentation. I can see that people are saying like excellent techniques which develop a conscious approach towards the target grammar. That was really nice. Sometimes we feel like we lack some kind of ideas, and this presentation is just a remedy. When you feel like you need some kind of inspiration and ideas, you can go and watch this presentation again. By the way, I'd like to remind you that Miss Marina, she's a teacher and teacher trainer. So in case you need any kind of training sessions, you can always contact Miss Marina. As you can see all the contact details. Just in case I don't know, if you can't connect with her, just feel free to send me a message and then I will pass you all the details. What is more, you are going to have the link to the Google Drive where you will find all the presentations. So another way for you to act is just to find Marina's presentation, to scroll down, to find this final page and to find her contact details. And then you can send a message or send her direct message or private message on Facebook. Am I right? Just I hope
Yeah,
I
sure, definitely.
yeah. Okay, thank you so much for this wonderful presentation, and we have to continue. I know that we a bit like have troubles with time, so we try to be faster now. Thank you so much for this
Thank you.
presentation. And if you have time and you'd like to, please join us on YouTube and talk to people. Maybe somebody would have some kind of questions. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you for giving me the chance to present here. Yeah, and have a nice conference. Yeah.
Thank you. So, and we continue as again, I should remind you that we have this tiny but really important QR code, which allows us to scan the QR code and go to the donation page where you can see what we've already collected so far. And I'd like to thank a very special person from Georgia, Miss Zinaida Zorbanadze, because I know her not personally, because we met online during the Content and Language Integrated Learning course. So, Zinaida, you've just managed and helped us to cover that point. So, so far we have $4,000 gathered for our Ukrainian army. Thank you for standing with Ukraine. And yeah, and I'd like to invite the next speaker, Miss Lilia Damashowitz, who's going to present the idea that if just in case you're bored with those match the word and its definition task, and definitely sometimes it's just for our students, it's not that interesting to have the same task all the time. So here's the way how you can deal or tackle this particular issue. So let me invite this amazing person, Miss Lila. Hello, how are you today? How's everything?
Hi everyone. Hi, so happy to be here. I'm good. I hope you're good too.
Yeah, just pretty well. As you can see, we've been doing it since like 9, I believe. Yeah. So, and I know that you have to share your screen. So, since I'm waiting for it, I can. Well, I'm waiting. I'm going to go through the comments. So many activities to be familiar with the text. Yes, great. TBL, pretty effective. Thank you, Adriana. Christina, very useful and instructive ideas. Thank you so much. Yes, I'm pretty sure Marina will be watching it a bit later. And Miss Marta, you are saying that asking about having the teacher training session with Miss Marina Miranyuk. You saw the contact details, so please contact her and get all the details how you can arrange that. Yeah. Yes, Lilia, I can see your screen. So should I? Can you hear the sound of fiber?
I did hear the sound, yeah.
So this sound means that somebody has just donated. And Ms. Ina Piankowska, thank you so much for your contribution. Thank you for presenting today and for this contribution. Thank you so much. So I'm adding your screen so we can see your screen, and I'll see you after your presentation. Good luck.
Lovely. Yes, so we are going to talk about some interesting activities that might be done in class instead of maybe sometimes a little bit boring matching definition tasks. My name is Lilia. I am an English language instructor. Currently, I'm teaching at Alla Sala colleges in Dammam. I teach English for academic purposes. I'm CELTA qualified. There's my Instagram blog that I enjoy writing whenever I'm free about English learning, teaching, and life in Saudi Arabia. There's my LinkedIn as well. I love connecting with fellow teachers all over the world, and I'd love if you connect with me there. Okay, so match and task are really, really common, and I want to be very straightforward here, is that I'm not here to criticize those tasks. They're absolutely amazing. These are great tasks to present vocabulary. I do them very, very often, and there's an example of one that's taken from English file up intermediate. There's the text with some highlighted words. There are the definitions, and the task is pretty easy. Students have to look at the words, try to guess the meaning from the context, and then they have a list of the definitions to match those. The task is really student-centered. Students are doing the tasks on their own, checking with their partner, and then discussing all together. It does reduce teacher talking time, as the teacher here practically gives the tasks, students are doing that, and then there is open class feedback. Another good point is that students do get used to these tasks, and the instructions, they get shorter and clearer, and students feel more relaxed, especially if these are low-level students. Sometimes they might get stressed, like, oh my god, what's happening, I didn't understand the task. But these ones are pretty easy, pretty straightforward. Okay, I have my list of my definitions, I have my text, I have my words. Okay, I'm gonna do that. However, still, especially if these are high-level learners, these tasks do a little bit sometimes get boring, and students might get bored, as far as we might do them pretty often, even though there are a lot of advantages of those. So I'm going to talk about 3 activities that might be done instead of matching definitions tasks. Okay, activity 1 is based on English file up intermediate as well. I have functional English here, talking about children books. Students have to watch 3 videos and then learn some useful functional language. Videos are pretty challenging, I would say, in terms of vocabulary, but the course book does not really give those words, to pre-teach or learn before watching the videos. So I would say that some nice lectures might be taken out of here and presented beforehand. My activity 1 is the following. So I have my phrases that I think as a teacher are useful to learn. But instead of the definitions, boring definitions, I decided to provide the students with 10 sample sentences, and then the phrases and words in bold are the synonyms of those words. Synonyms, sometimes definitions, sometimes these are paraphrased. And the task is the students have to replace the phrases in bold with the phrases below. Sometimes students have to change the form of the words as well. What are the advantages of this task? Now, instead of definitions, students learn some useful synonyms, which is very important. Paraphrasing is an important skill to develop, especially if you prepare students for some exams. Also, students learn the vocabulary with the help of the context, and context helps students understand the word or the phrase much better. Also, the form might be elicited here. Everyone knows that we teach vocabulary, meaning, form, pronunciation, and form might not be just presented by the teacher. Okay, here is ing or to infinitive, or this is the article whatsoever. That might be elicited here because we have the context provided. My next activity is based on the video. It's a very nice video. I would say challenging. That's why I usually do it with students who are maybe upper intermediate or advanced. The 1918 flu pandemic in 7 minutes. I have my worksheet. I did some pre-watching tasks. We talked about some things that students know about the pandemic. We tried to compare that to the COVID pandemic, which we are still actually experiencing as well. I had some vocabulary, which is key that vocabulary, students will not be able to understand the general idea if I do not teach these keywords. And my task is pretty easy. That's the word or phrase, and that's the definition. I have my watching for gist, I have my watching for details, questions, etc. So I've done my video, I talked about it, we watched at least 2 times. So basically students have some general idea already. However, the video is really good and the vocabulary there is really, really useful to learn. And I had some more words and phrases which might be learned. But in case I give all of those here, students might get shocked because I'll give them 20 words and 20 definitions. That's too many, even though the students are high-level learners, but still I would say that's really too many. So I have some more vocabulary to present, and I did it as post-teaching. This activity is quite similar to the one that I have just presented. Now these sentences are taken from the video, word for word, the same sentences. However, the phrases or the words in bold are different. Students have to try to remember what were the original words and phrases used. And then they will have to watch again to check their answers. Now here, I might ask the students to watch that with subtitles. Again, watching with subtitles for listening comprehension is not a good idea. But here, our task is not listening for gist, details, or whatsoever. I've done that. Here, that's the vocabulary. And in case there's some nice vocabulary to learn or to work with, I'm fine with having subtitles on. Now, as you see, students do not have these words. These are the keys. They don't have that. They have to try to remember what was used in the video and then watch again. To simplify this task, because it might be a little bit difficult, you might provide the first letter of the word. For example, if number 1 is cripple, you might provide C as the first letter. Or if you teach a mixed ability group, this worksheet might be given to stronger students. Now, the one with the first letter you can give to the weaker students. I've done that a few times. It might seem difficult, but actually my students loved it. I can say that some students were able to actually remember some of these words and do that from memory and then check their answers. It was really, really nice. I really liked it. And the last activity that I want to talk about is based on English File. I really like that book. So I have a text about Indian summer. And as you see, there is no vocabulary presented in the book, nothing much. However, the text might really be, there is some nice lexis to be taught in the text. What I have done here, instead of definitions, synonyms, nothing, I decided to provide the students with 2 sample sentences. So as you see, I have 2 sentences with in haste and in haste, 2 sentences with weather forecast, etc. The student's task is to read those sample sentences and try to guess the meaning of the words and phrases in bold from the context, and then share their ideas with their partners. You can be more specific here. You can tell them, come up with at least 2 or at least 3 ideas. Of course, some of the students will know some of those words already. What is good about this task is that it's really communicative. It aims at speaking. It's really engaging. Partners need to share their ideas. You can work in pairs. You can work in groups as you prefer. It's really student-centered. As I said, students might already know some of the words and they might teach each other. So peer teaching is involved. Okay, I know this one. Oh, I don't know this one. Oh, what does that mean? Same here, guessing the meaning from the context is an important skill to teach and to train, especially if our students are going to do an international English language exam. For sure, they might not know certain words in the text or whatsoever, but it's really good to be able to understand and guess the meaning from the context. Context helps understand the meaning better, as I have already said. Also, students become more autonomous, and what's our aim in an English language classroom? Our aim is to make our students autonomous learners. Basically, that is it. I hope you liked those 3 activities that I talked about. Again, that's my social media, and there's my Instagram blog, there's my LinkedIn. In case you'd like to get those worksheets, just write to me an email or a message, and I'm going to share those with you, and I hope you liked it.
Thank you so much for this wonderful presentation. And again, these are really useful tips how to deal with those activities, like find the definition and match. Definitely sometimes we try to make it more fun, and we try to make our students walk or to do something like that. But anyway, it's still match the definition while you're walking and finding the definition or the word needed. So these are really nice ideas, and I can see, like someone is saying, thanks a million, dear Lilia, for joining and being with us and for this wonderful presentation. Yeah, Lilia, I hope you'll have the chance to join our chat on YouTube. And dear participants, if you have any questions, you can ask Lilia and she'll be able to answer in the chat box. But if she can't join, because, we have things to do, so then I will pass the questions to Lilia a bit later, and we'll send you an email, or as she mentioned before, you can find her on Instagram or on Facebook, on LinkedIn, and just connect and start cooperating or just communicating. Because what we do now, we are trained to support each other, because we do stand with each other. Thank you, Lilia, for your presentation. Thank you. Bye-bye. See you.
Bye.
Yeah, Lily, you're a rock. Thank you for nice and great practical ideas. Just final words before you go. Okay. And we should continue. And before we continue, thank you, Lilia. I forgot to mention that while Lilia was presenting, we've got another donation, which was from Miss Sylvia Chihakova. I do hope that I'm pronouncing correctly, but if I mispronounce, I'm so sorry for that. Anyway, I'm really thankful, and everyone who is doing this job today, they're also thankful, and all Ukrainians are thankful to you. Thank you for supporting us. And the next person I'm going to present, who is going to present now, is Miss Natalia Diachuk, and her topic is quite interesting. As you can see, the little princess point at issue, who is the teacher and who is the pupil. So what's there? What stands behind this topic? I believe that Miss Natalia can tell us by herself. Hello, how are you today, Miss Natalia? I'm really happy to see you here in the studio. Can you unmute yourself, please?
Hello. Glad to see you all at this very, very important and touching for all of us event.
And thank you. So if you'd like to start, I can just add your screen, because I can see your screen here, and have a go.
Okay.
Yeah, so here we go. And yeah, I have to remind you a bit about our time limit, and that lots of speakers are waiting as well. So
me in advance, you know me.
yeah, you're right. So see you after your presentation.
Thank you. Do you see my screen?
Yeah, the screen is visible. Everything is okay. So enjoy your presentation, and we are going to enjoy it as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, good afternoon once again, dear colleagues. Today's topic was determined by the event. The event which really threatened our country, the event which really impressed and puzzled and thrilled and took us aback. But irrespective of all the unpleasant happenings and devastating events in our country, we are united, and we got united here to show our impetus, to do something, to help, to change the context, to change the discourse of all these happenings around Ukraine. My name is Natalia Dichuk. I'm from Lviv. I'm lecturer at Lviv National University, director of the Agency for Foreign Languages, teacher who is really a devoted one in terms of ELT. I'm a very frequent presenter at various conferences, seminars, as well as a very devoted materials writer. That is why today's topic, I decided to rely on one of the books, which is one of the 3 most popular books in the 20th century. These are the Holy Bible, Quran, and the book which we focus on today, The Little Prince by Antoine de Saint-Exupéry. Here you can see the author, who was the pilot, the warrior, the soldier, and the very book was written in the wartime. It appeared in 1943 during the Second World War, and it, in a way, gave me the impetus to refer to it as a resource, because it was created in wartime, and it could be the resource that could give us inspiration to overcome things which are happening throughout the world in wartime. So, this book was translated over 290 languages and dialects. In the world, it was sold in more than 200 million copies. So it became a kind of a publishing phenomenon because it became one of the most translated books from French literature. Here you can see book covers printed in various languages, and we are really proud to have a Ukrainian version by Ukrainian publishing house Ababa Galamaha, with very, very intricate and well done pictures. This book laid the ground to 80 episodes of various TV series, cartoons, which were created in 50 countries throughout the world. Probably you didn't know that there is one Little Prince village in Korea and one Little Prince museum in Japan, as far as that countries. And more than that, talking about present day digital generation, it also shows the tribute to the creation. 11 million followers are on the official Little Prince page in Facebook. The reasons why we should approach this book talking in general terms. If you search literature on literature studies, on methodology, you may come across a lot of reasons why that book became so attractive, so cheesy in terms of ideas and philosophy. Because it's a marvelous book, worth pondering on. It describes the life of grown-ups, but not just the detailed lives. The main message is that the life of grown-ups is dull, and grown-ups are not able to understand children. They easily forget the times when they were children. The book depicts common problems of the society, helps to understand the meaning of life and friendship, reminds of the innocence of childhood, and tells about the nature of life. Well, I think that these criteria are really great, But for the sake of teachers' development, for the sake of teachers' understanding of its philosophy of life in terms of professional life, we may say that, using the terminology of the novel, that all men have stars. In other words, all teachers are stars in a way, but they are not the same things for different people. So your star struckness or your star obsession is not always understandable to the world. I will explain why I use this quote. Because each of us is not just a star, each of us is a unique planet. And thinking about the context, the background of recent events in Ukraine, almost every citizen had that moment of shock and reconsideration of his or her professional life, thinking it over. Just in case I have to leave the country, or just in case I have to flee, just in case I have to stay, what stays with me? What is that suitcase I take with me that would support me and show my life, which was before and which is to be promoted further on? And each of us reconsidered that objects we have on our professional planet, reconsidered the things we have at our disposal, not just our experience, our materials, our handouts, our books, our libraries, our techniques, trips, tics, and all the other things which we have accumulated throughout our professional lives. But this is not the end. In one of the books devoted to CELTA preparation, there was an activity saying that just in case you have to move to a different country to teach, what would you take with you? And there are options. Pile of newspapers, dictionaries, graded readers, stickers, guitar, and so on and so forth. You see, the problem is that at that time, at that peaceful time, you as a teacher had to consider what would you take with you. In the time of war and under the threat of bombarding, you have to think on your feet and you have to think very quickly. And only eternal things stay with you. Your personality stays with you. Okay, your knowledge, your philosophy, your lifestyle, your teaching style stays with you. Apart from the objects, which are in not that great many, which you can take with you. So if I ask teachers who are in peaceful conditions, think for a moment, what would you take with you? Your list would definitely be different from the one almost all of us had in Ukraine. Sorry. Okay, metaphoric idea of the Little Prince. Little Prince here in my presentation is considered to be as an example of an ordinary student who sees variety of teachers, who seeks education, who seeks study, who seeks exploration of different planets. And throughout the whole story, throughout the whole novel, he visits different teachers, he sees different people, different representatives of different planets, and he learns from each of them. And in a way, then they learn from him too. So I propose to have a kind of a journey with each of the representatives who, metaphorically speaking, could be representing a definite type of a teacher. Okay, the first comes the flower, the rose. So she was like the one who has a lot of pleasant looking qualities. She was beauty, but she had vanity. She was arrogant. She was all the time attracting attention. She was pretending that she is the one who needs care, respect, um, and knowledge in terms of how to approach her. So, in a way, this is a type of a teacher who is always the one who pretends to be the best, who pretends to be tangible, who pretends to be glamorous. But to some extent, such teachers are not the ones like that. They pretend to have knowledge, but do not have that much. They tend to show off more than they have in reality. It is the time you have wasted for your rose that makes your rose so important. Quote, the snake. The snake is a dangerous creature. In literature, it encompasses evil. So this is the creature who tells the student, as a teacher, tells the student his real place. The snake told the prince where to go. In a way, that type of teacher, though being very straightforward, shows the right place for a student and doesn't have any illusions about their knowledge. If you are not prone to be able to master a language, no problem. Don't care. Take another specialty. Another creature, the fox. This creature, in a way, is the most kind of metaphorically represented in terms of teaching world. This creature sees the world through the heart and teaches the prince to do so. For these creatures, body language, emotions, posture, everything matters. And this creature cares a lot about providing rapport, providing good contact, establishing a good contact with, as creature, as the fox wanted to establish the contact with the prince and wanted to be tamed by him. The same happens with the teacher like this. This teacher does his best to to be on good terms with students. And this, in a way, echoes with humanistic approach towards education. So what does the fox represent? It represents a number of values of friendship, significant of meaning and meaningful of relationships. This creature and this teacher cares a lot about students' well-being and feeling comfortable in the classroom. Then this creature encourages diversity. The fox several times understands and shows the prince that he has the place and the chance to voice his ideas. So in a way, we can echo it with teacher talking time, which is to be limited in language classes. This creature is responsible, and teachers take responsibility for their students. Not all students know, but teachers remember, good teachers and devoted teachers remember their students throughout the whole their life. And in a way, they are responsible for their students. And as previous speaker said, students learn not English language, students learn teachers' language and encompass feelings, emotions, which were transferred to them by the teachers with whom they underwent study process. The king, this representative, shows a person who has the obedience, who likes the obedience, who imposes authority, but on the other hand, This illustrates types of teachers who are very obedient and strict to the rules, but not appreciated properly, and that rules are not obeyed by the students. So we know such teachers who try to be very, very up to the mark, but fail. So they are non-assertive ones. Conceited man. So this inhabitant of the planet was very, very much of a narcissist nature, admiring himself and looking for the admirers. So this type of teachers are the center of attention, and they think that they are the best, and there is no need for them to improve. This is also a very dramatic issue, because they keep at the certain level, and if they don't develop, their students do not develop too. So they repeat for many years same things and admiring themselves for the same things, and but that means they are running the risk of suffering from the burnout. The Tipler stands for the drunkard. So this personage used to be drinking all throughout all his life, and drinking because he is ashamed of what he is doing. If we speak metaphorically about this type of teachers, it illustrates as the teachers who are really dull, really lacking gravity to change something in their lives. And by that means they destroy lives of their students, because they are not optimistic, they are not innovative in everything they do, and their teaching becomes miserable without energy and emotions. The businessman, another personage met by the prince. So this person is obsessed with calculations of stars, calculations of things he gets. So these teachers really are obsessed about learning in terms of coverage of the syllabus. They are not taking care of students' feelings. They say the program, and we have to obey to the program. We have to do everything to the mark. And if a learner needs a repetition, revision, or consideration, these teachers do not take it into their hearts. Definitely, these types of teachers lack interpersonal skills, and they are the ones who are direct opposite to the foxy type of teachers. The lamplighter, this is the person whose job was to light lamps throughout all his day, because the planet was so small, and day and night change happened very, very quickly. And he had to do this ordeal work all the day and night long. But he was dedicated to that job, and definitely with obedience, he performed his duties. So this type of personalities indicate dedicated teachers. So teachers who do repetitive things, but they do them very, very diligently. And this type of teachers are good for students, because they can repeat, revise several times without being indignant, without being arrogant, which in language learning sometimes works for the sake of the student. The little prince said about the work of the lamplighter: when he lights his street lamp, it is as if he brought one more star to life, or one flower. When he puts out his lamp, he sends the flower or the star to sleep. That is a beautiful occupation, and since it is beautiful, it is truly useful. The geographer. The geographer is the person who studies works done by the others. So he is just recording. So this is the person who never acknowledges changes, never acknowledges something new being exploited or revealed. That is why this type of teachers definitely show resistance to changes. They somehow blackmail others because they are not excited, because they are not constructive. They somehow spread negative energy because they have to rely on somebody's others' words, not theirs. And at the same time, this teachers, this type of teachers, spoon feed students. So they provide short pieces or small pieces of information for them. The railway switchman. So this man represents a kind of person who really rules and shows the right direction. This is that person who told the prince that because adults are always searching and hurrying, they do not seem to enjoy the present life. So this type of teacher is the one who is a facilitator, who not imposes his idea, but leads in a friendly manner the student or the personality to the right direction. So these teachers could be named as democratic ones. And the merchant. The merchant is the product-oriented person who was selling everything and considering washback effects. In terms of teaching characteristics, these are the teachers who are very much obsessed with the success of students. And success of their students they consider to be their personal success. So, but being obsessed with this, these teachers are depriving students of fun because, like in the movie Bad Teacher, she had an aim to earn money and she didn't care about the fun and the proper positive realm of knowledge at her classes. So, manifestations of teacher characters. If we sum up, the flower is arrogant and complaining, snake demotivating, strict, fox humanistic, good rapport, the king non-assertive. Conceited man suffers from burnout, tippler desperate, the businessman is book-based, no rapport for students, lamplighter dedicated. The geographer is resistant to change, railway switchman, democrat and merchant, exam-oriented teacher. So the flowery, what teachers can teach real students? So the flowery teacher can annoy students with their arrogance and vanity. Snaky teacher is demotivating by their words, so they may punish, they may harm, they may bit, if we may say so. Foxy teacher is the one who, the type which is much needed in educational system. So they are very affectionate, very emotional. They are guided by heart. Kings are the ones who are wishy-washy, depending on the circumstances, though obeying the rules. So lamplighter, they are dedicated teachers, very professional and very, very repetitive. The geographer, these are the teachers who are not welcoming innovations. Merchant teachers are exam-oriented in our context. They are always pushing, always urging their students to go to different Olympiads, exams, competitions, and they are very, very flattered by the success of their students. And in a way, their success, we have to acknowledge. And the tippler is the one who becomes a teacher by chance and is not able to change the profession. There's no gravity to do this. Conceited man, these are the teachers who are becoming very, very frustrated because they do not see that much admiration in teaching profession and they leave the job. Businessmen, they want to finish what they are assigned to do, but nothing more. They are very, very limited and well, do not think outside the box, if you may say so. And the railway switchman is the one who shows the road. Okay, teacher roles, there are many, and there are many more. And we as professionals have to consider this. Actually, we do not see any ideal type which is one and so and only. Many of us, all of us, are combinations of good and evil, if we may say so. And we have a lot of roles to perform: a motivator, authority, arbiter, examiner, discriminator, balancer, mentor, prompter, participant, performer, rapport builder, controller, assessor, a resource, a coach, a tutor, an organizer, facilitator, counselor, instructor, and a provider of experiences and expertise in our subjects. 21st century education has new demands, has new requirements set before teachers in educational system. We are to be student oriented, we have to be flexible, collaborative, give students multiple opportunities to succeed. And in the context of wartime, we have to support them even psychologically. Do not create situations where they might feel discouraged. And what is very important nowadays, because we are having, as the whole world, the third year of online teaching coming, we have to develop sense of responsibility in our students, responsibility for their knowledge, for seeking their knowledge. As the little prince had explored the planets in order to find the best place for him, for his rose and for inhabitants, the same happens with our students seek for knowledge and being responsible for what type of knowledge they can get, because we know that a person-to-person interaction becomes very, very valuable nowadays. Frameworks of new competences set before students: democratic leadership, analytical critical thinking, inquisitiveness, factfulness, the ability to fact check, to find the proof and evidence. This is very important in modern context when a lot of fakes all around us, and ability to adapt. So types of modern learners, there are not many. So they are fearers, so students who are like the ones like the king, like the rules to be set and to obey. Students who are activists in our language classes, they like to act and manipulate with language.
Miss Natalia, how can I help you?
I was disconnected. So
we can still see your slides. Can you see your slides?
No, I can't see them.
Because we can see, and actually I even can move them if you'd like to, but the thing is we have defined...
I don't see the slide where I am, because I'm, you have to add me once again.
Okay, if you'd like to. Okay, so this is the 48th slide. So you can share your screen again.
I don't see actually the buttons because I just entered the conference in a new manner.
Okay, cool. The new thing for us to deal with. You know what? You can open your presentation on your computer. And the slide we are at is types of modern language learners. So I'll be listening to you and turning on slides according to your speech. I'm pretty sure that we can collaborate in this way.
Okay, I have opened in the presentation mode.
Yeah, just because I can see your presentation, I can move your slides, but you should rely on something. So you can open your presentation and I will be moving your slides from here.
Okay, Okay, so the slide type of modern language teachers. So the students, learners. So activists, these are the learners who manipulate language. Learners who are reflectors, they like to listen first, they like to observe and reflect. And then come pragmatists, those who like to take language personally. So our teaching style is to be adapted to variations of these learners. If we talk about professional development, our adaptability is different. You see by this picture, each of us has a different way of reaching the top in profession. But sooner or later, we come to the conferences where there is one person or a group of many, as today, who show the way in this or that direction. And it is our professional choice where to go, what to choose, and how to adapt to the circumstances. Next slide. Here is the collection of movies where we can find the models of different teachers and different teacher-student interactions. This is for you to rely on and analyze. If you are doing teacher training, you can analyze several episodes with your students too. What else is reliable in profession? I propose to have a look at Cambridge English Teaching Framework, which is another slide, which is considered to be at the heart of professional development. Here you have stages of professional development and characteristics, giving the insight what type of expertise you have at what level. Next slide shows the competences and frameworks of life competences where we as teachers can get a resource as to how to work with students, what is urgent, what is needed. So European Framework of References and the Cambridge Life Competences Framework. Next slide has a separate booklet illustration of so-called famous 21st century 4 C's. Collaboration, communication, creative thinking, and critical thinking. These booklets are at easy access from Cambridge sites. You can download them and use them and make use of them even when you are processing materials for your studies. Next slide shows the emotional development, learning to learn, and responsibilities competence booklets. So professional development, due to the teacher well-being authors, Sarah Mercer and Tammy Gregerson, professional development should be framed as continual growth, not as a repair. And if we stand in our professional development on the grounds of what experiences we have and build up, not harm ourselves for the drawbacks we had, but try to ponder them over, process them, build on them, scaffold on them, that development would be more inspirational and would be more professionally correct. And to soothe, next slide, to soothe the teachers' hearts, my recommendations are to have a look at the freshest books which were out of print last year and even this year, Teaching in Challenging Circumstances, which gives a lot of suggestions how to manage the circumstances we face right now. Learning while teaching for self-reflection. Off the page on how to adapt materials to the needs of your particular students. Next slide shows best practices of blended learning, of combinations. ETpedia series which describe variety of works and interactions with technology, which is up to date. And definitely not to lose up your mind, not to blow up your mind. You have to take care of your personal well-being, and I encourage having a look at this book. And not forgetting the stars in, or little princes, or big and huge princes in the sphere of education, Ken Robinson's books, whom I think you know. So we managed by that presentation, explore our personal planets. I hope I made some hints to you as to reconsider, have a different look at yourselves or your colleagues, and think it over once again. think over about the most crucial things in your profession, the most crucial things in your sphere, the most crucial things and ideas and philosophy you transfer to the world in your classes. So teachers change the world one child at a time. And we think about having a great planet, and why not thinking giving the planet great generation. I'm really, really impressed by the Russian teachers who are involved in variety of political interactions and impose political views on children. We saw lots and lots of photographs. So we talk too much about a better planet to our kids, and we forget about living better kids to our planet. So this is my Instagram, and I'm really expressing great thanks to all of you who followed this marathon, who organized Eugenia and SR Teaching and Learning, who organized this marathon. And I'm really, really paying great tribute to those teachers who ventured to participate in this event. So
thank you so much for this wonderful presentation, and thank you, Mariana. Truly awesome. That's true, truly awesome. And through the presentation, you made me cry sometimes. Like, you made me feel proud. You made me reflect a lot, especially that question: what would you take with you if just you had to flee? Because to be honest, I had just 10 minutes to pack what I have, something for myself and for my son, and to flee from Kiev. That was really the question to think about within only 10 minutes. And you were 100% right that you can't take those material things with you, but what you can do, you can take yourself with you. So that was the moment where you can understand what you've already invested in yourself, in your professional development, in you being you, that what you can take with you in any country and any city, just in case I want it to happen, but just in case you have to flee. Thank you so much for this presentation, and I do hope that soon we'll be able to see each other in person in Lviv, celebrating our victory.
I would be looking forward to it. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Natalia. Join us, please, on YouTube, and it would be nice for us just to have a chat with you there as well. Thank you so much.
And glory to Ukraine. We shall win, definitely.
Glory to the heroes. Thank you so much. And we continue. The next presenter is here in this room. Thank you, Miss Irina Sushko, for joining us and for these wonderful comments. Yes, Miss Natalia, you can see, I know you're still here, you can see the comments from people. It's extremely inspiring. Yeah, thank you so much. So the next person who is going to join this marathon is Olga Bond. And again, I have to remind you, not have to, I'd like to remind you that we have this QR code, Magic One. You can scan it with your phone, and you will find yourself on the page where you can donate to Ukrainian army. Let me remind you that any single donation matters, because this way you can help us save lives of our soldiers, and these soldiers will save our lives, lives of our kids, relatives, friends, and colleagues. And thank you so much for standing with Ukraine. Here we are, Olga. Hello, how are you today? The question
Hi, how are you?
You see, we are doing great. Keep going strong. So everything is okay. We have so many participants today being so active. Thank you so much. So let me know when we can start, because the topic you are going to present is just, it makes us think a lot. The next chapter for ELT, what's there in the next chapter and how it can be helpful? Because I know what you are going to be talking about, so I'm pretty sure that it will be extremely helpful for anyone just to have
Hope so.
safety net, as you mentioned in the outline for this presentation. So I'm adding, so we have your presentation on the screen. Good luck and see you after your presentation.
Thank you, Eva. So hello, everyone. Okay, so I will remove my headset. I hope you can hear me. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today. We are here for you, and we stand in this together. Right now, my heart is beating so much, and it seems like all the words are out of my mind, but I'm going to pull myself together and start. So my presentation is going to be the next chapter for ELT. I didn't dare to call it the future for ELT because I think that it's too far to say, but to talk about the nearest future, that's what I would like to talk with you about, guys. And I would like to highlight 3 key points today with this presentation. I would like us to think about 2 essentials which are going to be extremely important in the nearest future for us, for teachers, for our ELT community, for our ELT world, as well as I would like to invite you for the discussion of one more component, which is, I think, also very important, and we must be fluent with it in the very next future. Because look, right now, in the light of recent events, and I mean, first of all, COVID, which changed our lives completely, our teaching style, our students' lives, and our lives, we've already experienced a lot of changes. And I would say in the dark, not in the light, but in the dark of the very recent events, which is something what is happening in our country, in our beloved Ukraine, and I mean the war, there is the proof of a very certain need of, let me call it, passive income. And please don't be sarcastic that it might not be something possible and it might be too difficult to achieve. I'm gonna prove you the opposite, and I will show you what we can do, what we can use, and all the perspectives which are open in front of us. So let me go to the next slide. Okay. So I would like to start with the dialogue with you already. If you could just drop into the chat 1 or 2 words. Why do you teach? Why do we teach? Just please send me 1 or 2 words. What do you teach for? Why have you chosen teaching as your profession? And in order to save some time, can I see your comments? Yes, that would be here. In order to save some time, I will already show you what I teach for. And that is something what I've selected as the words to name my account and my YouTube channel. So I call it Teach, Love, Earn. Because if to think about all the reasons, I would group them into 2 categories. This is love. So I teach because I love teaching, because I love learning, and I love sharing my knowledge and helping others to learn. So this is love. Love to teaching, love to people, love to learning, and teaching and learning as the process. And we shouldn't forget about another very important component, is that earning. Earning is essential for every life. I mean, for always, forever. It's been essential. We shouldn't be ashamed of it and forget that earning is important. We shouldn't be shy to say that I teach because this is my profession, because I need to earn. It's not only because I love. I feel that we teachers very often concentrate on providing the benefit for our students, helping them, but we sometimes forget about ourselves as well in this process. So love and earn, both are important. Please let me know in the comments below if you agree with this. Rewarding, exactly, rewarding. Exactly, I agree. So rewarding in all its means. So when we keep in mind love and earn, and sorry, my mouse is a little bit tricky. Okay, so what is the most unpleasant thing in teaching? And here I would like you to think about it more as an activity, as a job. What is the most unpleasant? So as it was announced that I would be talking about passive income, obviously this is unstable income. Would you agree that unstable income is unfortunately not pleasant at all? And how can we solve this? There is a solution. So I would say that we can, and it's absolutely possible that we can have some passive income. Exactly as I said, right now, the recent events have proven that passive income is absolutely essential. We need to have this safety net. And my whole speech is going to be around the proof that it is possible, you guys. And I want to invite you to think and to treat it as an absolute 100% possibility that we can have passive income. And you see, I've placed it in the brackets additionally. So I don't tell you that you need to switch only to passive income. No, you can continue doing what you love, communicating with your students, having online, offline classes, but also think about the safety net. So, as I said, today I will talk about two essential components which I think we should remember, we should keep in mind. And if you haven't thought about it yet, so you should start thinking about it from today. And this is how to earn passively and how to become a 1 in a million teacher. So please understand me correctly. I'm sure that you are already a 1 in a million teacher because you are here. You are exchanging your experience, your knowledge, your ideas with your colleagues, and you are participating in such live streams. You attend courses, you are a participant in many conferences and talks, and you are watching them and you're joining them. So you develop and you grow. So you're already 1 in a million. But my point is that your students must be sure about it, and your potential students must also know about it and be aware of it, okay? And the third component, this new but sort of old trend. This is nothing new in terms that I have not invented it. That's not the bicycle we invent here, but this is something what maybe we should take into account, okay? So that would be the discussion I would like to have with you. So how to become a demanded teacher with the use of this new old trend. So here is the how to earn passively component. And as you can see, there is the word Udemy. Please tell me in the chat below if you already heard of it and if you know what Udemy is. And something what I want to tell you is create a safety net for yourself, get passive income day and night, and this is absolutely possible. So a Start Teaching and Learning YouTube channel already has the webinar I've given about the Udemy platform. If you've seen it already, please let me know. I think I cannot see the chat quite well, but that's okay. If you haven't, so I just will quickly take you through these platforms. So this is the educational platform, one of them where experts, professionals can place a course teaching people some certain subject. This course can be, that's all about your creativity. But let me explain you why you should consider this platform, how it is beneficial for you, how it is beneficial for your students, and how it helps you to promote yourself and promote your course. So look at this. This particular platform, Udemy, has 49 million students, actually over 49 million students. If you think of any corporation, any big company, and here I will talk to you as an ex-employee of such company. I worked for a corpo for over 3 years, and I remember that it was available for us. So many big companies buy the yearly plan on such platforms like Udemy, like Teachable, like Coursera. Actually, if you know what Coursera is, so you can understand what Udemy is. But on Coursera, only academics can place the a course, so you need to be you know, a university lecturer, you need to be an employee of a institute, so then you can place the course there. But here on Udemy you can be an expert. If you have anything to share, then you're welcome on this platform, please be sure. So you can see different companies here on this slide. So as I said, these corporations, they purchase the yearly or lifelong plan, and all the courses are available for their employees. And look at this beauty. The employees do not have to spend their money, but company pays for these courses. What does it mean for you? Is that you have 49 million potential students. Okay, so I've been an instructor on this platform, as well as I was a student. So I myself, I've done several courses on this platform, and I can only speak of benefits of it. And why, another thing which is also essential, another advantage, is that for you as an instructor, everything is done for you. The promotion is done by the platform. The tax calculation is done by the platform. All the announcements, all the communication with students is all inbuilt there. The platform has its own algorithm that helps you to promote yourself. Actually, you do not need to do anything. The platform does everything for you. But if you get involved and you share the link with your students, then you have much more income from this platform. All right. So the spoiler alert that I would like to tell you is that I earn absolutely nothing from sharing this information with you. I'm not going to share with you any promo code. Please sign up and I will have any sort of benefit. Absolutely no. This is something what I've learned. This is something what I've tried, and I know it works. I've already earned my money, and now I want you to also have this possibility to earn your money passively day and night. Okay, so this is what it looks inside. So for example, if you provide the search English, if you put English word into this search bar, then you can see that you have different filters. So it can be English language, English grammar, it can be IELTS, it can be English for business, it can be whatever you want. You can even create a course sharing your experience like between colleagues. So from colleagues to colleagues, why not? Then you have different levels, so price and language. These are all the details which I can tell you about, or you can watch that another stream where I go in detail in all of these steps. But here to continue, I want to pay your attention to these slides. So you can see the price. So this price is in Polish zloty, but this is about 10 euro, okay, around 10 euro for now. Pay attention how many students there are. Can you see there are almost 2,000 students? My message here is that if you select your topic carefully, if you make your promo video informative enough, why people should watch this course, why it is beneficial, how helpful it will be to your colleagues or to your students, you have all the potential to have as many students as you wish. And again, please read the topic. Teach English as a foreign language for 2 10-year-old kids, ESL. So as I said, that's not only like teaching English to your students. You can place a course and exchange your experience with your colleagues. Why not? Your course can be 10 videos, 20 videos, 120 videos. It has to be 30 minutes at least 30 minutes long, and up to as much as you want. Okay, as long as you want. So here is just to show you also, if you provide business English, so the third course, this one, can you see this one? That's me. Okay. So inside, what it looks inside, I'm not going to hide from you. I do not have many students. But as I said, I'm trying. This is my second course on the platform. I haven't spent a minute, a second to find my students. They found me here on the platform. They bought my course, they gave me the rating, they provided me the feedback, something what they liked, something what they would like me to improve. So I take it into account, and right now I'm in the process of creating the third course, and please believe me, I'm not gonna stop until I reach the result. I want to see that my course is useful, that my course is helpful, and I want to see these happy eyes of my students saying, I like it, it was really helpful. So this is something, this is my personal goal, and my mission here today is to share this knowledge with you guys. I tell you that this is your 100% potential to come to the next stage, to come to the next level and start earning passively as well. Create this safety net for yourself and your family, and finally be ready to have a vacation when you want, not thinking about, oh my God, I'm not going to have any income, you know. So the second component, something what I call it, become a 1 in a million teacher. And as you can see, this is going to be about the YouTube, but please, please give me just a second, because I know you might be thinking, oh my God, no, there are so many people already. This is not what I am inviting you to. I tell you, make an extra effort that will pay off for sure. So as Ina was sharing with you 5 tips for a freelance teacher that will pay off no matter what, I dare to say maybe this would be the 6th one, or you can treat it as a separate one. So this is something what you can become a 1 in a million teacher. Let me explain in which way. So let's think about let's separate two notions. Something what we know about YouTube and something what we don't know. So as I mentioned, something what you know is that there are a lot, let's say, okay, not a lot, many teachers who make videos teaching English. You may like some of them, you may think that some of them are really useful, you may say that, oh, some of them are not very, like, there is a lot of hype, something like never say sorry or never say thank you or something like that. So, you know, this is hype, this is marketing. What I invite you to think of is how we as professionals in ELT, in ESL, can use YouTube for. And something what you don't know, but I'm sure that you know, that you just might have forgotten, is that we can have our videos there, which can be public, which can be private, or which can be unlisted. So if you make them public, it means that everyone sees your videos, right? So anyone can find them, but you can make them unlisted. Unlisted means that you share your link with a particular person, and only that particular person with that particular link will be able to watch your video. Do you have any ideas already? Can you get the thread what I'm leading to? So look at this. You place your video, you make it unlisted, and you share it with your students. What for? Do you have any ideas? Fortunately, I'm afraid that I cannot see all the comments. Let me continue. So be creative as you are. I'm sure that you have a lot of creativity, your potential, your ideas, that it happens many times that you cannot fit into your lesson everything what you want to fit into your lesson. You have so much to share with your students. Let me show you some other options. So as I said, here is how you actually create a video. You place it to YouTube, you make it unlisted, you share the link with your students. And I just recall that I wanted to tell you, don't be afraid. First of all, you don't need to possess any special gear. Your phone camera is enough. Please believe me. Your computer is enough. It will be just a video for your students. That's enough what you already have. You see, I have a microphone, but it's just, I had the possibility to have it, okay? You don't need to have it. You can have a headset, okay? You can say it. That's fine. So just continue doing what you already do, but something extra after classes. For example, what? So there are a lot of, as I said, there are a lot of moments when you feel like you want to give a little bit more to your students, but it will not fit your lesson. There are some moments when you need to actually search something on YouTube, something like a presentation or some speech or some like a history, maybe something about different countries, maybe even some grammar points. A lot of these pronunciation tips, even like th and the, right? So sometimes we go to YouTube in order to find this video and say, look, here is the video, you can train yourself, just do it after the class. So why don't you make a video yourself? There are a lot of these moments when you need to explain the same grammar thing, the same grammar issue so many times, you know, that you repeat it from group to group, from level to level. Why don't you make something extra? Extra 15 minutes at the end of your day or before at the start of your day, make a video, put it to YouTube. Some after class additional practice like drilling, you know. So your student will appreciate when you went through these traditional, let me call it traditional stages of the lesson. If you follow the CELTA planning or you are creative and you have some knowledge about CLIL, right? So I'm sure there are some moments when you feel like, oh, after the class, I could give my students this piece of video and they can do something extra. Or you can create something to pre-teach the vocabulary or as a lead into topic. I already know, I actually seen, for example, Victoria Bessarab, she will be talking a little bit later. She does this interesting involvement into the next lesson. She provides the video link. She says like, here is the link, please watch this video before our next class. This is encouraging, you know, so it makes you think what the next class will be about, or what you will be talking about, and it creates such natural flow into the beginning of the lesson, this lead into the lesson, that you just immediately start, you know. I'm sure that your lessons are fantastic. It's just another idea how to make it even, not even, just different, just another options, you know. So please tell me if you get my idea, if you agree with this. What are the benefits for this? In my understanding, I believe that, first of all, as I said, something what you need to repeat multiple times, like, for example, going through this part when you need to teach your students how to say what time it is in English, like, it's 1:15, it's 2:15. How many times you have to repeat this part of knowledge, like introduce it to different students, introduce it to different groups? Why don't you make a video? They will appreciate it. They will feel, I think, that you sort of save their time, because during the lesson, you will have more time to actually practice it, to actually speak, to actually you know, this production stage. You will have more time for this because you will eliminate this explanation, sort of a little bit of lecturing time. Although I'm sure that you do not lecture your students, that you create the lesson plan in such a way that you don't have to sort of explain and lecture them, that everything happens naturally. But that's just one more thing, okay? Or you can just completely do not teach one part of these, like teaching the how to say what time it is. Just give them the video and check it, test it. Then you save this time for the whole lesson, for the whole I don't know, 30 or 60-minute class teaching how to say what time it is. So, okay, you got my point. I'm sure I don't need to dig too deep. I'm sure that you are my intelligent, smart, fantastic teachers. You got my point. Okay, so your students will definitely appreciate that. I'm sure. That's what I think. They will definitely appreciate you doing something extra for them. This is the most important, I think, because why do they need to search for some other teachers? They can, of course. This is, I mean, bloggers, teachers, bloggers on YouTube. They can, of course, because if those are native speakers, that's a good thing to listen to their pronunciation and some sort of when they say 15 other ways to say sorry. You know, why not to listen? That's okay. But if they know that you do something extra for them, how encouraging it is. Do you agree that apart from lesson what they pay for, they have something extra from you? By the way, I'm sure that you already do something extra for your students, some Telegram chats. I know you have WhatsApp chats, you have maybe you are sending something to their emails. So this is one more idea, you know, just oh, thank you. Thank you. Okay, I can see the comments. Thank you, guys. Thank you for the support. So in my understanding, this is how you become a 1 in a million teacher, because there is such a small percentage of teachers who do this, not because they don't know how, not because they never thought about it, but because maybe we very often we feel shy. But please tell me, why do we feel shy? Why someone can and we cannot? Why we got used to being on camera, teaching the class, having our students being online, and this is the next step. This is the next level. Just stay after your class in front of your PC, record something extra and give this link to your students. They will value it so much and they will never ever, that's important, again, thinking about the passive income and income in general. How many times I've read many posts even of you guys discussing the topic of like raising the price, you know, students leaving, students ghosting us. Unfortunately, this is something what also happens despite the fact, I mean, despite all this love which we have towards our students, which they have to us, this fantastic emotional interchange. Some unpleasant things also happen, sort of like ghosting or saying, oh, you raise your price for 1% or 5% or 10%. No, sorry. And they go to a different teacher, you know, and all the effort which you've placed into your students already, it's sort of like it's vanished, it's gone, it's erased. I know this feeling and it's very, very unpleasant. So I tell you, show your students what they pay for. I mean, apart from the lesson, because we live in this modern world, we always need to go to be on the same page with this modern world. Students got used to YouTube, they got used to courses online or to all of these platforms. So I invite you to seriously consider these two platforms as something what you need to step into as well. And the next, what I wanted to tell you is that right now you might be a little bit afraid, like, oh my God, I will never place a video on YouTube, never, never, absolutely not. But please believe me, first, I remember when I was recording my first video, I was crying. I never posted it because I was so scared. I was alone in my room in front of my camera and I was so scared that I was like shaking, you know. Then it went away and that's okay. I was able to record some videos. So my point is that once you start, you will like it so much that one day, and that will happen very soon, you will be brave enough to make a open public video and create your own YouTube channel. I agree with you that there is a lot of competition. Absolutely, yes. There are some not some, there are a lot of teachers who, our colleagues or native speakers who started like a year ago, 5 years ago, or even 10 years ago, and now they have millions of subscribers and they don't think about their income at all. And I mean, my point again, please don't be shy to have a will, to have the desire to have good, good, stable, and even significant income. You deserve it. All the investment which you've placed into your development, they need to pay off. Don't you agree? So don't you deserve to earn good, sufficient income? Not only depend on these classes, you know, the class is cancelled, you lose it. I mean, of course, I talk mostly about the freelance teachers who work like self-employed, right? Because if you work for a school, you have this income, but that's smaller income. We all know about it. So my point is that once you start, you will like it. And what drives me, what helps me to finally stop procrastinating, stop being afraid, and start acting is such phrase is that 1 year from now, I will regret that I haven't done it today. I repeat it to myself constantly whenever I hesitate, whenever I'm afraid, and this helps me a lot. I hope it will help you as well. I mean, if you have any questions, if I can help you in any how, you're very welcome to ask me questions, and you're very welcome to text me at the end of my presentation. You will have all my contact details. So we are coming to the third component, which I wanted to discuss with you. And here I've placed the question mark because I want you to give me your ideas. Will I be able to see them? Okay, now I see. So please think about us as professionals, ELT professionals, teachers. We have our degrees, we attend conferences, we attend webinars, workshops, everything but like on YouTube. We pay for participation, we have something for free, we exchange ideas on Instagram and so on and so forth. Which aspect we do not have? Something what we lack. And I'm sure that many of you have thought about it, but I don't know. Personally, I haven't seen any Instagram post even on this topic. Do you have the idea of what there is something what we do not include into our work? And please don't think about lesson planning. It's more think more globally. Something what we do not include into our branding, into our development, into finding students. Camera shy, don't be camera shy. As I told you, I was camera shy, I was crying, but now I'm fine. I'm looking at you right now in my camera, and I even imagine, I don't see my camera, I see you, I see your eyes, I see your comments. Exactly. Thank you so much, Diana Boyko. Marketing. Thank you. Yes, indeed. So as I said, I was sure that some of you already thought about it and some of you have it in mind, but let's talk about it, okay? Let's discuss. So what I mean here, that we have education, we have our qualifications, we have our certificates, and what I mean here is not only just papers, but we have knowledge behind our certificates because we attend a lot of conferences, these TESOL conferences, ITEFL, and many more. We buy courses, we participate in these courses. We have a lot of incredible ideas. We constantly think of something, we create something, the business side of teaching. Yes, exactly, Adriana. Thank you so much. What we don't know how to do, or we maybe we need help in this on this matter, is how to pack our product, how to sell, how to advertise ourselves. I've read so many posts on Instagram of you guys, my colleagues, that, oh my God, I don't want to kind of be like arrogant and tell my students or tell my colleagues how many certificates I have, how many courses I attend. This is not what I invite you to do. I invite us all to think and exchange our ideas, how we can, if you already know, please share it with us, how can we pack our service, our product in such a way that our students see our knowledge and all of these certificates, meaning our knowledge behind these certificates, without us telling, I have CELTA, I have CELTA P, I have CELTA Young Learners, I have TESOL, I have something, because that doesn't tell them anything. They don't know what CELTA is. Even if you explain that this is Cambridge certificate, so what? They don't feel it because they never went through this CELTA process when you are dying with your lesson plans, but you don't sleep for the whole month, and all these sleepless nights of preparation, looking for something extremely interesting for your classes. They don't know it, and they don't need to know. We don't blame them. But how can we pack our service, our product in such a way, our lesson, that our students queue for our lessons, that we become really competitive, demanded teachers? I know that we are already sort of in demand. I'm sure that many of you have students queuing for your lessons, that you might not even have already free slots for the coming students, for new students. But my point here is that, my dear colleagues, please stop limiting yourself. You see how the world is developing right now, that we already have so many coaches, even in English, I mean, even in psychology, the marketing, in many fields, in many spheres, where they have thousands of students. And please, I highlighted, I don't tell you to become sort of only money oriented. No, by no means. But I invite you to stop being shy, sort of limiting yourself and telling that your 10 or 15 or 20 students are enough and you love them so much. You do. But you also need to, you deserve to have a good income, and stop counting only on your classes and only on the students who you have, who at any point may ghost you. I tell you with all my respect to our students, to us, to our profession, I just tell that we need to step out. We need to extend our borders. Please tell me if you agree and what you think of it. So my point here is, please give your students what they want. What I mean? Show them what they want to see. So I'm sure that you've all seen this trend that before launching some very big project, some very sort of expensive course or project, a lot of bloggers make these webinars. Personally, I think that a lot of people are tired already of these webinars, and a lot of them already know what these webinars lead to, and that during the webinars it goes like just very strong advertisement of the course. I don't invite you to do this, but I invite you to think what is the alternative way that you can show your students what you are, what your lessons are. Because this, the word of mouth, when your students recommend you to their friends and so on, this is very good. This is just very old-fashioned way. You can, why should you wait for your students to have some friend who will be interested in, like, in that point of their life, starting learning English? You can find your potential students every day. And here, that's how I started, that those three components would be interchangeable. Remember those the very first ones at the very beginning of the presentation. So that Udemy, YouTube, and this marketing component, which I'm talking about right now, they are intercomplementary, they are interchangeable, they go together hand by hand. So how you can show your students what they want to see? YouTube. You can create a promotion, you can show part of your lesson, and any student who will come to you on your Instagram or your email, your messenger, asking like, what is the price for your lesson? Before the price, given the price, whatever the price is, if you think that it is fair price, or this is too low price, or this is might be like high price or expensive, whatever the price is, before showing the price, You show in the product. Show how you speak during the lesson. Show how you teach. Show what is inside your product. YouTube, my dear, YouTube is for you. Why don't we give our students what they ask for? Here is a very tricky topic, and I know that some of you might feel maybe a little bit, thank you, Nelly, maybe a little bit like a bit negative emotions first, but let me explain. Again, marketing. Something that's that new but old trend which I promised to you. Here I invite you to the dialogue. I'm asking you, I'm telling you what I think, and I'm asking for your thoughts. Why don't we give our students what they ask for? So these numbers, 30, 60, 180, it can be anything. Do you have any idea what they stand for? When our students come to us and ask, how many lessons do I need? Or how many months do I need in order to learn English? What do we usually say? Okay, we actually can provide them with the number. We can say that, you know, if you have classes twice per week or 3 times per week, so approximately if you are that level and you want that level, approximately it will be like that. But this is very vague. This does not sell. My dear, I invite you, I think we need to use this psychological point to sell ourselves to our students. Schools that have these certain levels, they say in 7 weeks or in 2 months or in 3 months, you will reach that level. Obviously, everything depends on them, on students. I mean, if they don't, they repeat that level. I think that this is something what our students want us to give them. And I'm sure that a lot of you guys have, I saw some of you have this fantastic Excel tables where you track the progress. Your students know that, for example, every 10 lessons, they have the test and so on. So I just invite you to, if you don't do any of those, think about it. And think how you can implement it into your style of teaching. If our students want to study English in 30 days, can they do it? You may say, no, that will never happen. Absolutely not. They can start, they can in 30 days or in 30 lessons or in 60, in 180, they can learn some part of it. People want to buy particular product. They don't want to sign up for the course for your lessons, which they know they will need to do like a year or 2 or 3. That's very difficult to track the process, the progress, and it's what is really difficult for our students to stay motivated. Do you agree? Here, what I tell you, do not, if you don't want, don't make your teaching your classes sort of like 30 classes and you make the level, you complete the level. No, I tell you, why don't you combine it with Udemy? The new old trend for the ELT future, I call it for the nearest ELT future. I think that this even COVID has changed the expectations of our students. Again, they constantly change, but they changed. The COVID changed them again tremendously. Give your students what they want to buy. That's what I say. Our students want to buy the package, the product, particular product. I buy it, I use it. That can go together with your online classes or your offline classes. They want you to have, I need this very fast preparation for the new job. I need business English, they say. Okay, very well. Start making this. Start learning business English. That's I'm talking about adults, obviously. Go through this business English offline or online, and additionally, make a 30 lesson course on Udemy and say, we go hand by hand, hand together, step by step. You have a class, you complete a lesson on Udemy. You have a class, you complete a lesson on Udemy. You have a class, you watch a video on YouTube. combine these, make them this package that they feel that they really have this limit, they have the frame, they have this package. When they complete the course together with you and together with Udemy, together with YouTube. If these your young learners, well, you can create some funny, nice, engaging, entertaining videos on YouTube. Why not? And you can even place something for Udemy, on Udemy as a help for parents, for example. I mean, here is your unlimited creativity. You can do whatever you think of, needs and wants. Exactly. Yes, and short and long-term goals. You are reading my mind. Thank you so much. So I might be a little bit chaotic right now because I'm looking at your comments, looking at my presentation, looking at camera, and I want to tell you so much, but I'm also sort of trying to keep track on time. So I'm sure that you got my point. Some of you totally agree. Thank you so much, guys. If you have any questions, you are very welcome to ask. So I'm finishing here. What my message with the whole presentation is that, you guys, there is the possibility to create for us the safety net and start earning passively and finally afford the vacation when we want to have it. We become a 1 in a million teacher that we are demanded, we are valuable, and students, again, this point, the students will think twice before leaving and saying, I can find another teacher. No, you can't. This is the teacher who you need. This is the teacher who is 1 in a million, and you value it. Then our students feel that they value us. And we learn how to combine all of these three aspects, this marketing, YouTube, and Udemy, that our students feel the benefit from having us as their teachers. Thank you, Natalia. I really hoped this presentation to be helpful and valuable. I just want to invite you again. My message is that, you guys, we talk about how to be beneficial and valuable for our students in terms of teaching, how to place knowledge, how to make it smooth for them so that they don't feel like super tired of learning English. They feel inspired, they feel motivated. We place so much of us, of our soul, of our heart, but my message is we need to remember about ourselves as well, because we invest a lot of our, first of all, finance into our development. We invest a lot of our time and we invest a lot of our energy, and these all must be paid off in the best sense of meaning. I don't invite you to hype and to only think about money and source of income. I invite you as great professionals, fantastic teachers, to come to that market where there are already course creators who are not always professionals, but they sell their product. And if you've seen some of those products inside, they just, I'm sorry, but they don't cost what they cost. And I invite you to eliminate this chance of our students buying low quality product, but let them better buy your product, which is high quality, which is guaranteed the result, and which guarantees you good source of income because you deserve it. You're a great professional. I think this is the last slide of mine. The last thing I will say, you guys, I have my YouTube channel. This is Teach, Love, Earn, where I have interviews with fantastic teachers all over the globe. We share ideas on different matters and different topics. So I invite you to subscribe and watch these videos. Even don't subscribe if you just watch the videos, okay? That's not about the number of subscribers. I don't care. I care about you watching the videos, having ideas, exchanging, connecting, expanding your network with teachers all over the globe. And I've thought about a little bit new sort of project, and I wanted to start it in January, but you know, it happened what happened, but the life continues. It will continue. We will win, definitely. And we will continue. I invite you already to text me, and I will send you the file of the new project, which I call Teachers Rendezvous. I'm studying French. I'm elementary in French. So all of those ideas actually also came into my mind because I'm sort of a teacher and a student right now. I'm sure that some of you also students too in some aspects. So I've called it Teachers Rendezvous, and those are going to be knowledge exchange, experience exchange between teachers, and your promotion. Here is the possibility for you to promote yourself as well. I invite you to use my YouTube channel as your promotion. I will tell you all of the details once you text me, and I will provide you all the details, so get in touch and talk about it. So here is how you can find me. This is Teach Love Earn YouTube channel, Teach Love Earn Instagram page, and this is my email address. So I'm really sorry if I've taken too much time. I see your lovely comments. Thank you so much, guys, for your support. Okay, Eva, can I hear you?
Thank you, Olga, for this wonderful presentation. And you know what, you made me think about creating that course, which I've been postponing for so much time. Like, I should do it, I think. And you told me after graduating from that content and language integrated learning, you told me, just why don't you want to put it on Udemy and just to sell it? And you know, after the war started, I was thinking like, yeah, definitely I had to do that, and probably now everything could be different for me. But anyway, who said that I can't do it? I will for sure. And as you can see, people are thinking like, Nina, thanks a lot, Nina, for being here with us. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Eva.
Their presentation. Yeah.
Definitely, I would say that's not late at all. I just say that, you know, every day which we postpone, you will think that I should have started earlier, but that's definitely not late, because the demand is only growing with this YouTube, with Udemy, with online courses. And previously, remember, before the COVID, for example, many students would say, no, I will never have lessons on Skype or so, but they right now say, no, only Skype, I don't want to commute, I don't want to travel, and so on. So the life is changing, and I think this is our golden hour to shine for us, for professionals to also step into this market for sure.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I'd like to invite you to join our YouTube and to be with us in comments. And you will read that people are writing like, we'd like to have a look at your YouTube channel. So probably you can send them some links how to find you there. It would be nice for people, yeah, to get access to that information you have on your YouTube channel, because I know that you had wonderful speakers sharing their ideas about teaching our students of different ages and levels. Yeah, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you for
everyone.
standing
Thank
with
you,
your
Eva.
great. Have a wonderful day. See you. Yeah, and we continue. So you've already listened and watched Olga's presentation. I'm pretty sure that it was really inspiring for you. And now I'd like to invite the next speaker. Again, you can see that code, QR code, and I'd like to remind you that you can donate if you'd like to. Even if you share stories on Instagram, if you share posts on Facebook, it would be really helpful for us to spread the word. And probably while scanning this QR code, I have this chance and time to announce those who've already donated. So, Miss Irina Andrusenko, so thank you so much for being a part of this collection, a gathering of funds for our Ukrainian military forces. Ketivan Kaftaradze, Georgia, thank you so much for donating. Oksana Hancharuk, thank you very much for being with us. And Katerina Huduk. Yeah, thank you so much. So as you can see, after this presentation, I will show you how it works actually, and you will see some tricks. So I'd like to invite our next speaker, Kristina Hanchurenko. Hello, how are you today?
I'm fine, thanks. I'm first off, I would like to say that I really appreciate this opportunity to be with ELT community today, because we haven't done that for some time and we really miss that part of our normal lives. I want to say hi to everyone from Kyiv. I'm now here and this is my home and I'm not planning to leave, and I'm sure that we will win soon. So, and I also want to tell everybody from the whole world, for the whole community, thanks for supporting us. We appreciate every word, every kind word, every action, every donation, everything you do for us. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you for standing with Ukraine. And as we say in Ukrainian language, Slava Ukraini, which means glory to Ukraine. And I hope that what we are doing today also will really benefit our army and will make our win closer. And we will soon be celebrating. Okay. So I think we can start with the presentation.
Yeah, here it is.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I see it. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so see you after your presentation. Wishing you luck.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So guys, as you see from my first slide, it's obvious that we are going to talk about acting on the spot. And we are going to discuss different aspects of it, yes. I will tell you, first of all, 2 real-life stories that have happened recently. So for the first several weeks of war, I couldn't imagine teaching. To tell you the truth, I couldn't imagine coming back to classes, even if they're online, and sharing something with my learners, because I was thinking that I was absolutely empty and I had nothing to share. I mean, not in terms of knowledge, but in terms of energy, emotions, good positive vibes that I usually share with my learners. But luckily, at some point, my learners started asking me to going back to classes. Most of my learners are not in Kyiv and not even in Ukraine right now. That's why for them it was more possible, even emotionally, than to me. But I decided to do that, and my first experience was quite interesting, because I had planned a lesson thoroughly with all the staging, with all the plan, everything was perfect. But as soon as I started the lesson, my learner, who is from Prague, she started bombing me with questions about the war, about the situation, about my well-being. And at that point, I understood that my plan, my thoroughly planned lesson, went sideways. So I had to act on the spot. Another situation happened just days after this situation, when I started my lesson with a learner who is actually now in Ukraine. And I just thought that it would be a nice idea discussing the situation in Ukraine, using proper English to describe the war, yes, and all the actions happening since 24th of February, so that she could do that with her foreign colleagues, maybe, yeah, so that she could communicate the issue properly to her foreign colleagues. But it turned out that she wasn't interested in that. I mean, when I started the lesson, she told me, Kristina, you know what? I decided to go back to classes to get a little bit distracted and not to be talking about the war, because it's the only topics that we are talking about lately, and I would really love to discuss something else. So imagine my it wasn't disappointment, but it was a little bit stress, I would say, when I understood that, again, my thoroughly planned lesson wouldn't work out. So we are going to talk today about flexibility, yes, and acting on the spot. there are two aspects. First one is to be flexible in the class. So in these two situations that I had to be really flexible. Yes. And the second situation, being flexible on the level of course planning. As for the second situation, we're not going to talk much about, but again, it's really important to be flexible when you plan a course. Of course, you have maybe you follow some syllabus that you have in the book. Yes, but sometimes you can plan your course based on your learners' needs, and it can be based on authentic material. But it doesn't matter what you're doing. It's always important to be flexible to meet our learners' needs. So some of you guys, I'm sure that some of you guys had this situation similar to mine. As I have seen today, there are teachers from Ukraine. I don't know if you already started teaching again, but could you please tell me if you have had any situations like that? I mean, when you were teaching, when you started the lesson and it turned out that your learner didn't want to talk about the war or started asking you a lot of questions, so you had to a little bit forget about the plan that you had. Or maybe if you are not living in Ukraine and fortunately you don't have this war situation, but you have had a situation when you had to forget about your plan and try to be flexible on the spot. It would be great if you just commented on it, if you have had such situations when you had to act on the spot. We are going to discuss today only acting on the spot in the class, as I told you before. And this acting on the spot, it's connected. It's connected with. Okay. So we are going to talk about acting on the spot in the class, and acting on the spot in the class is tightly connected to dogme approach. I don't know if you have ever practiced it. Could you please also comment if you have ever done it? Okay, Diana, you had a situation probably when you had to act on the spot, and as far as I understand, you are from Ukraine. Okay, and Bernie, thank you for your comment as well. So dogme approach, I will tell just a few words about it. Even if you have already tried it out, just let's refresh it a little bit, because I'm a huge fan of this approach, and I personally know Scott Thornberry. And actually today, when I was looking again through the book written by him, Teaching Unplugged, I have there his short wishes. Yeah, he noted it down that he appreciated me being a part of his course, and he has written that see you in Barcelona, because I always took part in conferences in Barcelona, ILTI conferences, and I just understood how long ago it was when we were able to go to Barcelona to conferences, and how much the world has changed since then, and how much have these changes required for us to be flexible. So this approach, dogme, yes, is all about being flexible. As you can see in the slide that I'm sharing, dogme is about teacher-student relations. Yes, it's not about material at all. So it means that in your classroom, you either use very little material or you don't use material at all. You have to work with the outputs that you get from your learners, with the emergent language that you get from them. You get the vibe, you feel your learners, you try to meet their Okay, I see that Olga has just commented that she has been interested in this approach, but has been unsure to use. Guys, I don't want to boast, but I'm kind of expert in this approach and I use it a lot. So if you're interested, we can discuss it a little bit later on. Yeah, Luke was also the author of this book, as well as Scott Thornberry, Teaching Unplugged. So yeah, the idea is that you work with the language that your learners produce and the language that they need now. One of the brightest examples that can happen with you when you start your lesson, like I told you my examples, but I will tell you one more. When you start your lesson and your learner tells you, look, tomorrow I'm going to have a very important meeting and I would really love to prepare for it. And you have no material. Yes, maybe you have some, something up your sleeve that you can use. Yeah, but you are not prepared for that. Yes, you are, of course, you have everything in your head, the language that you can use. Yeah, but you are not prepared in terms of material. Yeah, so you can start doing what your learner needs right now. So let's get back to those two situations I had that I was telling you about at the beginning. Okay. So the issue that I had at the beginning of my teaching career in the time of war. So the first situation was that Lona couldn't stop asking questions and talking about the war in Ukraine. Yes, because she was really interested in what was happening, what is happening. And the second situation when the Lona didn't want to talk about the war at all. Yeah, because she would like to get distracted a little bit. Just put a plus in our comments if you have some ideas, what would you do in such situations? In the first one and in the second. If you already have some ideas, it's great. I'm going to share with you what I have done. Okay, so in the first case, yeah, when my learner couldn't stop asking questions, I did with her an activity which is okay in Dogme world. It's called paper interviews, but we didn't use any paper, obviously, because it was an online class. So I just told her, okay, Elena, let's imagine if you want to ask so many questions, yeah, let's imagine that you are interviewer and I'm given an interview. So you have to think, yes, think of the questions carefully, really ask what you need to know. And then imagine that you need to write an article for a newspaper or for the page in Prague, so that people from Prague know about the war better. Yes, and you have me, a person who is living in Kiev right now. So who can tell about the war better than I? And she had to ask me different questions. Of course, those questions had to be thoroughly planned. I collected the language. I didn't interrupt her. So I wrote down all the questions, even the ones with mistakes. Then we worked on those questions. I gave her some delayed error correction. Yes, I asked her to self-correct. Only then I answered those questions after she self-corrected. And her task was to write a short article, like a short summary. She was doing it in the class with me, with my comments. She could ask some follow-up questions, again, based on the delayed error correction. Probably she made fewer mistakes. Yes, and in the end, we had a piece of writing of hers, like a short article, which again, we analyzed together, and I helped her to self-correct. So that was basically our lesson. Yes, and for her homework, I gave her a task to make up some more questions that she would like to ask me next time, or maybe collect questions from her friends and relatives who would like to know more about the war in Ukraine. And in the second case, when the Lona didn't want to talk about the war, actually at that point I was, I don't want to say that I was disappointed, but I was a bit stressed because I didn't expect that situation at all. But what I did, I practiced with her an activity which is called slices of life. So basically she had to kind of draw a circle and to divide it into 3 big slices, like a pizza. Let's imagine that we have to divide pizza into 3 big slices. And she had to think of what she liked, what she didn't like, and what she didn't mind about the latest. I think at that time it was like 21 days. Yeah, and she had to think about something she liked, which was quite challenging, yeah, because in times of war, it's hard to imagine what you can like. She also had to note down what she didn't like, which was a little bit easier. And what was also hard, to think of what she didn't mind. Yes, again, we practiced gerund, yeah, after phrases that express your likes, dislikes. Yeah, so she made these slices of life that then she commented on it, what she liked, what she didn't like, what she didn't mind. And then we started talking about things that she liked, yes, to focus on positive aspect. And then we started thinking about what she would like to do in future when we win. So I tried to avoid the topic of war, like of what's happening now, and focused mainly on what she liked and what she would like to do in the future. Because I was even talking about it with my colleagues yesterday, that these days it's really important for us to remember how to dream about future, because we are living with a lot of negative emotion around us, and it's normal. Yes, but sometimes we have to remember how to love, how to laugh, how to be kind. And that's why we need to focus on positive things as well. Yeah, not to talk only about what we have, what bad is happening in our life. So there are two activities that I have already shared with you. Paper interviews, when you ask your learners to ask you questions. Actually, I will share a little bit more. I will share the document with a thorough description of this activity after, with all of you guys. And if you want, you can contact me. I will ask you about it. Yeah, actually, Nelly, thank you so much for your comment. What about asking her to talk about peace? Yeah, you also can, in this situation, we can also ask our learners to reminisce a little bit about what we had before war, like to remember our, because nostalgic mood is also kind of positive. We remember good things. It can make us feel a little bit sad that we don't have it anymore, but we also can dream about it, that we will have it in future, which is good. But yeah, talking about peace is also positive, of course. Yes. But it's hard. I would tell you that for Ukrainian people, it is hard to talk about peace. I mean, it's easier to talk about the times when we win. It's easier to talk about the times when the war finishes. But about peace, it's challenging, I would tell you. So yeah, paper interviews. Yeah, when you ask your learners to, you just tell one phrase. Like in our case, we have the war, but you can say, "Oh, guys, last week I went to a concert." Okay, and now your learners have to ask you as many questions as possible. If the questions, or write the questions down. If the question is correct, you will answer this question. If it's not, you will ask them to self-correct, and only then you will answer. And then ask your learners to write a short article about you. And the second, slices of life, when you ask your learners to draw like pizza, divided into slices, and each slice would respond to something you liked, didn't like, didn't mind, or like last week, for example. And then ask them to comment on it, to share, if you have a group of learners, to share with their partners, if they have anything in common. If it's just one-to-one class, to comment on it, to focus on something positive, and to keep on discussing these positive things. Good. Oh, Nelly, I really like this idea of discussing peace. How does it feel? How it smells? Yeah, going back to nice smell. Yeah, that. Thank you so much for this idea about peace and how it feels and smells. I think I will use it next time. Guided fantasies, Adriano, very nice idea as well. Yeah, thank you, guys. I will note everything down and I will use it next week. Okay, and maybe we'll share with you my results. But my next idea, I'm going to share with you. So I try to be as practical as possible. So I'm going to share with you some more activities this on-the-spot activities that you could use with your learners. And it doesn't even have to happen when you come to the lesson and you understand that it doesn't work as you were planning to. You just sometimes don't have to plan your lesson and just come and act on the spot. So paper interviews we have just discussed. Okay, I will just share some of them, okay, not to take too much time of yours. And then, as I told you, I can share this as a document with you with all the descriptions, and I think that you will enjoy it. So one of my favorites is headlines. I have been using it a lot. It works very well if you have a group, but it also can work in one-to-one class. So your task is to take a piece of paper, or if you are working online, to write on the board, or I don't know, PowerPoint presentation, as you wish, just a short headline of the latest events in your life, or maybe your plans for the future, doesn't matter, but it has to be personal, and it has to be very short, as if it was a headline of an article in a newspaper. For example, next week, airport, a flight to Barcelona. I'm talking about my dreams now, you see, thinking positively. So you give a headline, and again, your learner has to ask you as many questions as possible to find out what exactly this headline means. Yeah, if you work in a group, you can put them, if you work online in a group, you can put them in breakout rooms and give some time for learner to speak with every learner. I mean, so they speak in pair, discuss each other's headlines, find out the truth. Then you swap them, recreate breakout rooms. They talk to other people, and in the end, they have to collect as much information as possible about all their classmates and share it with you. While they are talking, while they're asking questions, you note down the language that you would like to comment on. Yes, this emergent language. You discuss it. You ask them to self-correct. Yes, especially it's good idea to work on questions, question forms, maybe some words, yes, some emergent lexis. And then you ask them to create another headlines, maybe not this time, not about themselves, but about their best friend. And again, you have another circle. So say start asking questions. Again, you listen to their emergent language and you work with it. Okay. Pocket Pecha Kucha is one of the activities which is pretty popular. Probably you know about that, but again, I will share quickly. Yeah. So you just take out some. So it's better. It's a little bit false if I tell you that you don't prepare for this activity, but it's good if you take something with you to the lesson, something that that is connected with good memories, or something that speaks for itself, yeah, in your life. And you take, you just take it with you. Okay, I will show something. Okay, and I show, guys, look what I've got. Okay, it's a very important thing to me, but I will not tell you why it is important. So your task is to try by asking questions to find out why it is so important. And they started asking, okay, did you buy it in your favorite city? Or did someone special present it to you? All the questions preferably should be yes, no. So if they start asking yes, no questions and find out why this thing that you took out of the pocket is so important to you. Oh, Evgenia, I'm happy that you know about this activity. So again, asking questions, then they have to, so not to make it only about questions. Yeah, they have to report on what they have heard, share this information with their partners. Like, oh, I think this pen is very important to her because like her student has given it to her or something like that. And then you ask them to do the same. So to think of something maybe they are wearing, or to take something out from their pocket, or even sometimes you don't have to show it, but to say, okay, I have something really important with me. And they start asking, is it your earrings? Or is it this blouse or something like that? And yeah, and then asking questions, and then you ask, okay, John, tell me about what you learned from Misha. Yes, and they start sharing. It's a nice activity. Okay, and I think that I will share 2 more. So slices of life we have discussed. 5 old, 5 new. Again, this activity, okay, there's one called A Trip to the Bottom of the Sea. Okay, good. It's a nice one. I will look for it. The activity, which this time is not connected to questions. 5 old, 5 new. It's one of my favorite activities to work with texts. By texts, I mean both audio, yes, and some texts. I mean printed texts. Again, usually I create worksheets to work with texts and all this gist, listening for specific information or detailed listening or reading. But let's imagine that your learner comes to you, or you just found a very good video just like a minute before your lesson, and you didn't have time to prepare like a perfect activity. So 5 old, 5 new is a good activity when you work with text. You take a text, listening or reading, and you ask your learner for gist. I would ask it's kind of specific information as well. While reading, ask them to find 5 old words that they had learned, had learned before, or some words that you have learned with them. Yes, like, oh, in this text there are 5 words that we have learned with you. Please find them. And again, ask them to find 5 new words in the text. Words and phrases that they find interesting, absolutely unknown maybe, or they can't get their meaning even like out of context. As for Pocket Pachacucha, it depends on number of learners. I'm sorry that I'm getting back because I'm reading the comments. Let's get back to Pocket Pachacucha. If they're limited in time, it depends on the number of learners. I would say that they can ask as many questions as possible to get to know what you are talking about. Yes, yeah. So it depends on number of learners. But if you have one-to-one class, it will take up to 10 minutes, it seems to me. But again, it's only this asking questions part. Then you can work on the language and discuss, for example, okay, now let's talk about something that really matters to you, but it's at home. And continue talking to that. So 5 old, 5 new. Let's get, sorry for backtracked here and there. 5 old, 5 new. Yeah. So to work with the text, you choose 5 words that you know, 5 words that are new to you. Then you clarify the meaning of the new words. Then now you have 10 words. Yeah, 5 old, 5 new, and then in the end, while having these 10 words, you can ask, okay, let's make up some new sentences about it, or let's retell the text that you have just made. Or like by retelling text, while retelling, try to use these 10 words that we have. And then you can create sentences, ask questions, discuss the ideas, but all the discussion should be with this 10, preferably with these 10 words that you have found out. Okay, and let's do one more, and it will be the last one activity. Memory stars. It's called memory stars, but I use stars for everything. So you just draw a star, and each point should correspond to something. If you want to practice past tenses, for each point you can draw a picture or write some date, or just write one word. For example, you can note down like 2021, yeah, the year. Then near another point, you will draw a sign of some music notes, let it be. Then near another point, you will write a word, yes, or name of your favorite book or whatever. So the idea that each point will correspond to different point of your to different part of your life in the past, and they have to make some assumptions. Here you can use models for deduction in the past. Oh, 2021 must have been your successful year or something like that. Yeah, or music notes. You must have, or you might have, or you could have played some music instrument when you were a child. Yeah. So again, for memory stars, you can use it for plans for the future. So you draw a star, and near each point, you ask your learner to write a word, to draw a picture about something that they would like to do this summer. And then you ask them to discuss, like, okay, so I think this summer, maybe in August, you are going to travel to Montenegro or something like that. Okay. Oh, Nelly, thank you for your comment as for this 5 old, 5 new words. Yeah. They actually, while using, it's good idea to use both of them. I mean, first, when you have 10 words, 5 old, 5 new, they have to retell the article or the text that they have heard. And another idea, they have to create their own, which is also a productive stage. It can be either spoken language or written. They will produce the language, and then you will work with this language and with this emergent language. That's a good idea. Okay. And Adriano, thank you for sharing so many ideas and for the books for this NLP. Okay, guys, to wrap it up, I want to tell again, yes, that in these times of first COVID and now war, yeah, these times have shown us that we need to be super flexible, not only in the classroom, but in life in general. Yes, and hopefully the ideas that I have shared with you will help you to be at least flexible in your classes and meet the needs of your learners and to feel what they feel right now and what they would like to do right now. And again, for teachers who are now maybe have lack of inspiration and resource, it's a good idea sometimes to come to the lesson without a thoroughly planned lesson and just to go with the flow. And I promise you that going with the flow will give you enough energy and enough adrenaline to keep on moving. Okay, and I will ask you to try out these different methods, these different tasks, I would say, because it's just one approach of DocMe, and see how it goes, and maybe share your ideas and spread the word about it. And I think that it's good to be sharing in these times, not only these times, but all our lives. And as I don't remember who of the speaker asked, probably Olga, who was before me. She asked, what is teaching to you? And I answered, I typed my comment that for me, teaching is sharing. And it's very important to understand that it's sharing not only the knowledge, but sharing your emotions, sharing your energy, sharing vibes. And it's a process when not only you share, but your learners also share with you. And I'm really grateful that I have this job, because it seems to me that if I didn't work as a teacher, I would feel much worse right now. Oh, Nelly, thank you for the comment. Yeah, it's a good idea about the verbs of perception on each tip of the star, according to the topic chosen. Yeah, actually, yeah, as I told you, yeah, this star can work for everything. It can work for grammar aspect. It can work for emotions. I mean, the words describing emotions, just to draw smiles all over at every tip of the star, and try to ask your learners, okay, guys, which phrase would you use to describe this emotion? Yeah, which word would you use? So it can work with all of that. And I hope that, this task will inspire you. Yes, these tasks will inspire you to move on. These are the two books that have a lot of these activities. I mean, the activities that can help you being flexible and to act on the spot. If you don't have them, I can share them with you. I have PDFs. And just get back to me. And I have a list of contacts that you can contact, that you can get back to us. So first off, we have Ever English Instagram page and Facebook page. Probably you have heard my colleague, my partner in crime speaking already today, Yana Kozachenko. So please join us on Instagram and Facebook. And there are also my personal pages, Christina the Team, which is my professional one, and Christina Goncharenko on Facebook. Yes, so you can always text me and I will be happy to contact you. Yeah, so again, teaching is sharing. I will be happy to share with you what I know, and I will be happy to take something from you as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Christina, for this wonderful presentation. And while watching it, I was thinking, that saying, I'm flexible enough to kick my own, and then I don't want to continue. But yeah, that is really nice when you have the chance to improvise during your lesson. And you were 100% right that there are lots of teachers who are a bit scared to start working with dogme. So, our dear participants, I'd like to highlight again, if you feel that you are interested in this particular topic and you'd like your staff to know more about that, or probably you have just your community of teachers and you'd like to have Christina as your teacher trainer for a workshop or maybe for a course about dogme, please don't hesitate. You can see the contact details, so you can contact Christina and get to know what should be done in order to have this professional in your team.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Christina, for your brilliant ideas. And we have to move on. So the next speaker, I can see the next speaker here, and hopefully you will join us on YouTube. So I'll be looking for your comments here. Thank you.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye. Yes, and we continue. So you've already listened to amazing Christina Honcharenko, and definitely I'd like to tell you that while that presentation, we managed to raise some funds. So I'd like to thank these people. Fedevich Alexandru, thank you so much for donating. Then we had Natalia Yildirim, thank you so much for supporting us. And then I was trying to find out who that person was, because the payment was done in that way that I can't see the name of the person, but the teachers are smart. So this person have already shared the story about our conference, and I managed to find this person. Hopefully I'm not mistaken. So thank you so much, Ms. Taya Ukrainchuk, for standing with Ukraine and for supporting us. The next person I'd like to invite in this studio, and I'm pretty sure that if you've seen the agenda, you were really surprised to see the name of this session, the title of the presentation, and to be honest, yesterday I spent a couple of, not couple of minutes, just maybe a longer time, trying to pronounce this, because to be honest, I didn't know anything. So we're going to discuss something like Poka-yoke in ELT. And before that, if you know something about Poka-yoke, if it sounds like familiar, please put plus into the comment box, in the chat box. I'm just curious. Maybe I'm the only one person in the world who knows nothing about this. And let me introduce this amazing speaker, our partner, our friend, this amazing colleague, Victoria Bessarab. Hello, Victoria.
Hello.
Hello.
Thank you
How
for
are you
inviting me.
today? Yeah, thanks
I'm all right,
for being
thanks.
with us. Yeah, so I'm still looking forward. I'm still waiting for the comments because I really want to know if there are any people who don't know anything about Poka-yoke. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly.
Yes, Poka-yoke.
Yeah. So I'll keep my eyes on everything in chat, and I'm adding your presentation. So here we go. Wishing you luck and see you after your presentation.
Great, thank you. So Christina, the previous speaker, was talking about dogma and not planning your lessons as thoroughly as you would usually do. And today I'm going to talk about planning a lesson, but I would like to assure you that this presentation and this talk is not going to contradict with what Christina said, but rather complement what she said. And it's not really about restrictions and restraining yourself, but rather thinking inside the box, which can boost your creativity, because we know that creativity can be boosted, can be improved by actually having some limitations. So let's move on. Poka-yoke is a Japanese term that is used not in ELT, of course. It is used in manufacturing, and it is a mistake-proofing method that can help you avoid mistakes, or that can warn the operator that a mistake has occurred and allow them to fix it quickly. So there are two types of Poka-yoke: control Poka-yoke and warning Poka-yoke. So control Poka-yoke prevents a mistake from occurring, and warning Poka-yoke detects a mistake that has occurred and helps the operator, the worker, the employee, to fix it quickly. And in manufacturing, some examples could be only allowing an online shop customer to proceed to the next page after filling in all the fields. You know, there's this little asterisk that doesn't allow you to click submit until you fill in all the fields. This is an example of Poka-yoke. There's another one, the sequencing type of Poka-yoke, which is part of this control Poka-yoke, is when you want to withdraw some cash from an ATM, and you know that until you pick up your card, you cannot get the cash in many places. So it prevents the mistake of leaving your card, because you're focused on the cash and you might forget about your card, and you can leave it in the ATM. So it prevents you from leaving your card in the ATM. Another example of control Poka-yoke is requiring both hands to use some machinery. This can save lives and prevent injuries. Speaking of warning Poka-yoke, in manufacturing, it could be a warning sound. Not just manufacturing, but other fields. It could be a warning sound that you get if you start the ignition of your car before fastening your seatbelt. So it does not prevent you from starting the car and driving, but it signals you, and it lets you know that there is a mistake. Or in manufacturing, it could be about weighing something before actually baking it or packing it. So the operator knows that the wrong number of ingredients has been added to a cake, for example, before it goes to the oven. So what about ELT? Speaking of the two types of Poka-yoke, control and warning Poka-yoke, in ELT, control Poka-yoke would be designing a task, a lesson, a course in a way that will help you prevent the problem from happening. So you could anticipate problems, scaffold learning, and design backwards. Speaking of the warning type of Poka-yoke, it helps you detect that a problem has occurred. So you could monitor closely and see that the students are actually on the task and that they're doing it right. You make sure that everyone is doing the right thing. It could be asking instruction checking questions, so you know that the students have got the instructions correctly. If you hear that something is wrong, you re-instruct them and do the instructions again. Or asking CCQs or concept checking questions when you make sure that the students have got the concept correctly. They understand the meaning or the form, and you, in case of a mistake, you need to instruct them, re-teach them, and do it again. Formative assessment could also be a type of warning Poka-yoke. You see that something is wrong and you adjust your program to suit your students' needs. Today we're going to focus on control Poka-yoke because this is something that reminds me of another concept in ELT, and I'll get back to it in a moment. So when can we use control Poka-yoke? Preventing a problem before it occurred. We can use it at a task level, a lesson level, a unit level, and a course level. Speaking of a task level, this could be making sure that the students complete the task. So you need to understand what could prevent them from completing the task. At a lesson level, you need to make sure that the students achieve the lesson outcome. And you need to imagine what tasks, what things they need to be able to do in order to achieve it. We'll get back to it in a moment. At a unit level, you want to scaffold learning and ensure continuity. You want to make sure that the lessons are connected and that it all makes sense. At a course level, you want to build up language skills gradually. You don't want to introduce something too soon, and you want to make sure that you can fulfill your promises that you made to your students before the beginning of the course. Now let's look at this in more detail. Control Poka-yoke, preventing a problem before it occurred, also known as backward design or backward planning, because they are so closely intertwined. They are not the same thing, of course, but I notice the similarities between these two concepts in Poka-yoke and backward design. So let's have a look at more examples. So what does it look like, backward design? We need to identify the starting point. Where are our students and what do they need? What do they want to achieve at the end of the course, unit, lesson, or task? Then we need to draw a map to that place and plan backwards. So we actually start planning from the very last stage, and we gradually creep up to the first stage of the lesson. So here are some questions that will help you plan backwards. At a task level, you can ask yourself, what is the outcome of the task? What are the objectives? why are they doing this task in the first place? What do the students need to be able to do in order to complete the task? So you know what stages of the tasks you need to include. What problems might they have? How can you eliminate or fix them? Because you might have noticed that some tasks do not work as well as others, and something stops the students from completing the task, even if it's a simple speaking activity. They lack ideas. They don't have enough language. They do not know who to talk to. They don't have the right partner. They are not sure of the limits. They're not sure of the topic. The task is not specific enough. So what might be the problem? They might not understand the task. They might not see the point in doing the task. So you need to see, detect, identify these problems and eliminate them. How can you break this task down into steps, into actionable steps for the students? We don't usually have stages of the lesson that are one whole. Well, we can see them as one whole in our minds, but if we want to have a detailed lesson plan, then we'll probably need to specify what steps we need to do in order to complete the task. How will you set this task up? How will you instruct the students? How will you group the students? These are all very important questions that might be overlooked, even at a task level. And this is the smallest unit, the smallest point that you can focus on. The next one is a lesson stage. So here are some more questions that you can ask yourself. What is the aim of the lesson? You need to have it in mind. What do the students need to reach the aim of the lesson? And this is how you will choose the tasks, right? This is how you will plan your lesson. How do the tasks lead the students to the lesson aim? And in what order? The order is also very important, and sometimes well, I can't stress it enough how important the order is. And sometimes if we skip one bit or we mix the order, everything might go south, and we need to the whole point of the lesson might not be achieved. The aim of the lesson might not be achieved, or it might not be as good, and might not go as well as we expected. What other forms of scaffolding might you provide on the way from A to B? How can you assist your students so that they can achieve the outcome, whatever the outcome is, whether it's some production, a speaking activity, a writing piece, or something else? How can you help them bit by bit, little by little, to achieve that outcome within one lesson and within a task? And are the transitions between the tasks logical, smooth, seamless? How do we go from one task from another? Do we not jump from one to another, hop like, okay, we've done this one, now we'll do this? How are they connected? How does this task lead to the next one? We need to bear all of these in mind. At a unit level, we need to scaffold learning to ensure continuity, and we need to think about the goal of the whole unit. So we need to study the unit that we have in the course book and think about the idea, the general idea. So what is the idea of the unit? How are the lessons connected? How can we connect them, connect the dots, yeah, and make smooth transitions between the lessons? If we create our own unit, it's even more difficult to make sure that the lessons we compile are aligned, that they are all somehow connected, and that we don't introduce something too early, too soon, or that we don't do the same thing throughout the whole unit. For example, we practice listening and don't really focus on reading or other skills. So we need to make sure that there's a good balance of what we have planned. It does not have to be a balance of everything that there is in the language, but there has to be a balance of everything that you have planned and everything that you think is important for your students to meet their needs. And how do you make sure that the new language is recycled throughout the whole unit? Do you want to sneak a few words before they're actually introduced? Or do you want to not pre-teach something too early because you know that it's going to come up later? You need to make sure that these things are thought through. And then, of course, if your lessons are not very connected, if there is not much unity, then there might be the problem of not recycling some important items. So think, how can it be used in my next lessons? If I introduce this now, maybe one lesson too early, but maybe that's going to benefit my students. So it's always thinking a few steps ahead, and sometimes more than a few steps ahead. At a course level, it is very similar to unit level. So you need to have the end goal of the course in mind. So you don't really deceive your students. You don't want to let them down. If you promised something that they will achieve by the end of the course, then you need to make sure that they at least come closer to it and approach it a little bit. What topics and skills do the students need at this stage? How are you going to cover them, all of the topics? In what order? How do you make sure that they have enough training in each of the skills that you have planned for them to develop? How are they going to hone all of these skills within the course? How do you make sure that the new language is recycled? And how do you monitor progress? This one is very important because you want to make sure that you are reaching the aims of your course and that your students are reaching the aims of your course. And you want to show them that they are not wasting their money. I'm going to read some comments now. Okay. Something about war-related, pandemic-related authentic materials and not war-related. Okay. So there seems to be a discussion there. Right. I'm going to continue with my presentation. Here are two lessons that I want to share with you. These are just outlines of lessons, not lesson plans, of course. This is something that my teacher learners did during a workshop that I did. I do regular workshops for teachers where we have a bit of practice. So we have a demo lesson, and then we have some brainstorming activities, and then the teachers come up with their own ideas for tasks, lessons, stages, frameworks. So this is one of the examples. They started from the end of the lesson and then built it up to the beginning. So the end goal of this lesson is for the students to play a game, and we wanted to analyze what do they need to play this game. Okay, so they need to listen to the song because it's got some language models. Then before that, we want them to be familiar with some collocations to drill them. Then how do we approach the collocations? Okay, we want to teach them, pre-teach the jobs, the names of the jobs. We want to practice them, and then we want to have a bit of a warm-up to revise something we've done previously, and to activate schemata, whatever you want to call that, to activate some background knowledge on the topic. A very similar lesson is in a book called New English File Elementary. The previous one was Footprints 4, if I'm not mistaken. A very similar one for adults. And here's something that the participants of the workshop came up with. So all of these stages help the students achieve the end aim, the outcome of the lesson. So since it's called backward planning, you should start with the last one, right? So you should plan your unit with the course in mind. You should plan your lesson with the unit in mind, with the course in mind, and you should plan your task with the lesson in mind, and with the unit in mind, and with the course in mind. And plan all of these things with the end goal in mind, but at the same time, allow yourself to be flexible, because we live in a very unstable and very unpredictable world, so we cannot really plan everything. But if we are familiar with frameworks, with procedures, we can adapt easily, we can adjust easily, and we can use similar tasks, similar activities in different contexts. We can change them, we can tweak them. But having a structure means feeling safe, especially now when we want some routine, we want some predictability, and we want to reduce our time, the time that we spend on lesson planning. If we have clear goals, and if we are familiar with typical frameworks of lessons like PPP, TTT, presentation, practice, production, test, teach, test, TBL, all of the frameworks that have been mentioned today, and the ones that you can find in many books for teachers. If you are familiar with these frameworks, you are free to improvise within them and do whatever you wish and whatever it takes to achieve your goals, even if the goals have been tweaked. At the same time, if you plan your own lesson, and if you want to stray from these frameworks, knowing the procedures within tasks and being able to anticipate problems well will also allow you to plan things even on the spot, even if you don't have a plan. If you know how to set up an activity, if you know what problems might occur, if you know how to prevent students from not being able to talk during the final activity or productive activity, or during a warm-up activity when they need to produce some language, then you are safe, and you know you can be confident, you can be more confident and you know that you know what steps exactly you need to take in order to fix something. And which one is the more difficult, do you think? To detect the problem or to come up with a solution for it? So please write in the comments which one you think is the more difficult. I'll wait for a couple of seconds. Which one is the more difficult for you, to detect a problem that might occur in a lesson or to come up with a solution? To come up with a Poka-yoke for it. To do something, to act on it, to prevent it from happening. Or to detect it, to identify, to see what is wrong or what might go wrong in a lesson, so to predict it. To make a positive impact and to learn as well. Okay, I don't think it's about...
Yeah, just, I'm sorry for interrupting. I believe that Tamara is commenting now on Olga's presentation. So if she just joined, so she's watching the recording, right. But we have the comments online. And as usual, we have like a 15-second gap between questions and the answer. So you can see that
this
now.
Is why
we have.
I'm waiting.
Yeah.
Okay, I can see some comments. Detect the problem. Plan, adapt, reject, and supplement, mapping out effectiveness. Yeah, I would agree, come up with a solution. Okay, so there are different opinions on that. And planning, adapting, rejecting, and supplementing. So actually coming up, I think it's quite all-encompassing, isn't it? Planning, adapting, rejecting, and complementing. I also find it quite difficult when I've got a course book. So I prefer to plan from scratch. When we detect the problem, it is not difficult to solve the problem. I totally agree with you. And from what I've seen, detecting the problem is the more difficult for the teachers that I know and for me personally. So once you know what the problem is, you can come up with a solution by looking it up on Google, by reading some articles, by studying some literature for teachers, by attending a workshop, a practical workshop that addresses this particular problem, by taking a consultation with another teacher. Many teachers provide free consultations these days to Ukrainian teachers and support each other. By asking your question in one of these millions of free chats on Telegram, on Messenger, on Facebook. There are lots of groups for teachers, support groups for teachers where they can ask and answer and help. There's also a group called ELT Questions Answered on Facebook by Lexical Lab. There are many groups on Telegram that I know and take part in, and I notice how quickly everyone reacts and how eager everyone is to help and to suggest their solutions. You can simply ask a more experienced teacher if you're a novice teacher, and but detecting the problem is really the most difficult one. But here are a few things that can help you detect problems. So knowing your students well, knowing their needs, knowing their goals can help you a lot. If you know exactly what they expect of your course, of your lessons, then you can plan wisely and you can predict what problems they might have. So you need to do some very detailed needs analysis if you've got a one-to-one student. You need to ask them directly. You need to talk to them every once in a while Send them questionnaires. They can be anonymous. Another thing that could help you is getting familiar with typical mistakes speakers of their language make. This is something that is becoming more and more relatable, because more and more teachers have to, let's put it, relocate to other countries, or look for students from other countries, from European countries especially, speaking of Ukrainian teachers. And some things can be, well, they can come as a surprise, they can come as a shock, that these are typical mistakes that speakers of these particular languages make. I have worked with people who speak Ukrainian, Russian, Polish, Spanish, French, and I think that's about it. And I have noticed these differences, and I didn't expect them most of the time, and I didn't even realize how big of a problem that could be. And I didn't think it was even worth mentioning. I didn't think it was worth the hassle, you know. But then once I realized that, oh, they make this mistake because this is the way they would usually say it in their own language. Maybe I should be more vigilant, and maybe I should be more observant, or maybe I should address this mistake early on and create some exercise for it, or simply draw their attention to it, ask them to underline these things, or gap these things out from sentences and say, oh, something's missing. What was that? Do you remember? And they will probably make the same mistake again because they didn't notice it. And this is how you can detect these problems, by getting familiar with the mistakes. How do you find out what mistakes the speakers of Polish, for example, make? You can look it up on Google. You can read a special book. I can't remember the name, it slipped my mind, but it's all about speakers of different languages. So it has a chapter for speakers of all the languages, okay, not all of the 7,000 languages, but the most widely spoken languages. And you can see how different the mistakes are and how not very obvious they might be to you. Also, one more thing that can help you detect problems is picturing what you're going to do in as much detail as possible. So just saying or thinking, oh, and then we'll do the reading, won't cut it. You actually need to think about the setup stage. How are you going to set it up? How are you going to lead into this reading? What are you going to say? Are they going to do that in pairs, the gist task? Are they going to do that in pairs? Are you going to elicit it from everyone? Are you going to have them predict things? But is it actually going to be a gist task or not really a gist task? Is it easy enough? Then, okay, then they do the reading. And then how do we check the gist task? How do we do it? Do we do it in pairs? Maybe I should give them a chance to discuss that in pairs. Or maybe we can jump straight to the feedback stage. And why are we doing it? So you need to actually imagine every second of the task if you have never done it before, or if you're not very confident in it. This will help you avoid so many mistakes. So actually imagine that you are in class. You can use stuffed toys if you like. You can use imaginary students to picture it. Sometimes it's good to go with the flow, especially if you're an experienced teacher. But until you actually see it, picture it in your head, or practice it at least once or at least 10 times in the classroom, you can't really be sure how it's going to pan out. So you need to put an extra effort, especially if it's a new task you've never done before, if it's something new, a new activity that you just found in a book. But the procedure that describes the activity is not very detailed. Oftentimes, teachers' books are not detailed enough. They just give you the answer key, or they repeat the instruction that is already in the student's book. So think about every single stage, the classroom arrangement, the interaction patterns, the way you're going to be behaving. Are you going to sit? Are you going to stand? Are you going to look at them? Are you going to crouch? Yeah, I'm using a lot of CELTA terms now, I guess, but this is what I'm really grateful to CELTA for, and this is something that has helped me a lot. So next thing that's going to help you is trying things out yourself. As a student, exploiting your relatives and trying things out. This is going to help you avoid so many mistakes and detect them first and then avoid them. And reaching out to those more experienced in the particular area. And at the same time, this does not mean that we should never experiment and never stray from our plans. This is really about creativity, but being safe enough in order to be creative. Because oftentimes in order to improvise and play it by ear, you actually need to plan it in great detail beforehand, or at least have the end goal in mind and have a few activities up your sleeve. This is going to help you a lot. If you have a few go-to activities or tried and tested activities that you can use in your dogma lesson, for example, in a lesson that has gone wrong a little bit, in a lesson that is very unpredicted because of the situation, because you don't know what's going to happen the next minute, then it's a very good idea to have some framework that you can rely on. That's it from me. I'm Victoria Bazarov. You can find me at Your English Journal on Instagram, and I'm going to look at some comments here. Trying things out yourself seems trying to find the solution might be mistakes. That's my thing. Yeah, totally. Trying things out yourself is a magic tool. It's free. It's quick. See how long it takes you. See how long the task takes you. See whether it's actually doable. Sometimes we come up with crazy tasks that sound very creative, that seem very nice and fun, but they're not very workable. Why are they not workable? Because we are not sure how to do them. So try it out yourself. Detecting problems and conducting needs analysis must be held hand in hand. Yes, that's for sure. I totally agree with you. Once the teacher knows both L1 and L2, their differences and similarities will minimize pain and maximize gain. Yes, absolutely. You don't have to speak the language of your students, but understanding it or knowing at least the basics is going to help you a lot.
Yeah, thank you so much for this wonderful presentation. And to be honest, I was enjoying the conversation between Miss Nelly and Mr. Adriano Zanetti. And I like that comment by Miss Nelly. I've just found it. Here we are again, ending up with lesson plans. Because the previous talk was about just allow yourself to be flexible, and then we start talking about lesson planning. And I have an idea, like hopefully as soon as this nightmare finishes, we'll be able to have some kind of a meeting on Zoom where people who are more about dogma style and who can be really flexible with what they're teaching, and those people who are fans of structured lesson plans and who know what to predict and what to expect from their students. I wish we could have a meeting on Zoom and some kind of debates. I believe it would be nice because I'm that kind of a teacher who prefers to have the lesson plan, which I always create starting from the final point and going backwards, scaffolding everything, trying to create that kind of atmosphere for my students where they can feel themselves successful. So I'm really thankful to you for this presentation. So many thoughts for me, just to so many ideas for me to think about a bit later. Yeah.
Thank you.
What do you think about having such kind of a meeting where the front lines could have discussion on whether we should have lesson plan and plan it in advance, like thoroughly and precisely, or we can improvise during the lesson?
I'm totally in favor of it, but at the same time, I can already predict what the outcome is going to be and what our final conclusion is going to be. It's going to be, it depends. Because I'm really not talking about planning things rigidly and abiding by all the rules and sticking to your plan religiously. I'm really talking about knowing some tools that you can use at task level, at lesson level, at course level. You don't have to, flexible lesson planning, exactly. So if you know the tool and when to use it and why to use it, you can use it everywhere, even in a dogma lesson, in a 100% dogma lesson. So thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Vika, I would be really happy to see you in the chat box on YouTube if you have time and you can join us, and we should continue. Sure. Yeah, thank you so much for being with us and for sharing your really precious ideas. Thank you. Okay, so you've just watched and listened to Victoria and Poka-yoke. I can do it. I can pronounce that. Poka-yoke in ELT. And definitely I will ask, by the way, I have Victoria's presentation. So it means that this presentation will be included into your pack, which will be sent after the conference together with your certificate and other links for you to enjoy when you have time for it. And since we keep collecting and raising funds for Ukrainian military forces. As you can see here, this is our next speaker, and again, the magic QR code, which you can scan and donate, and I can post the link in the chat box. So you can see here, you can copy the link and go there. I'd like to thank another person who joined this fundraising this time. Thank you so much, Ms. Ketivan Surguladze from Georgia. Thank you for standing with Ukraine. Thank you for supporting. And by the way, if you click that link, which I've just sent in the chat box, and follow it, you will see that there is a tracker, and you can see what we have so far. And I'm more than happy or more than proud to announce that so far we've already collected $4,339.50 US dollars. Thank you so much for standing with Ukraine. The link will be active during 3 days after the marathon. After that, we'll close the link. We stop getting any money, and we'll transfer the funds to military forces of Ukraine, and definitely all of you will get an email with all the reports and receipts concerning this transaction. So you will see that everything that we've collected will be sent to military forces of Ukraine, because we do know that these funds will help them to keep being protected, and it means that they will keep protect us. Thank you for standing with Ukraine. And now let me introduce the next speaker, Miss Marina Yarova, with the question, like, to give or not to give? This is the question. Okay, hello, Miss Marina. How are you today? How's your mood? I'm pretty sure that you might be quite a bit nervous now.
Okay. Hello, dear Eva. Actually, yes, a bit nervous as usual, but I think I will cope with it after I start speaking.
Okay, so I'm going to add your presentation. As you can see it now, it's on the screen. So I'm giving you the floor, wishing you luck. I'm here with you, watching and enjoying every word of you, and see you after your presentation.
Thank you for support. Well, dear colleagues, I invite you to talk about feedback, to give or not to give. What kind of feedback to give? What is the role of feedback? What should it be so that it is really effective? Well, and to start with, well, I just shortly introduce myself. Yeah, I'm the English teacher in Kyiv Specialized School, number 211. You can see my working experience on the screen, different age groups, different background. And right now I'm running the new Ukrainian school course for a basic school English teachers in cooperation with Boris Hrinchenko Kyiv University in Service Teacher Training Institute. Well, we're working with the English teachers of Kyiv, actually our team, but all the teachers around Ukraine will be involved in this new Ukrainian school course, and I strongly believe that next September, the upcoming September, our kids will go to their schools and will continue our school reform. Well, and you can see my contact details if in case you are interested to continue the discussion, or maybe just to keep in touch to talk about partnership between schools. You are warmly welcome, and I hope it will be quite fruitful. So let's start. Yeah, and let me start with the question. Actually, you can see it now. What is the main goal of learning a foreign language? We are not talking just about English. Let's talk about a foreign language, any foreign language. Actually, you are warmly welcome to leave your comments in the chat box. Actually, why do people learn foreign languages? Well, what for do they do this? Maybe some ideas, some general ideas you can come up with. Please share them in the chat box. What is the main goal? Why do people learn foreign languages? Actually, I can see still no answers, but it's okay. Maybe something with the connection. Actually, everybody has his or her own goal of learning a foreign language. Yeah, and I would say that we study foreign languages for job, for traveling. Yeah, for love, why not? Entertainment, education, Well, so different, absolutely different goals. You know, to sum up and to say it shortly, well, we can say that meaningful communication is the main goal of learning foreign languages. You know, here, meaningful communication means confidence in communicative language skills. Yeah, we talk about oral and written comprehension. We talk about oral, written, online interaction, and we talk about both oral and written production. Well, this confidence is the point that is our aim, our goal. And thank you for the comment that the aim have a better and really more successful life. You see, actually, when we come back to the previous slide, you can see that here we have job, travel, love, entertainment, education. Well, we can say that successful life can include all these terms. Yeah. So we come back, and actually I have the next question to you. How would you describe the way to this desirable result? So you remember that desirable result is this confidence, yeah, and meaningful communication. How would you describe the way? Maybe you can come up with any adjectives, maybe some ideas. I see that the comments are still for the previous question. Thank you all, and the whole practical skills for life, actually for successful life. Well, but the way to this desirable result, to meaningful communication, what kind of the way can it be? Well, I can also offer you some ideas. Well, this way is long for sure. Yeah, this way is exciting and challenging. This way can be tough, difficult. It can be planned. It can be chaotic. You know, a lot of adjectives, a lot of words can be used to describe this way. And here, I always forget that I should use the buttons on the presentation. So this is our expected result, this meaningful communication. And you can see the bricks here. And the bricks are sticked. And you know, if a lot of bricks are sticked properly, only in this case we can guarantee achieving, meeting of this expected result. It's clear that we have more bricks, and we can add here some of them, but I just tried to show that the result of this meaningful communication depends on how properly everything is done. Well, but who knows the way how to stick the bricks properly? What actually is this way? I like this picture. I've taken it to show that the way, actually, this is the learner's way. And the teacher knows where the student is right now. It's a red point, yeah? Where the student is going, it's a green point. And what objectives should be met, what steps should be made to meet the learning outcomes. Well, to come to the destination, to achieve the level when the student, the learner, can use language as a tool for his or her successful life. But it's about a teacher. But what about the student? What about the learner? I guess it's something like this. Now we have somewhere the starting point. The student thinks that his destination, learning outcome, is somewhere here. And he is trying hard to find his way through the forest of different grammar issues, vocabulary, phrasal verbs, and so on and so forth. You know, the learner should consult somebody who knows the way, so that not to waste time, firstly. Secondly, so that his way is effective. Well, who can be consulted? Of course, a teacher. Here we move on. You know, one of the tools, one of the strategies how to help the student is assessment for learning, formative assessment. And, you know, it's the heart of effective teaching. Because if we talk about assessment for learning, why is it essential? Because this girl that is sitting on the question mark has 3 questions. And they are connected in the circle. Yeah. So where am I? Is the first question. The second question is, where am I going? And the third question, how do I get there? Well, and when there is the answer to each question, there is thinking, there is moving, there is improving. And after meeting some goal, well, this goal comes to the question, where am I again? So we can say that it is something like the endless moving, endless way of improvement. And formative assessment is really the essential part of it, and it leads the student to the achievements. Okay. Then, you know, there is a lot of theory in the internet and in printed resources where you can find more information about formative assessment and effective feedback. You know, effective feedback is one of the 5 vital strategies of formative assessment. that's why we pay attention to that effective feedback today. These resources have been taken from the British Council, from Oxford University Press, from Cambridge University Press, and some more internet sites where the scientists and the teachers who really are very experienced write the articles and share their ideas with other teachers. Just to continue to be short, if we talk about about feedback, we will try to discuss the effective feedback. And when we talk about feedback in general, we understand that feedback causes thinking. Even a raised eyebrow makes a student thinking, analyzing, makes a student think, analyze, and maybe even correct him or herself. So it really causes thinking. I mean, feedback, but if we talk about the effective feedback, 7 key elements of each should be mentioned, and we will try to talk about them quite quickly. More information can be found and can be read in the resources I have given to you, and when you get the presentation, you can take the links, so you can follow the links and find out a lot of theory about feedback. But now about 7 key elements of effective feedback. Let's start with the point that it should be specific and clear. Well, it means that the student should understand what was right and what was wrong in his performance, in his answer, or in his written work. Then it should be given, this information should be given in appropriate language, the learner's level language, so that he understands it. And moreover, how to improve something in a short period of time, not in a year, but in a short period of time, from lesson to lesson, or next week, for example. Something short, something understandable and really clear. Then we come to the next element. The feedback, the effective feedback should be well timed. It is a remedy of the situation. And actually, when some teachers give feedback in a week after the lesson or after the work, students already forget the details, and such a feedback is just a waste of time. But we understand that time is really important, it is valuable, and every minute should be spent on purpose. And the feedback given on time really helps. Well, now the next is
very interesting point as well. It should be linked to learning and success criteria. But where are this success criteria should be taken from? Actually, they should be discussed. They should be discussed with the students so that they know what they should pay attention to, what they should do, how, maybe the way. So the criteria should be also clear. Then the effective feedback focuses on the task and not the learner. It's like a bit of a controversial statement, because, you know, it said that it's not the important is not how hard the student worked, but the result on the one hand. Yeah. But on the other hand, different evaluating comments encourage, and when you really appreciate that the student, for example, have spent more time on doing the task than normal, that he usually does, yeah, and you really would like to express your appreciation, well, it's already about the learner. Yeah, it's already not about the task. But let's keep in mind that the task is a bit more important. Then we move on and we come to learning cues. That is, I say that it is a helping hand. It's something that you give learners, like some hints or some directions how to improve, some additional questions, maybe about specific information. For example, if it is about traveling, and the student shares information about the countries he visited, and after that continues just his talk without any details. You can just give him or her the additional question. Ask him something like to share what is his or her favorite place in this country is, or what unusual dish he has tried there, something like this. Yeah, so that to get speaking, so that to make him say more that he has already done, yeah, before. Okay, then we move on to the next point, and it is about strategies, but not solutions. A difficult key element. It's about how the learner could organize the work differently. Maybe some other ways of error correction can be used, not like usual correcting mistakes, but underlining or making some collections of mistakes, of general mistakes, and after the task discussing, yes, and so on. So it's already about strategies, but not the direct ways of the solutions. Okay. well, and we come to the last key element. Actually, yes, of course, it is not the last in general, because this is just a recommended scheme, just what you can use in your work. Well, so the effective feedback should be actionable and achievable. Well, what to do to achieve the result? Absolutely clear actions that can be made by the students. If you know your group profiles, for example, it's really easy to do, yeah, because you know the age group of your students, you know the interests, you know maybe the cultural background. So actionable and achievable recommendations should be given in the effective feedback. And you know, of course, it is ideal when the all the 7 key elements are used in feedback, are shown in this feedback. But well, we all understand that it's really tough and difficult. It takes a lot of time, yeah, and I know that a great deal of teachers really don't do it. I mean, a really valuable feedback, not just encouraging or evaluating. Yeah, it's important to spend time on it, because, well, if you remember the slide about the ways, because it is the way. It is the way to meet the goals. It is the way to meet outcomes of the unit, for example, of the topic, or of the learning at all. You know, if we talk about micro level and macro level. So the more elements are considered, the more complex and clear your feedback is. The more useful your feedback is, and the better results your students will have after following your feedback. Look, actually, I hate slides with a lot of words and information, but here I decided to make it like this. I have gathered here my favorites if to talk about recommendations of effective feedback. Let's look through them quite quickly. Yeah? Feedback should be like a sandwich. Sorry?
No, I just wanted to mention that if you have the chance to skip like the long texts, we will definitely include it into your presentation and send to our participants to read later on.
Yeah.
So it would be nice. Yeah, thank you so much.
I will just mention a few points. I guess the most favorites.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So a feedback sandwich. Yeah, you start with a compliment. After that, you come up with corrections, and you finish. Also, you try to finish your feedback with a compliment. Yeah. The balance between not wanting to hurt and to talk objectively. Then one more interesting point. The better the feedback is better when you discuss one skill there. Of course, it is when it goes about formative assessment, and we are talking about formative assessment, not summative right now. That's why, yeah, it's a really good idea, because when you talk about vocabulary issues, after that some advices on grammar and in general about how to make a presentation, and everything is in one feedback. It's really difficult to understand it. Well, we are talking about learners, and moreover, we are talking about learners of different ages. And of course, we should keep it in mind and understand. Then why not to educate students on how to give feedback to each other? It's also a great practice, as well as self-assessment. But well, it's about giving feedback. They can work in pairs, with their peers, in groups. Then it's the next point is about evaluating, good job or nice work. Okay, what for? Should I do more or try hard? So just meaningless praising is a risky thing, So if you say good job, so it should be really good job. Then the next point I have already discussed with you, that's about evaluating and about the effort. Well, it's up to you, really up to you, because sometimes it is really important to talk about the efforts the student has made to fulfill the task. Well, then one more interesting thing is feedback on how this thing, how we are doing as a teacher. Some interesting ideas can be found there, and maybe something even can be changed in teaching, added to teaching. Well, and the last, I love it, that's my favorite. Yeah, you leave your when you give the effective feedback, you leave your students with a feeling that they can conquer the world. Maybe it's too deep or too seriously, but well, I think that it's really important so that we give our students wings, and wings to fly, weapons to fight. And it's really important so that we encourage them, and we show them that everything is achievable, but only if they follow the way, follow the advice, and everything will be okay. So, and just to finish, examples of feedback. Well, if you look through them, you will see that almost all key elements are covered. For example, this short one, you are headed in the right direction. You just forgot to add phrasal verbs. You have almost got it. So this is just what we wanted to say. And also, well, have I got time or already no?
Because unfortunately, you ran out of time, and just I have another speaker waiting, and just we should a bit, to keep it fast. So.
Yes, it's already the end, where we have the suggested outcomes. Actually, this criteria that we have discussed, and we have the student answer here. Well, and this feedback is not appropriate because it's about nothing. And we often have this problem, unfortunately. But if we think about it, and if we think of feedback that is full and that corresponds to the criteria, it is given on the next slide, you see. The recommendations are given, the ways are recommended, the cues, one cue is given here. You can read it on your own pace after the marathon. And actually, that's it. Feedback is important because something happened with the letter E. Well, I hope that you will think about it maybe one more time and use some resources and spend time on effective feedback. It's important. Thank you very much. Thank you
Thank
for
you, Marina.
yes, and
You know, I'd like. Sorry.
Yeah. Just to finish. Stand with Ukraine.
Thank you. You know, I'd like to invite you to join YouTube comments, because there you will find like some kind of discussion about effective feedback, constructive feedback, what actually we need to give to our students, what kind of feedback, who are the people who should get feedback from us, how much feedback they should get. So there's so many interesting questions. Like Mr. Mohammed, he says, like, it depends on type of lesson, its purpose, size of classroom, level of students, their learning styles. Now we have Mr. Adriano Zanetti, who says, I also would add the sort of imperfection are cropping up. So you will see this is just a story with a nice plot to read about. So I do hope you'll join us on YouTube. And yeah, and we have to continue.
Yeah, we'll try. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for being with us. Yeah, and see you. Stay safe and sound. Yeah, and we continue. Again, I'd like to remind you, I know that it's some kind of parroting all the time, but this is my job today. I'd like to remind you about this QR code, which what we do, we scan, that we go to that QR code to the web page where you can donate. So actually, this is the main aim for us here, to collect as much money as possible to help our military forces who keep fighting for our lives and for our country, for our democracy. So this is quite essential for us. And I started this marathon with the idea that somehow war is expensive. I'm not talking about aggressor now, and I don't care, really, I don't care how much money they spend on that, but I do care how much money they have to defend ourselves and just to get rid of this aggressors from our country. Like, we do wish to live our normal life, which we had before the war started. And the next speaker, actually, this person, Oksana Vahin, I'm really thankful to her for joining us. And she spent lots of time in Chernihiv, which is another hell for Ukraine now, a burning place. You know, we have those hotspots on our Ukrainian, on the map of Ukraine, like Kharkiv, Chernihiv, Mariupol, Melitopol, Irpin, Bucha, so many cities and people suffering there. And Chernihiv is one of those cities. And thanks God, she managed to escape several days ago. And then she just wanted to jump into this marathon because she felt she would like to do something for her country. And it happened that not always, you know, when you're fleeing and when you do not know where you will find yourself tomorrow. So you can't be completely sure about internet connection and all that stuff. So what she managed to do to record a video on this particular topic, and I'm going to share it now. But again and again, so I can't be completely sure that the system we are using for this marathon will be able to show this video completely. You saw what happened to Rima's video, so I couldn't show you about 2 minutes of that video. So just in case, if something goes wrong, no worries, because I will upload this video to our YouTube channel, and together with your certificate, together with a link to all the presentations from our speakers, and everything I've already promised, I will have to watch it again just to remind myself what I've promised you. You will get the link to watch this video. So as you can see, the video is about walking through preschoolers. Yeah, and let me share it. I do hope it will work. But if not, we always have a way to act. So we should be flexible, as one of our speakers said. And and we should adjust to what we have. Anyway, yeah, thank you so very much for sharing. Yeah, no, unfortunately, I can't. So I will give it a try again, and if it's not working, I'm waiting. Yeah, I'm so sorry for these inconveniences, but you see, now unfortunately, device is having trouble sharing your video. Okay, I promise you this will be like a separate video for you to watch, and I promise that you will have the link and you will be able to enjoy it separately whenever you have time for it. Oksana, I do hope you're not, but you are not upset about the situation, but I'm not sure what's going on with technology today. So, and also before the next person is going to present, I have a short video, which is just the system is okay about short videos. Another teacher from another health city, which is Melitopol now, she sent me a video because she wanted to be online. She wanted to stay with you. She wanted to participate actively in the chat box and all that stuff. But unfortunately, when you are in such a city, there is no any chance for doing that. But you know, these teachers, they're heroes. She managed to record a video. It's not a video about methodology or how to teach. She just wanted to share her feelings with you because I believe we talked a lot about our emotions today. So, and I do believe that this video will help you to feel us Ukrainian teachers.
Hello everyone, I'm Anastasia. Hello everyone, I'm Anastasia. I'm an
I will have to.
Hello everyone, I'm Anastasia. I'm an English teacher.
Yeah. No, unfortunately, I can't add it. Anyway, another person who is going to join us and our last presenter. Yeah, I know that this presentation will be full of positive emotions as well as all of those realia we're experiencing now. I know that Olga, she's prepared everything for us. It's not only about methodology, how to teach, but this is what we feel, and this is our pain, and this is the final session actually. And I want you to be attentive to every word she's going to share today. This is the end of the marathon where we stand with Ukraine. Okay, Olga, hello.
Hello, glory to
How are you? Glory to heroes. Yeah, I can see your screen. As you can see, I'm ready just to cry. So, because that's not because of the war, it's just because I can't share neither video of Oksana nor the video from Mariupol. So that's the reason why I have tears in my eyes now. So, yeah, so here we go. And this is almost the last time when I'm saying you can scan QR code and donate. You still have this chance, and you will have this chance for 3 days over the marathon as well. So the floor is yours. Wishing you luck. And
thank you.
And I can't see your presentation, dear. Can you see it?
Why? I don't
like
yeah, I can. Maybe I'll try to share it again.
Yes, please.
Just a moment.
No, I mean, that might be problem from my side. So as you can see, this is, we've been online for almost 8 hours and the system probably is tired a bit. this is the reason why I can't share the video anymore, and something is wrong with the presentation. So Olga, what you will have to do now, I'm sorry that you have to experience this kind of stress, but
used to that.
I have to disappear, so I have to reload this page. I have to disappear for a couple of minutes, and after that, when I'm back, hopefully, and when I'm back, you will be able to share it again. Okay.
Okay, so I have to stay here, yeah?
You should stay here. You should talk to our attendees. Yeah. So, and it's not something new for you because last marathon you were a host with me, so I'm pretty sure you know what to do. And please stop sharing your screen now if it's possible.
Yeah, just a second. Oh, I can't stop sharing, you know. Yeah, I can't. Something's wrong. I haven't started and I can't stop sharing.
Yeah, that's interesting. Okay, so I will reload the page and you can be online while I'm coming back.
Okay, waiting for you. So as I'm able to see the comments, thank you for everyone who has joined, who has been staying here for, oh, how much time have you been staying here? Since 9 o'clock, quite a lot. I do remember all the previous teacher voices. There were 3 of those before that. And this one, I think you'll agree that this one is quite special because all the speakers are exceptionally Ukrainian teachers.
I'm sorry to say, but you will have, so I will have to kick you out of the studio and you will have to join again in order to share your screen. Okay,
No
because
problem.
these are the problems. Okay, so see you in a minute, I do hope. Yeah, so you see sometimes it happens, and what I'm asking for, just your support, you know, no one expected that I won't be able to share any video or something like that, that I won't be able to share Olga's presentation. I'd like to give it a try and to share the video again while Olga is joining.
Hello, everyone.
No, unfortunately, it's not working. So I'm waiting for her, and hopefully she will join me. Okay, and now please, fingers crossed, tell me that you can share your screen. Yeah, you know that feeling when you're on Zoom meeting with your students and you can't share and you start asking like, can you see my screen? Can you hear me? And in return, you have nothing because they can't hear you and they can't see your screen. So it's just like you're talking to. And the thing is the same. I can't see your slides at all. This is the problem.
Just a second, I'll send you my presentation. Let's do it like this, okay?
Yeah, and it's not from your side, it's from mine, unfortunately. Yeah, thank you for your comments. I can see that you keep talking, and this is the final presentation. How come it could happen? But... Okay, Olga, let me know where you're sending that.
Yeah, just can you remind me your main email address because there are so many of those. SR or which one?
Yeah, stay in studio. Again, I will have to reload everything. So anyway, we're not going to give up. Anyway, we will have this chance to deliver your session. Yeah. So I'm leaving and you're working here, okay?
Yeah, technology. It's a kind of unpredictable thing. trying to send my presentation to Eva. Okay. Oh, thank you, Tamara. No worries, really. I will definitely deliver my presentation no matter what, even if
So here I am. Yeah, Olga, please join me again, and hopefully it will work. She says she has just sent me. You can see how everything is just in online regime. Yeah.
Hello everyone, I'm Anastasia. I'm an English teacher. I live in Melitopol. It is a small and sweet town in the eastern part of Ukraine. Unfortunately, nowadays my town is occupied, and there are a lot of soldiers, a lot of military cars in my town. And to tell you the truth, we can't have lessons with our students here in my native town. Of course, we can't have offline studying here because it's very dangerous. And from the 24th of February, we don't go to school. As teachers, we don't work. And because till the 6th of April, teachers in Melitopol have vacations. And students have so-called holidays. And it is very painful for me because teaching and English, they are my passion. But now everything is ruined because I can't do everything what I used to do before so-called Russian peace. I can't see my students, I can't teach, I can't study, I can't attend webinars, training sessions, different English courses and so on. I can't be active as I was before the 24th of February. So from that very moment, my life has changed, and has changed negatively, and everything is different. And not only teachers, but students in my town, they miss school. They want to go to school, but they can't. As we have problems with internet connection, as many providers don't work here, so we can't have online studying as well. So you see, it's very painful. empty classrooms, empty schools. So there are no teachers, no students, empty buildings. But we hope that everything would be okay. The only thing I can do, I can use English. I can make videos in English. I can videos in which I can tell my real and true stories. I can inform people all over the world. I can show the reality of the war. I can show what is happening in my native town and in my country. I can help, I think. And I can meet with people from other countries via Zoom and tell them what is happening. And by the way, I have attended some such meetings. The one was organized by Natalia Zachinska and Eva Tatarova, and we met with the Brazilian school children and teachers. And one more meeting was with the American students and teachers as well. And so using English, we can help, I think, we can help our country. And I hope that, and not maybe hope, I'm sure that everything would be okay. And we will win. Thank you.
Thank you so much for watching this. As I mentioned before, that was my attempt to show you this video because unfortunately Anastasia couldn't join us live, but she definitely wanted to share her feelings concerning what's happening now and for you teachers to know what we have to go through or what we have to undergo. And good news is that we have Olga back. And while you were watching Anastasia's video, we were trying to fix the problem with the presentation. Anyway, you know, it happened. Life made this decision just a long time before this marathon. It united us just a long time before this marathon. And this is why now we are going present in a duet, because Olga will have to speak about what she's going to speak about, and I'll be her hands, like turning on the slides. Okay. I'm with you here. I can hear you. I'm giving you the floor and see you after the presentation.
Okay. So last week we were talking about conditionals with a group of adults of mine, and at the so-called engage stage, I asked them a question. Can you please, next slide. Yeah, if you were the war, what would you teach? I don't know where this question came from into my mind. This is what I wanted to ask them. And after a few seconds of dead silence, I finally got the reply from one student, one bright student. And this is what she said. Eva, could you please show the next slide? Yeah. If I were the war, I would teach you to find the light in the darkest place. It was Tanya who said it. I'm not sure if she's watching. I just wanted to put her name here. And, you know, I know that you know, because you've already seen some of my colleagues who are who continue teaching, delivering lessons, even in bomb shelters. And these are hundreds of light teachers in dark shelters. And most of my colleagues, as well as me, have quite changed the curriculum just because we have a feeling that the students are not willing to omit the topic of war. But conversely, this is the topic they do wish to talk about. You know, I think not. I don't even think. I'm sure that not every generation lives in a period of war. And as it happened that we are living here in that period, I think that we should use all the opportunities within these hard times in every field, every sphere of life. So today I'd like to share some very, I would say, simple activities, low preparation activities you can use even if you are in a bomb shelter, like no matter where you are, you can adapt them for different language levels for offline and online classes as well. So let's start. Eva, could you move on to the next slide? Yeah. The first one is inspired, like I was inspired by Chernobyl. If you haven't heard of that, you are either not Ukrainian or you are not following the situation in Ukraine too globally. This is the place where Ukrainian armed forces smashed the convoy of Russian invaders 11 times. Yes, yesterday it was the 11th time. And there are lots of memes and jokes around this topic. So I decided, why not make it kind of material for the lesson? So the easiest thing you can do is just to ask your students, write the story behind Chernobyl, the story that will discover the mystery of that place. You can also ask your students find the historic background about this location, because more and more people say that in the past, the Cossacks had their battles there. Eva, could you please move to the next slide? The refugee plan here. So I think that this is a good chance to help or to make even your students think about the future in case that red line appears. Just set the questions the students should think of. For example, what country would you choose to stay in if you are going to flee? How would you get there? What language would you speak there? How would you earn your living? Or even you can even make up a project based on the country chosen, so that the person could get to know more about that, about the culture, mentality of people, education, job opportunities, just to understand whether this country is appropriate for the person or it's better to find a different one. The next slide, please. Home alone. When we see these two words, we usually, like most of us, usually think about the movie we used to watch every winter with our students, and then just doing some activities after a while or pre-watching. In my case, it's not about the movie, actually, just related to it. On Thursday, when the war started, I saw, I have two neighbors living next to me. They are boys. One of them is 9 and the other one is 13-year-old boy. And I was just walking in the street and I saw them writing or drawing something on a sheet, on a big white sheet of paper. And they were feeling so excited about that. I just came up to them and asked, what are you doing? And they asked me, have you seen the movie Home Alone? I said, yes, sure. And they said, me and my brother, like we are both making up a plan in case Russian invaders do come to our house. And I saw really lots of schemes and so on and so forth. And I decided to use this idea with my adult students, not with kids or teenagers. But I decided to organize it in 2 stages. Like the first one, I set them the homework to my adult students to design the plan, the same plan Kevin did, in order to save his house, his property, and his life as well. This is what they had to do at home. They are like wise people, And they were thinking about that too globally in comparison with children, of course. And when they finally showed their plans, we decided to organize class debates so that to discuss the advantages and disadvantages of their action plan. Like, we just had to analyze whether their ideas would be good or not so good, or what could they fix to change to do it much better in order to save their house. Yeah, it was really okay, and the students liked it a lot. Could you please turn the next slide? Yeah. I think that most of Ukrainians, not only Ukrainians, have already seen these illustrations. Visuals are those things I do like using really every time, in every single lesson. What can you do with these illustrations? Actually, the first thing, what I did with my students, I showed them these 3 illustrations. Before that, I prepared the list of vocabulary which relates to each of those pictures. And first I wanted them to match the vocabulary that relates to every single picture. Then they had to make up their own story based on what they see and using their imagination, of course, using the vocabulary I had provided them with before that. Like, in case you have never seen these illustrations, like on the left side, you can see the ghost of Kiev, as we call him. In the middle picture, we can see the 2 bullies who stole the Russian tank, as well as gypsies who did it. Unfortunately, I don't have any illustration to this. And in the last picture, you can see illustration, actually. You can see the man who took a mine, which was in the middle of the road. And here he is carrying it with his bare hands in order to put it on the hard shoulder so that no one could be injured. Like, these are kind of mostly humoristic things. There are lots of them, believe me. You just have to find them. Could you please show the next slide? But if you want to handle more global discussion with your students, here you can also see some pictures where a lot can be felt, said, shared, discussed, and analyzed. The word that unites these 3 pictures is kids. On the left picture, you can see the doctor who couldn't, unfortunately, manage to save the life of 9-month-old baby. In the middle picture, you can see my native city, Lviv, and 109 empty baby carriages, which demonstrated the number of kids being killed during the war. And now this number is bigger, and every single day it's getting more and more. And in the last one, you can see the picture of this station. I have no idea what city is it, but actually you can find the similar picture on every station in our country now. And there is one activity I really like that can bring your students actually to different reality. I'm just briefly tell you about the procedure. The first thing you have to do is to choose the location. Where are you going to be? Imaginary, of course. Like in our case, let's imagine we are going to be at the station. So the teacher should ask students to close their eyes. Actually, this activity has 3 stages. During the first one, the teacher just asks questions and the students are given answers, but imaginary answers. They do not write anything, they do not respond, they are just imagining the answers to teachers' questions. For example, like if I ask you, imagine like close your eyes, imagine you're at the station. You are the volunteer. What are you wearing? How can I find you there? Why are you here? What are you doing? Can you see the woman with the child? How can you offer your help? How can you make them smile? Like, it's up to you to formulate the question and the number of those. And when the students open their eyes, the teacher should write down somewhere on the board the first words of every single question. So in my case, these words were where, what, how, can, and how. And the thing is that the students have to write down these questions the teacher had already asked them before. I recommend you asking not more than 7 questions. Like, from my experience, if you give more, it will be difficult for students to memorize them. So 7 is good maximum. And the final stage, like after they had finished writing these questions, they have to tell the story. It's also up to you to decide which tense should they use. I usually ask them to use past simple tense, like yesterday I was at the station. I was a volunteer there. I was wearing a yellow uniform so that the people who are coming could easily notice me. I wanted to be there because I felt that I have something to share with people, or I know how to help them, and so on and so forth. Like, the final stage is the story. Of course, before organizing this activity, you have to think about your students' readiness to see some pictures. Like in my case, you just know the stories behind because I have told you. We should think about the thing that some of our students are too emotional, and choosing or picking up these visuals is really essential. Could you please move on? Thank you. 2 days before the war, I watched the film The Windermere Children. This is the redemptive story of Holocaust children who were relocated and rehabilitated in the UK after World War II. There are 5 educators trying to get them back to the normal life. Among their subjects, there were math, music, English, sport, history, and art. And art was the subject they had more often than the others, because for all of them, a paper was the tool where they could express their sorrow. And the more they were educated, the more colorful their drawings were becoming. And the role of the teacher was just to observe and ask questions in case they were necessary. Why actually I started talking about that movie? I really love the final episode. It shows 5 elderly people whose lives the film was based on. And the journalist asked all of them the same question. How can you describe your life? And all of them said, I am happy. I'm feeling happiness. People who had names in a form of numbers in the past said that in spite of all difficulties that they had in their life, they still were feeling happy. And they all said that the reason for that was the Windermere, because there they had friends. They had 2 types of friends. Younger friends who were like those teens they have come with, and older friends, the teachers. Could you please move on to the next slide? Here you can see 3 pictures. You probably saw the first one in SR Teach and Learning advertising campaign, as I can call it, really. It depicts the teacher who continued. I saw that picture on the 2nd day of the war, and there is the teacher who continued teaching in the city being bombed every time. In the middle picture, you can see the destroyed building in Mariupol. It was actually Mariupol, or something which is left from it. And in that city, there lived a woman. It seems to me her name is Marina. He is a teacher who saved the lives of 30 students of the orphanage. And in the last picture, you can see Tatiana, who is now in Kiev. She is a teacher of one private school, which is called Bazis. She's constantly teaching in a bomb shelter. She's working with primary students. As you can see, she hangs the drawings of her students on the wall because she says that even bomb shelter should be properly arranged for running classes there. A few days ago, Ukrainian president was delivering his speech on NATO summit. And there he said, "Never, please never tell us again that our army does not meet NATO standards." And I want to finish with a little bit paraphrased words. Never, please never say that Ukrainian teachers do not meet international teaching standards. Sorry. Since the 24th of February, all Ukrainian teachers have been setting up new standards, where the main principles are the power of thought, intelligence, dedication, belief, hope, spirit, empathy, and love. Love we are willing to share with our students, even if I do believe temporary hard times. Thank you.
So what did you do? Do you know what you've just done? I believe not only to me, but to everyone who's watching that now.
Sorry for my emotions. I was trying.
I think it's natural. It would be strange if you wouldn't have any emotions just while delivering these words and sharing these pictures. It would be strange if you could stay indifferent to everyone. Yes, Mar, thank you. Love you. We love you too, and thank you for your support and for your understanding, and thank you for being with us. And I've just realized, Olga, do you know how long we've been doing this conference?
I see. It's the same actually time we had on our previous teacher's voice, isn't it?
Yeah, it's almost the same. It's almost 9 hours. And you know, guys, Ola, I know that your speech, it was going to be like that, so I knew it for sure. And at the same time, this is the reason why I wanted you to be the last speaker, because I knew that you would tell the whole truth, what we are going through now. Yeah, 8 hours, Adriana. But I hope you will forgive me, because I want to give it a try, because I think that unfair. I mean, about Oksana Bahili, who
she's a great teacher, really.
She's a great teacher. She, can you imagine Like the person who escaped from that hell in 2 days, she sent me a message like, I'm ready to jump into this project and I'm ready to share what I know. And she works with young kids, as far as I know. And then she created that video, and definitely she's with us and waiting for her presentation. I mean, for the moment when I can share her video. And you see, all of a sudden, we have those problems. So I hope you will allow me to try to share this video again. If it's okay, it's okay. If it doesn't work, so it means, as I promised before, that this video will be posted on all social media of SR Teaching and Learning, as well as on my personal social media, and definitely on YouTube with all the links. But fingers crossed, if we can do it now. Olga, please stay with me. Anyway, you will have to finish this marathon together with me. So I fingers crossed. So I'm looking for this video file. And
hello everyone. I'm really happy to see you here from our lovely, unbelievable best country, Ukraine. And we really would like to thank you, all the colleagues around the world, for your great support, for your warm words, for your warm hearts. Actually, 4 days ago, I even didn't expect that I would have such a great opportunity to take part in this super conference and to be among my lovely native Ukrainian teachers, because actually I was in a very hot place where we had to hide, where we had no light, no gas, even lack of food, where we heard a lot of crying, where we had to save our kids. Now I'm in a safer place. I have very poor internet, but I have it, thanks God. And I have 15 minutes to share my knowledge, because Ukraine is full of teachers who has a great passion to teach children, who love their job. They have a lot of children who are eager to learn, to discover the world, to open new knowledge. And that's why we are really thankful to all people who help our country, help our army, and of course we would like to help you instead with our experience. Because year to year we were picking up these treasures of knowledge that we wanted to share with our students. And today I'm eager to share with my knowledge to you. So let's go, we are lack of time, and I want you to be as more as possible. So I'm from Ukraine, I'm from Chernihiv, and here I have got a language school that calls Maryland, and we teach very young learners from 18 months to the teens, and we prepare them to Cambridge exam, and actually we prepare them for life. We teach them how to support, how to love, how to synthesize. And you know, now I really realize that it's too important. It's so crucial, because love, and the possibility to feel really saves not only the communication, the relationships, but it can save the life of people. Just today I invite you to walk. Let's walk along the path to very young learners, and I would like you to show my own path that I was really happy to have in my country, because I'm not only a teacher of English, not only a founder and owner of language school, but I'm also is a teacher trainer. I would like to use present tense, because I'm sure that we would come back to previous Ukraine, but it would be better, more marvelous, and it would be absolutely free from any kind of invasion. So I was a teacher trainer, I was traveling abroad, and I was able to see a dozen of happy smiles of teachers where we talked, we shared, and we collaborated and was going to find the better solutions for our kids to have the better possibilities to learn. I was inspired to teach very young learners because I'm a mom of 2 children. I have a son and a daughter, and actually 9 years before I opened this school for them because I wanted them to teach English and actually to accept English as one more language that will help them to speak about themselves, to find something new, to share their emotions, their friendship, to find new friends, to discover the world. And in this way, I opened music, I opened drama, I opened art for myself. I'm an art therapist too, and I was discovering a lot of information step by step because my main goal was just to teach them to love, to investigate, to discover the world with the help of English. And now I have a super school with unbelievable warm-hearted teachers. We are 15 teachers. I have more than 450 pupils, and as you see on the photo, I have great, unbelievable children, Ukrainians, who adore their country. And today our workshop is called A Practical Path to Very Young Learners. And my aim is just to give you the things that can help you to achieve your goals if you work with very young learners. So let's move. Bill, for very young learners, they are children who learn from the birth to 6 years. And I just wrote the literature for you. I suppose it would be very productive for you and very useful if you did not read it before, because here you would find the main characteristics of this age, different resources, helpers for you how to organize the lesson, the management process. That is why I just give you the reference for the literature and you would be able to find. And today I would like to talk more about practical side of teaching very young learners. And actually our school and I personally and my teachers, we teach this very age with the help of our own program that's called Journey to Marry English. This program appears as a result of great resources. As I told you, I discovered the music, the drama, the arts, and this program is based on researches of different psychologists, linguistics, musicians of different experiences, different researchers. And what is the most important is based on the practice, the practical work, because our school was working till 9, from 9 till 8 p.m. So that's why they have huge dozens of lessons every day. And every month we gathered together with my teachers and we were analyzing and changing it. So, and during my work, I saw that it's very important to have a super lesson plan for reals. It's very important to ask the proper questions to the teacher. And let's move through them. The first of all, how does the lesson start? Because reals are very active, they're full of energy. They are those lovely people who would like to investigate and discover every fact. That's why we always organize students with a circle time, of course, and with a tricky thing that takes their attention. We use a special bell, and we always try to make it interesting, so you can use different bows or some interesting things that will attract. And we always read about and sing beautiful song like Start the Lesson or something like that, or you can clap, or you can take any kind of sticks that can make a signal. So signal, this is the thing that they need, but it should be magic and interesting. Second question, how does the teacher give and check instructions? It's crucial, it's very important. Instructions, they should be extremely short and they should be repeated, because repetition is the base of teaching very young learners. Instructions should be the same from lesson to lesson. For example, the main instruction is sit down. It can be like a song. It should be repeated many times and they will remember it and will repeat it. For example, give me with gestures. Yes, it's very important to combine instruction and gestures. Clean up, come here, take it, give it. So very short, clear instructions that have got the same gestures all the time. Next question. What types of seating arrangement does the teacher use? It's really important because small children, they cannot sit, yes? They need to move all the time. That's why movement is the heart of our program. And if I'm speaking about the movement, so it's very nice to ask small kids, very young learners, to sit on the floor, they like it, to sit on the chairs, to sit on the pillows, to sit on something interesting places, especially if you have got a spacious room, because we always try to teach our children in spacious room and give them different locations. And these activities, they should change very fast, just like from 3 to 5 minutes. 10 minutes, it's always craft time, it's okay. But generally, if you're doing some math, if you're doing some reading, if you're doing some things from motor skills, it should be from 3 to 5 minutes. This is the best time for very young learners, and it's longer if we're speaking about 5 and 6 years old. Next thing, what makes a classroom suitable for teaching girls? Really, we remind the space, and small children, they do not need a lot of materials around because it disturbs their attention. They have got a very short attention span. That's why I advise you to have rooms without posters, without a lot of bright things, because it's very beautifully, it looks beautifully, but in general, they are lack of concentration on you. Then you have bright materials and empty room. This is the best combination that gives you the super result, because they will be very happy when you will show them something interesting in your hand. Next thing, what does a teacher do to discipline the students? Yes, if we're speaking about the discipline, my dear girls, the best discipline is your interest in lesson. It's your super material, it's your voice, it's your movement, it's your talent like a grammar teacher, because intonation is the key to build attention. So you should change the level of intonations all the time. You should change the position of your body. You should invite them to dance, to sit, to sing a song, to move in a different way using different materials. I will show you the episode, the video, and you can find it and understand it clearly after that. So actually, discipline is not about strict rules. It's about wise lesson planning, about wise changing of fast movements and slow movement, settles and stirs, if you know these terms. So actually, when your kids can move and then rest, move and then rest, and your positiveness and your great desire that from your heart to help them and to engage them in the process, to have eye contact with every student, to have names, to ask them all the time, will help you to do it. And next thing, what's your lesson plan actually? We come across it. Yes, at first it's warming up, then clear stages. What's your aim? What material are you going to teach them? What grammar? What vocabulary? This is the main thing. And then what super activities can be used to achieve these results? Like craft, maybe maths, maybe science, or just your creativity is a great help. And the last question, how does the lesson finish? You know, I adore this time when we finish the lesson, not because this is the end and I can have a rest, but because I can hug my students. I can give them support, I can praise them, I can say that we had a super journey together and we're going to meet and see each other very soon again, and that we spent a super time together. And in this period of time, I had a great possibility to say that I love them very much and was very happy to see them. And it's really a fact because we love our students. And we really hope that we would be able to go on our journey to merry English and to our merry life and to our happiness. So thank you greatly for your attention, for your great support. You can find me on Instagram, on Facebook. I can share with you more. Please write to me. I am free. I am open to speak. And I would like to finish my session with a short video episode of our lessons where you can feel that thing that I was talking. Thank you. Blowing dozen of kisses to you. Let's pray and let's meet each other in Ukraine at our offline conference that is going to be very soon. I believe in it.
Anyway, that's great. We managed to watch Xana's presentation, and as you can see, we have some kind of troubles anyway with the video. So you will have this video and you will watch it till the end, and you will see how Oksana's school looks. And I'm pretty sure that lots of you will have the chance even to visit that school and to enjoy that special atmosphere. Yeah, and here is almost the end of our conference in our marathon. I've just sent a link in the chat box. You still have the chance to donate, and even $1 matters for us. And definitely, as I promised, I'd like you to know the names of other heroes who just donated. So I'd like to say thank you to Miss Alena Aksak for your donation. And definitely, I'd like to say thank you to Miss Alina Palivoda. Thank you for supporting us. And you know, there's a person who has just donated, and this person is just looking at you now. Thank you, Olga Zhdan, for your donation. Yeah, yes, I can see your name here. You can use this link, and this link will be available and active during 3 days after the conference. So as soon as you feel that you'd like to support us, you can send some kind of money to this account. And as I told you before, in 3 days, the money will be transferred to the Ukrainian military forces account, and we'll send you all the reports and receipts concerning it, or probably if it happens, if we can do it, maybe we can even create a video of the process for you to be sure that everything is used according to its purpose. So, guys, these are the last. Yeah.
Let's plan something.
Yeah. So, what kind of?
I'm sure that we will definitely have the fifth, by the way, teacher's voice. Let's think the way it will be called.
Yeah, and let it be like the task for our attendees. So those who are watching us, you know, all those 3 marathons we had before, it was teacher's voice, and then the final part was let your voice be heard. But this time we had to change this name, but anyway, we still believe that our voices should be heard and they are heard. This time we changed into Stand With Ukraine. So this is share your ideas. How would you like it to be? Yeah, this is your homework. Another homework, please spread the word about this marathon. You can copy the link, YouTube link, and share on your social media if you'd like to. That's okay. Ask people to share. Maybe you will find more people who are ready to donate. And yeah, thank you for being with us. And thank you for supporting us. Thank you for asking how are you in the morning, because it matters. And during these days, the question, how are you, and I'm fine, thanks, it has just another meaning now.
Mm-hmm. And thank you for making it happen.
Yeah,
Because
and
we know like who made it possible. Really thank you to for all your efforts. You know, the thing is that people, unfortunately, people do not have a chance to see what is behind the picture. And there is the most important, the most essential thing, really. And the people are really, you know, I'm proud of every Ukrainian teacher I know, and even those I do not know, really.
Yeah. So again and again, thank you. Yeah, thank you for nice comments. And I hope you remember the video, if there is anyone who started watching together as soon as we started this marathon, because the timer shows that we've been online for 8 hours and almost 45 minutes. So almost 9 hours online. This is really marathon. And we are going to finish this marathon, this conference, with the same video we started it with. The video by our First Lady, Elena Zelenska. And me and Olga, we are saying bye to you. Slava Ukraini.
Героям слава.
Here we go. See you soon.
On February 24th, 2022, the Russian Federation invaded Ukraine. In the past month, 1,200 missiles have been fired at Ukrainian cities. A nuclear power plant has caught on fire. Kindergartens, schools, and hospitals have been damaged and are being targeted. Residential homes are being bombed, civilians shot, and in besieged Mariupol, people are burying their relatives on the streets. More than 130 children have died. The world predicted that the surrender of Kiev would take 72 hours. But the Ukrainian armed forces, for nearly a month, have heroically fought the advance of one of the largest armies in the world. Unarmed Ukrainians bravely walk up to tanks of the occupiers and are ready to give their lives for their independence. Ukraine stands as the outpost of world democracy and a symbol of freedom against oppression. And in the 1 minute you've been watching this video, over 50 children have been forced to flee their homes. Support Ukraine.